Hello and welcome to Flutter Full Stack App Development course with MySQL as a backend. In this course, you will learn how to make your own server with your own web service, and you will also learn how to create a RESTful API with the help of which we can connect to our server, to our MySQL database. You will also learn how to communicate and how to work with the third-party APIs. So you will also learn the third-party API integration in this course. I will also show you guys the complete course overview, that is which e-commerce app we are going to develop in this course. And let me tell you, at the end of this course, you will be able to make your own fully functional Android and iOS Flutter applications. And at the end of this course, you will also be able to make your own SQL server, and you will also be able how to create and work with RESTful APIs, as well as how to communicate and work with the third-party APIs. So let me show to you guys the app overview. So when the user open up the app, the user is on the login screen. Let's say the user has not an account, so the user will simply click here on this not have account, register here. So this is the user sign up page, or you can say the user registration page. You can also navigate back to the login screen. Let's say if you have already created an account. For example, I have already created my account, so I navigate back to the login screen. I'm going to log in as a user, okay? And now let's just click on login. So I am now logged in successfully as a user whose name is Muhammad Ali, and this is the email address, okay, on which I am currently logged in. So this is the profile page where the user can see his profile information. Then we have a sign out button. Let's check each and every feature one by one. So let's start from the home page. On the home page, we have the search option, okay? Then we have trending items, which you can see here, okay? The items which are most selling, you can say. And then we have the new collections, or you can say all the new items which are here, okay? You can scroll like this. So first of all, let's say if you want to search for any specific item, so you will simply search here in the search box. Let's say I'm searching for a jacket, so I will simply write here jacket, and let's search, and here we go. We get these two results for this keyword, which is jacket. Let's say if I want to see the details of this item, then I will simply click on it, and here is the complete details: the item image, the item name, the ratings this item get, and the tags for this item. Here is the counter, that is how much I want to order. So let's say 3. Then the price, here is the size for this jacket: small, medium and large. And then the color, that is red, brown, pink, black, so on. So let's say I'm going to order the brown color, so I choose brown, and the size large. Then here is the description, and now I can simply add the item to the cart by clicking on this add to cart button. Item added to cart successfully. If I go to my cart, then here you can see the item has been added to my cart, which is this is the item name, the color which I choose is brown, the size which I choose is large, here is the price, and here is the item counter number, that is 3 jackets I want. You can also decrease it from here also. For example, okay, you can change it in the cart also. Let's say I want to order 5 jackets. So this one item is added to my cart. Let's add further items to my cart. Let's say I'm going to search for another item, let's say t-shirts. So I will simply write here t-shirt, and here we go. Let's say I'm going to search for kids cloth, so I will simply write kid, and here you can see kids wear, and all the items which are for kids, it appear here in my search result. Let's say I want to search for items for the summer season, so I will simply write here summer, and I will search, and here you can see also that is all the items which are for the summer season, they appear here. So you can also order the items from the trending items. Let's say I want to order, let's say this one, and I will say 2, then the size medium, and yellow or blue. Let's go with blue, and let's add to cart. Item added to cart successfully. So here you can see the second item also added successfully. The color I choose blue, size is M, and 2 items I choose, which you can also increase or decrease from here as well. Moreover, let's say if you want to delete the items from the cart, then you can also do that. For example, I want to choose this one, okay, this item I want to delete, so I will simply first choose that item and then click on this delete icon button. Okay, if you want to delete all the items in your cart, then you have to choose all from here. Okay, all are selected now, and then you can simply click here. And are you sure you want to delete your selected cart items? So yes. So item deleted successfully from my cart. That is, my cart is now empty. Moreover, you can also add items to your favorite list. That is, let's say you like a product, so you will add that product to your favorite list, or you can say to your wish list. For example, I like this item, so I will open up this item and I will simply add it to my favorite list by simply clicking on this button. So if I go to the favorites, then here you can see that item. Similarly, you can add as many items as you want to your favorite list. Let's add this one, let's add this one, and so on. So here you can see currently I have just added these 3 items to my wish list, or you can say to my favorites. Now the reason for developing this my favorite feature is let's say currently you do not have amount to place order and you love these items, okay, these jackets, these clothes, and these t-shirt. Okay, so you add this to your favorite, and let's say after 2 weeks or after a month you have now the amount, the required amount. So you will simply navigate back to your favorites, and let's say you want to basically place order for these items now. So one by one, let's say you will first go to this item detail, okay, and let's say this cloth I want to add to my cart. So I will choose the size, let's say XXL, and how much quantity I want for this item, so 3 quantity, and then the color brown, and let's add to cart. So now let's go to the cart, and here you can see the item has been added to the cart. The color which I choose is brown, size XXL, that is double extra large, and the quantity I choose is 3. Now let's go back and also let's start add the other items from my favorite list. Let's go with this one. Okay, so I will go with medium size, brown color, and let's add to cart. Here you can see brown, medium, and quantity is 1. Now let's go with the last one in the favorite list, which is t-shirt. So it will be XL, extra large, and blue color, add to cart. Let's go to the cart, and here you can see. So these 3 items are now in my cart list. Now if you want to place the order for all these 3 items together, then you have to simply check this, okay, and here you can see the total amount for all these items. That is, this item which has quantity 3, this item which has quantity 1, and this item which has quantity 1. So the overall total price is $345. Now let's say you do not want this item, okay, so you will simply uncheck this, okay, and you can see the total price update according to these 2, okay, because I want to place the order for this jacket and for this t-shirt and not this one, so I will leave this unchecked. So as both are selected, here you can also see your total price. I will simply click on order now button. Here you can see these 2 items, and you can also see the information: medium brown for this, and extra large blue color for this t-shirt. Now here we have the delivery system, that is, with the app provides 3 delivery system, that is FedEx delivery system, DHL, and United Parcel Services. So let's the user choose this one, let's say FedEx, and then the payment system, okay, by which payment system you want to proceed: Apple Pay, wire transfer, or Google Pay. Remember, this is the company account number, or you can say ID number, using which you can send them the required amount of 228, that is 228. Okay, so using this one. So let's proceed with the wire transfer, and then the phone number, the shipment, for the shipment, okay, so that the delivery boy can contact you when they reach your shipment address. Then you have to provide your shipment address. Let's say this is the shipment address, and then any note you want to write for the seller. Let's say I tell to the seller, or you can say to the admin, that is, I love your items, cloth items and so on, please send my parcel as soon as possible. And then let's click on pay amount now. So here you have to attach the transaction proof, or you can say transaction received or transaction screenshot. So let's say I will simply click on this select image. I have this transaction proof, okay, I attach that transaction proof, received or screenshot you can say, and then I will click on confirm and proceed. Transaction completed successfully and order placed successfully. Click on OK. So now if we go to the orders, then here you will see all the orders which has been placed by the user Muhammad Ali successfully. Now this is the current order which is just placed. If I click on this order, then I will see the details of this order, which you can see here: the phone number, shipment address, delivery company, payment system, okay, wire transfer, FedEx is the delivery company, note to seller, which you can see here, the total amount, and the proof of payment, which you can see here. Similarly, this user has other orders also which has been placed in the past, which you can see here, okay, at this time 4:44 p.m. on 27th August. And the payment system for this one is Apple Pay. So here you can see the Apple Pay receive, or you can say transaction confirmation screenshot, which you can see here. Now these are all the orders which has been placed earlier, okay, as you can see here. For this one, the payment system is Google Pay, and this is the received, or you can say the transaction proof. Now let's say this parcel, or you can say this order, which contain these three items. Let's say if the user received this, then the user will simply click here on this received question mark button, and it will show you this dialog box, confirm received. Let's say the user has received this parcel, okay, or this order you can say, which contain these three items, okay, these item for 3 quantity of this item, 4 quantity of this item, and 2 quantity of this item. Here you can also see the size and the color, okay. So the user will simply click on this button, confirm received. Have you received your parcel order? Yes. So it will be changed to received, and it will no longer be in the my orders, but it will be moved to the history, okay, as it become history now. The order ID 8, and this was the order which we just received as a user Muhammad Ali, as you can see here. So this one has been received. Similarly, there is also another old item which also become a history, which is this item, which you can see here. Similarly, you can confirm other orders from the my order list, okay. Let's say the user also received this order, okay. Let's just click here, and yes, confirm received. So it is changed to received, and here we go. Here you can see that, which is order ID 7, and this was the order which is just received by the user. And then after it, we have also the admin portal. Let's sign out from the user side. Here you can see this, are you an admin? So let's say if you are an admin, then you have to click here, and this is the admin login. So we have an admin. In the admin side, in the admin panel, the admin can check the new orders which is received from the users. Admin is basically the seller, that is the owner of this app, okay, who is selling these clothes. So here you can see to the admin, it is showing that is, dear admin, please confirm and deliver new orders. For example, this was the new order which is placed by the user Muhammad Ali. For example, if I click on it, if I go to the details of it, these are the 2 items which has been ordered by user Muhammad Ali. I hope you remember the shipment address, the phone number, delivery company, FedEx, wire transfer was the payment system selected by the user, and this was the note from the user, and here is the payment proof. So Now the admin will simply confirm this and deliver this order, or you can say this parcel, which order ID is 10. Similarly, the admin can add or upload new items, new cloth items. If I click here as an admin on this button, add new item, then you can capture image with camera, or you can also select from the phone gallery. Let's upload this jacket. Okay, you have to select the name. Let's say the name of this jacket is Cool Men's Jacket. The ratings you want to give to it, let's say 3.5, and then the tags, let's say jacket winter. These are the tags. Okay, let's say man, and further you can add as many hashtags as you want. Then let's say the price for this is 20. Then the size is, let's say large, then extra large, and then 2 times extra large. You can also add further, that is, let's say small size, then medium size, and so on. Okay, 5 sizes we have added, and you can add further also triple XL and so on. Okay, 3 times extra large and so on. And then the color, let's say as many colors as you want, for example brown, black, yellow, and so on, as many colors as you want. Okay, separated by commas. And then the description, let's say this is a jacket, and so on. Okay, a complete long description you can write here. Once you complete this upload form, you can simply click on this upload button and it will upload. Okay, start uploading the item. So the item has been uploaded successfully. For example, if I show you, if I log out as an admin, I'm going to log in as a user, and now here you can see the new item which has been just added. Okay, this one, Cool Men's Jacket, and since you know that the ratings of this is 2, so that's why it is at the bottom. That is, it has low rating because it is a new product and it has a default rating 2.0. And here is the title of this item. Okay, this jacket item, and the tags, jacket winter man, these are the tags. Here are the sizes: small, medium, large, extra large, double XL, which means double extra large. The color brown, black, yellow, and this is the description. So I hope you will love this course. You will learn the Flutter full stack app development, and at the end of this course you will be able to make your own fully functional Android and iOS application using your own server. As you will also learn in this course how to create your own server, how to create your own RESTful API, and how to work with the RESTful API, as well as you will also learn and work with the third-party APIs. So yeah, see you guys in the course. Bye for now. Hello guys, welcome. So now let's just start this project. So open up your Android Studio, click here on New Flutter Project, then make sure that Flutter is selected. Click Next, and here we have to provide our Flutter project name. Remember, the name must be in small English alphabet, and do not give any extra space. For example, the name of this project is, let's say, Clothes App. Okay, so the name must be in small English alphabets, and do not give extra space. Okay, as you can see here, do not give extra space. Instead of space, you can just write here underscore, so it becomes clothes underscore app. Then here you can see organization com dot. Here you can write your website or your company name. For example, let's say I will write here Muhammad Ali. Okay, it is my name. And since we are creating this app for the Android and iOS platform, so make sure that Android and iOS is selected, okay, from here, and unchecked this web if it is selected by default. Okay, and then click finish. So the project has been created successfully, as you can see here, and here is our project. Okay, make sure that from here this project is selected. Okay, So this is our project which we just created, clothes_app. If you expand this, we have lib. Okay, inside the lib we have main.dot file, where basically this is the starting point of our Flutter app. By default here is some code, but we do not need this default code. Okay, for example this one, my home page and the my home page stat. Just remove this. Okay, also let's remove these comments, and the title of this app is clothes app, or you can simply say clothes store app, whatever title you want to give to it. Also remove this const my home page. Now we are going to create a new folder. Right click on lib, new, and then the third option, directory. If you are using Mac, then in Mac it is by the name package. Okay, just click on this third option, directory or package, and then here we have to provide our folder name, which will be by the name users. So here you can see, then press enter. Okay, here you can see the users folder has been created inside the lib folder, which you can see here. Then let's create another folder. So we will simply click on lib, right click on lib, then click new, and then the third option, which is directory. If you are using Mac, then it is called package. Okay, just click on this third option, which is directory or package. Then you have to write the folder name, which is new users. Okay, and then press enter. So user folder has been created inside the lib folder, which you can see here. Now right click on lib, new, directory. Let's create another folder, and it will be by the name admins, or you can say admin. So users folder and admin. Now inside the users folder we will create dot files, where basically we will write code for implementing the users feature, or you can say the user app, while in the admin we will implement the admin portal or the admin panel. So first thing first, which is basically we will start from the users. So inside the users, right click on users folder, then click new, and then click directory. We are going to create another folder inside the users now. Okay, and that will be authentication, that is for the login and sign up. Press enter. So inside the users folder, authentication folder is created successfully. Then right click on authentication, new dot file, and let's create our first dot file, which will be by the name login_screen. Remember, the name must be in small English alphabet, and instead of space you can write here underscore. Okay, just like this, then press enter. So inside the authentication we have our first dot file, which is login screen dot file. Then let's import the package material dot, and this will be a stateful widget. We will give it name as login screen. For now we will do nothing, but just we will return here a scaffold widget, and just we will display an app bar, and in the app bar we will display that is this is the login screen using the text widget. So we can say login screen. So for now our app will start from the login screen, but of course later in the course when we will implement the complete app, then we will add a condition which will check that if the user is already logged in, then we will allow the user to go to the main app. Otherwise, if the user is not already logged in, then we will send the user to the login screen in order to log in, or you can say send the user to the registration screen. And since you know that we will develop this Flutter project with getx, so for that purpose let's go to the pubspec.yml and add our getx dependency. So go to the browser, okay, open up your favorite browser and simply go to the site which is pub.dev, okay, pub.dev site, and here search for the dependency get, which is for getx, Flutter getx, this one. Okay, open screen snack bar dialogs without context, manage stats and inject dependencies easily with getx. So click on this get, And then here you can see this is the getx stat manager, navigation manager, dependencies manager, which is very fast, stable, extra light and powerful Flutter framework. Number one most like Flutter package is basically the getx. That's why we are developing this project with the getx. So anyways, click here on installing and then just copy this dependency and then come back to your project, and inside the pubspec.yaml after the Cupertino icons just paste that dependency here. Remember, do not give any extra space forward or backward. Okay, this dependency must be this or the other dependency which we will later which we will use in this course here. This must be in proper alignment with this Cupertino icon C, as you can see here. Okay, G is in proper alignment with C. You can see here the indentation. So anyways, once you pass that, click on pubget. If you give any space forward or backward, then you will get error. Okay, that's why I told you guys to follow the proper indentation, that is proper alignment. So getx dependency has been installed successfully in our project, in our Flutter project. So now we can use getx in our this Flutter cloth app. So now let's just go back to the main.dot and we will say return get material app, and then here we can say return future builder context comma data snapshot, and we will return our first screen for now, which is basically the login screen. Okay, this one, class login screen. And make sure to write here inside the main, that is widgets flutter binding dot ensure initialized, which is required for when we set up the Flutter project for the first time. Okay, so it is important to ensure initialized for the widgets Flutter binding. Otherwise, sometimes if you do not write this line of code, then basically whenever we start the app, sometimes we get an empty white screen. So just to avoid that empty white screen, we initialize the widgets Flutter binding here inside the main. So anyways, now we are ready to test the application. So I will open up the emulator, Nexus phone emulator. If you have any phone, you can just open up the Android emulator, and then here you can see this emulator is opened successfully. Now I will click on this play button in order to install our Flutter Clothes app on this emulator. So the app is running now successfully on our phone. You can see that, and it is displaying our first screen, which is basically the login screen, where we display in the app bar this title, which is login screen. Okay, you can see that. Now this banner you can see, okay, we do not need this to display. Okay, that is debug. Okay, so in order to remove that, after the title we have a property which is by the name debug show check mode banner, and set this to false. So it will basically remove that banner from it. Okay, that debug banner. And also the theme data, or you can say the default color of our app, you can set that from here. So for now we will go with the default color, which is purple. Hello guys, welcome back. So now let's just quickly implement and design the login screen. So we will go to the login screen.dot file, and here we do not need an app bar here on our login screen. What we need is, first of all, we have to set the background color of our login screen. Since we will go with the black theme, the black UI for our entire app, so you can go with the black color, colors dot black. So the login screen background color is black, which you can see here. And let's start designing the body of our login screen. So we can use layout builder context comma constraint cons. return constraints box widget constraints box constraints. The minimum height will be cons dot maximum height. Then after the constraints you will add a scroll view, single child scroll view. Since you know that, let's say if phone screen size is small, then the user has to scroll for the, let's say for the text field of email, password, don't have an account button, okay, login here and so on. That's why we are using scroll view. And this constraint box is basically the design, okay, which you will see now, okay, once we complete this. So anyways, let's just quickly implement this, and you can see the design result here at runtime. Now first of all, we will add header for our login screen. So you can simply write here a comment, login screen header. So in the header, basically we will add an image. The width for this container in which we will display our image, the header image of the login screen, let's set the width for this container. So it will be whatever the screen size width is, we will tag that so that it can adjust its width according to the screen size, okay? Whatever the screen width is, it will just tag that, and the height will be 285. And let's add our image. So we can say image dot asset, and from the asset I will provide this image which is by the name login, okay? Just download this image and then copy this image and come back here to your project, and now we will create a new folder in our Clothes app. So right click on Clothes app, new directory, and let's give this folder name as images and press enter. So you can see that images folder has been created. Now right click on images folder, click paste and click OK. So the image which you just downloaded, we have pasted that inside the images folder, which is by the name login.jpg, okay, this image. So now once you paste the image inside the images folder, you have to go to the prospect.yml file in order to include this images folder in our project. Only then we will be able to use the images which will be inside this images folder. So for that purpose, here what we need to do is just scroll here, and below this users material design you will see this assets. Just remove this comment from it, okay, assets. Remember, this M must be below this hash, or you can say below this U, in proper indentation, or you can say proper alignment. Do not give any space forward or backward, okay, otherwise you will get errors. And similarly here also we will remove the comment from it, and now inside the, first of all, make sure that this dash must be below the asset second S, okay, below this second S. This dash must be below properly like this, okay, and whatever is after the slash sign, just remove that. So what it means, we have included the images folder in our project. This slash mean that whatever is inside this images folder, that is now the part of our this Flutter Clothes app project which we are developing using getx, okay. So once you do this, you have to click on this pub get exit code 0, which simply means that it has been added successfully in our project, and now we can use the images. If you see this as a suggestion, okay, then click on get dependencies and then click on ignore, and now let's just add here our image that is inside the images folder. We have the image login.jpg, okay, and you can see the result. So this is all about our login screen header. Now after this we will implement the login form below here, that is which will contain basically the email text field and the password text field, and also we will have a button like don't have an account, login here, sign up here. You have already seen the complete app overview in the intro video of this course. Okay, so we will exactly develop the same UI just like you guys see in the intro video of this course, and also change this container to size box. Okay, and this is our login screen, sign in form which we will develop. Now for the sign in form, we will add a decoration basically which will have circular sides from all the 4 sides. Okay, now what I mean is, let's just quickly implement it and you will see it with your own eyes and you will understand it more easily, don't worry. So inside this container basically we will implement our sign in form. First of all, let's apply some decoration on this container. So we can say box decoration, and the color for this decoration will be colors dot white 24. The border radius dot all, that is from all sides we want circular radius, so we can say radius dot circular, and from all side it will be 60. Then after it we have the box shadow property for this decoration, so we want to add some shadow to it. We can say box shadow. The blur radius will be 8. The color will be colors dot black 26. Offset 0, -3. Then after this box decoration, you can say child column widget, and let's add our sign in form attributes, that is the text field for email and text field for password, in order to take email and password as an input from a user. The key for this, let's initialize that here. We can say variable form key, global key, form state. So the key is form key. Child, we will add another column widget, children widget, and let's add our first text form field. This text form field will be for getting email from a user as an input, and then we will have another one which will be for taking password from a user as an input. So let's create the controller for it, in which basically we will where the input which the user will write. Okay, that is for example the email the user type and the password the user type, that goes directly to the controller. Okay, so let's initialize our controller. For example, first of all we will have our email controller, using which we can get the text which the user will type, that is the email, and it is of type text editing controller. Then we will have for the password, let's give it name as password controller. So now here we can say for the email the controller is email controller, and then we have another property validator, that is which will check, with the help of which we can basically check, that is, let's say if the user leave the email text form field empty, then we will display an error. So using this val, which simply means value, we will check that if value, if that value become equals to empty, that is empty string, that is if the user leave the email field empty, then in that case we will display this error message and we will tell to the user, please write email. Else if the value is not equals to empty, then in that case we will do nothing, null. Okay, let me tell you, if the value become equals to empty, then we will display this error message. Otherwise, if the value is not empty, then display nothing. After it, we can apply some decoration on over this text form field, that is the input decoration. We will add a icon at the start, so for that purpose we have property prefix icon. So let's add icon, and the icon will be email icon, so we can say icons dot email. Then the color for this will be colors dot black. After the prefix icon, we will display some hint, so we can say hint text, which will be email. Then let's apply some border, that is outline input border. The border radius will be border radius dot circular, and from all sides 30, while the border side the color for the border side will be colors dot white 54, white 60 will be good. Okay, white 60. And as you know, this icon will remain constant, that is for the email it will be email icon, okay, which will not change at runtime, so we have to add a const modifier with it. Similarly with the border side. So this is all about our border. Now after this we have enable border property, for which we will have the same outline input border. Okay, and then we have the focused border. For this we will also have the outline input border, and then the disable border. For this we will also have outline input border. And then after it, finally we have the content padding. So we can say edge inserts dot symmetric. Horizontally it will be 14 and vertically it will be 6. Let's add a const modifier here. And guys, don't worry, I will explain this whole design again, okay, once we implement this, so you will further understand it more in details. After the content padding, let's add fill color for our text field, and which will be colors dot white, and then filled will be set to true, which you can see here. Okay, the fill color is white. So this is our email field, okay, email text form field. Now after it, let's copy paste this for the password. So for the password, you will say please write password. If the password is leave empty, and make sure to change this to password controller. And then we will have icon for the password, which will be VPN underscore key sharp, as you can see here. Now both of these are joined, okay, so let's add some size box, that is some space between them. So height, size box of height 18. Now with the password, we will also add a suffix icon that is at the right side, okay, which will be for hiding the password and make the password visible if the user click on it. So for that purpose, we have a property which is basically the suffix icon, okay. So we can say suffix icon, this one. So we can say obx gesture deductor on tap. Now that is something which we will implement later. For now, let's just quickly add an icon here. So icon, and we need to basically initialize here a boolean type variable of secure is obscure, and we will give it the default value true dot obs, since we are using getx, okay, that's why dot obs we are using. So here first of all we will check that if the is obscure dot value, that is if it become equals to true, then in that case our icon will be icons dot visibility off. If the is obscure value is true, then we will have this icon, else the icon will be icons dot visibility, and the color for this will be colors dot black, which you can see here. Now we have to inside the on tab, okay, that is when the user want to see the password text, to make it visible, we have to add here a condition, that is if the is obscure dot value equals to not exclamation mark, okay, not is obscure dot value, then the on tap will work. That is when the user tap on it, simply display the text within it, okay. As you can see here, it is also changing the icon according to that. For example, now if I write password, as you know, this is the password field, okay, this second one, and to make the password secure, that is to make this text form field for the password to, by default the password will be secure, which simply means that in dotted form, okay, not visible. So by default we have to do that, and we have a property for that which is by the name obscure text, the value of which is saved inside the boolean type variable is obscure dot value. Whatever the value of it is, it will set this password text field according to that. One more thing is, as we are using getx, so we can, as you know, the value that is this text form field will change at runtime, this password text form field, okay, when the user tap on this button. So for that purpose we have to cut this obscure, and first of all we have to write here obx, okay, obx, just like this, and inside this obx we will say arrow operator, okay, just like this, and we will paste our text form field just like this. So simple and so easy. Now if we install the app on our phone by clicking the play button, now let's just test it. So let's say if I type password, you can see it is in dotted form by default, there is secure form by default. If I click here, then it will make the password visible, which you can see here. If I click here again, then it will make the password secure, that is converted to dotted form. At runtime it is changing, okay, as you can see here. So that is really nice and really incredible. So anyways, now after this we will add some space and then a button, login button. So let's just copy this size box, and after the password text field we can simply paste that, and then we can add our button, that is material, the color for this button will be colors dot black. Then the border radius for this button will be border radius dot circular 30 child inkwell on tap, which is the click event for the login button which we are implementing. After the on tap, for now we will leave this click event empty. After this we can add some border radius on this inkwell. Okay, this border radius was for our this material widget inside which we have inkwell, and now for this inkwell we are applying this border radius on it. So we can say border radius and it will be circular 30, and say child padding widget padding edge insets dot symmetric, and vertically it will be 10 and horizontally it will be 28. Then inside this padding we can add child text, that is the text for this button, and you know that the text for this will be login, as this is the login button. Let's apply some style on it, that is change the text color. Make sure to add a const modifier with this padding, okay, which contain this text widget login, which will remain constant. That's why we add this const modifier with it. So this is our two text field. One is for the password, one is for the email, and a login button. Now let's fix the design quickly. So what we need to do is, as you know, our email text field, password text field, and this button, it is inside this column widget, and this column widget is a sub part of the form widget, and the form widget is basically the part of this parent column widget. Now on this column widget let's apply padding on it. Okay, so wrap with padding. First of all, make sure to click here, it will show you this yellow bulb. Click here and simply click on wrap with padding. So it is wrap this parent column widget. Okay, it is wrap with padding. So you can say edge insets dot from left right, left top right bottom. So one by one, okay, 30 from left, from top also 30, and from right also 30, and from bottom it will be 8, just like this, as you can see here. Also this whole design, okay, alongside with this background decoration, okay, from all side, which has circular ends, okay, from all four sides. So this is basically this whole container inside this. So let's wrap this container also with some padding. So just click here before this container, see, you will see yellow bulb, click on it and simply wrap with padding, and padding from all sides. Let's change this to 16 so you can see that. Also this box decoration will remain constant, so make sure to add a const modifier with it. So let me just explain this, what we have done in this video. That is, we have implemented the sign-in form, which is this one. So first of all, we add this background, okay, you can see this, which is a combination of, you can say, this box decoration white 24 and black 26, the shadow, okay. The background color is white 24 and the box shadow for that is black 26. I hope you can see this black color, okay, lighted black color you can say, which is white 24 and black 26 combination, you can say. Basically this black 26 is the box shadow color and the box decoration color is white 24, okay. So that's why we see this highlighted white black background, you can see that, okay. So basically inside this container, or you can say inside this box decoration, okay, that is on the top of this container, or you can say on the top of this box decoration, or you can say inside this box decoration, that is, this container has a child, where basically on the top of it we implement our this sign-in form, the email text field, password text field, and login button, which is basically this child, okay, which is the child of this container, Okay, and this container has this decoration which we implemented, which I already told you, which is the which has a background color white 24 and the box shadow is black 26. Then inside this container, that is on the top of our this box decoration, that is on the top of our this container, we implement these two text field and a button, which is basically inside this padding. If I expand this in front of you, then you can see that inside this padding we have our sign in form, that is our email text field and our password text field, and then we have a button which you can see here. Okay, hello guys, welcome back. So in the previous video we have added this sign in form with the two text field alongside with this login button, but it was not completed because now in this video we have to add another button, a text button basically, that is don't have an account sign up here. So for that purpose, within the same sign in form which has a decoration, let me just minimize this. Okay, we have implemented these email password text field and this button, login button, which is basically inside our this form. Okay, let me just show it to you. This is our login sign in form, which has this box decoration in the background, combination of white and black color, as you can see here. So now below this form which contain these two text field and button, basically this one, okay, which is basically the part of this column widget. So alongside with this form in perpendicular direction, that is this form in perpendicular direction, which means below this login button. Okay, in here we are going to create don't have an account text button. So we will use a row widget since we will display some text also. Let me just quickly show it to you. That is, row is basically horizontal wise, that is in horizontal direction, while column is in perpendicular direction. Okay, for example, this form, that is this form, and this row, these two are parts of this column widget. So now whatever we implement, let me just first implement and then I will explain. Let's say I will write here don't have an account. Okay, just like this, and also let's move this to the center. Okay, whatever it is inside this row widget, it will be at the center of this row widget. So we can say main axis alignment dot center, just like this. So let me tell you now you see that this form, which is basically this two text field and button, and this row widget in which we have currently this text don't have an account, these two are the parts of this column widget. Okay, that's why these are in perpendicular direction, as you can see here. Okay, it is in perpendicular direction. Now whatever we add to our this row widget, row basically is horizontal wise, horizontal direction. For example, we have don't have an account. Now in front of it, that is in horizontal direction, we will add now a text button, that is after this text. Let me just add and you will see it, text button. So it has two properties, the on press, that is the click event, and the child text, that is the name of this button, which will be registered here, or you can say sign up here, just like this. You can see as this text will remain constant, so you will add const modifier with it. Similarly with this text also. So as I told you, that is whatever is inside this row widget, as you can see here, inside this we have this text and this text button, so it will be in horizontal direction, which you can see here. Of course you can change the color of this register here, okay, which we can do from here, that is style, text style, and any color you want you can simply apply on it. Let's say colors dot pink accent and so on. It is totally up to you. I will go with purple accent, just like this. So don't have an account, register here, or you can simply say sign up here, okay, which means the same. So it is totally up to you, whatever you like. So now Let me just quickly add here the comments so that you can understand the code more easily. This is our form, which has basically email, password, and login button UI, okay, which is this one. Then we have this row which we just implemented in this video, where we have the text button, that is don't have an account button alongside with the text. Basically this is the text, and we have a button which is sign up here. So I will just write here this comment. So anyways, now just like we add this don't have an account sign up here, in the same way we can create another row widget in which will be basically for the admin, that is, are you an admin? Click here. So just copy paste this row widget, okay, just select this, copy it, and then paste that down here, okay, and this will be for the admin. So what we will do in it, that is, we will write here a message, and we will say that are you an admin? If yes, then click here, just like this, as you can see. So this is our another row widget in which we have are you an admin text and a text button, click here. So we can just write here, that is admin text with a button, click here. Now between these two row widgets, okay, we are going to add or button, okay, or text, basically not a button but or. That is, between these two rows you can simply write here text, and this will be basically like or, that is, don't have an account sign up here, or if you are an admin then click here. And let's apply some styling on this, which is just to change the color. The color for this will be colors.gray, just like this. And of course, if you want, you can increase the font size from here, okay, just like this. Let's also increase the font size of this, click here, to 16 for this one. And then our this row where we have this sign up here, so we can increase this font size of this to 16 also. And this text widget will remain constant, so add const modifier with it. So this is all about our these two text button with this or text widget. If you want to add some space here, then this is the form. After this form we can add a size box, that is size box of height, let's add 16. So it will move little bit below. So let me explain the code one more time quickly. As you know that let's do it from the start. First of all, you know that we have a login screen header, which is basically this one, okay, and then after the login screen header we have our login screen sign in form, that is this complete sign in form, okay, this complete sign in form. Now as you know that our login screen header and the login screen form both are in perpendicular direction, because these two are the part of this column widget, okay, that's why it is in perpendicular direction. That is, we have this login screen header and then this sign in form. Now in the sign in form, as you know that first we add some background decoration, okay, that is this decoration, which is this background decoration combination of white and black color, okay, you can see this. And then we have a column widget, because inside this column widget, first of all let me tell you, we have these four main widgets, you can say, that is form, which is basically email, password, login button, email, password, login button, okay, that is two text field, and this button, this is our form. And then we have the row, which is basically don't have an account sign up here, text button, and then we have are you an admin button, which is basically this one. So all these are in perpendicular direction, because this is the part of this subchild widget, which is column widget, okay, there is a subchild, you can say this column widget is the part of this parent child widget. Okay, so inside this column widget we have these four, or you can say these three main widgets, okay, alongside with this form. So all these are in perpendicular direction. That's why we add this inside this column widget, so that it can be in perpendicular direction, which you can see here. First we have this form, email, password, text field, login button, and then we have this row which is don't have an account, sign up here, and then we have this row which is are you an admin, click here button, okay, text button. And you already know that we use this row widget because we want this text and this text button to be in horizontal direction. So that's why inside this row we have add first this text and then sign up here text button, so it is in horizontal direction. Similarly we have done for the this button which is are you an admin, and text button, click here. So this is in horizontal direction. So I hope you have understand the design, which is so simple and so easy. So this is all about our complete UI design of the login screen, which has a login screen header and a login sign in form, complete sign in form, okay, with these two text button. And the color of the sign up here and click here, let's change this to black color, okay, which will be in matching color of our black theme which we are using for this entire app. So for that purpose, are you an admin button, which is this one, okay, let's change this color to pure black. It looks more beautiful, okay, or if you want you can also change it to gray color, which will also look good, just like this. So it is totally up to you, but black color is matching, okay, with the UI. And similarly for this one also we will change this to black, pure black color, just like this. Hello guys, welcome back. So now in this video we are going to implement the sign up screen UI. So for that purpose, inside the authentication folder, right click on authentication, new .file. We are going to create a new .file by the name sign up underscore screen. Press enter. So this is our sign up screen .file, which is inside the authentication folder, okay. Now for the time saving, the sign up screen UI will be somehow similar, just like we have implemented for the login screen. So for that purpose, come back here to the login screen .file and just select all the code, okay, just like this. Select all, and then once you select all, copy it, Control C, okay, copy it, and then come back here to the sign up screen and simply paste all that code in here, just like this, as you can see here. Now in here, okay, first of all we have to rename this. So select this login screen, right click on it, and then refactor, then rename, and we are going to give it name as sign up screen, and then click on refactor, just like this. So it has been renamed to sign up screen. As you know, this is our sign up screen. Now one more thing which we need on our sign up screen is basically the name field. So I'm going to copy paste this and we will give it name as name controller. Now in order to see the result at runtime, we are going to add a click event on our login screen where we don't have an account, sign up here, okay, this button. So when the user click here on this sign up here, we will send the user to the sign up screen. So for that purpose we can simply say get.to and the screen name, which is sign up screen. We will send the user to the sign up screen, just like this. So now on our sign up screen, let's just install the app by clicking this play button, okay. And now if we click here on sign up here, then it sends us to the sign up screen. Since you know that we have just copy paste the sign in screen on our sign up screen, so one by one let's just change it quickly, okay. So let's start from here. First of all, this will be our sign up header, that is this one, and I will provide this image which is by the name register. Please download this, and once you download it, copy it and come back to your project, and inside the images folder, right click on images, click paste and click OK. So we paste that register.jpg image inside this images folder. So now on our sign up screen, okay, which is our sign up screen header, here we will access that image which is by the name register.jpg. okay. If it shows this error, okay, this cross sign, which means that it is not accessing the image because our app is already in running state, okay, and we just do the hot reload. So what you need to do is just stop this debugging by clicking on this red button and install the app again by clicking on this play button on our this phone. So let's just wait for it, okay. If you add an image and if the app is running that is in the hot restart mode, then it will not work unless you close the debugging, okay, and install the app again, since we add this image file just now in our project. So let's just go to the sign up page, and here we go. Here you can see we have our this image. Then after it we have the sign up screen, sign up form, okay. So it will have the same background. So as I told you, that is in the form we will have a name text field also. So let's just copy paste this text field above this email, okay, and we will give it a comment that is name, and let's press that. So we have name text form field, and make sure to write here that is name controller. Please write name, and then the icon for this will be icons.person, this icon, as you can see here, okay. So this is our text form field for the name, and the hint for this will be name. And now next thing is make sure that you change this, okay, to name controller. We will give some space, so for that purpose the same space which is of height 18, so between the name and email text form field, just like this. So we have name, email, password, text form field, then we have the button which is sign up button. So we can say sign up or register, you can say sign up. And then comes of course the don't have an account, so this is the sign up screen. So we will have already have account button, okay. So we will say already have an account, sign in here, or you can say login here, just like this. And we do not need that admin button on the sign up form, okay. So you can simply remove this, also this or text, okay. We only need this one, already have an account, login here. So this is our sign up screen. So let me tell you what we have done here. You already know that. Let me just restart the app. You know that our app starts from the login screen, which you see here, okay, and we have implemented the login screen. So on the login screen, when the user click here on this button which is sign up here, which is basically this button, okay, sign up here. So when the user click on it, we send the user to the sign up screen, and on the sign up screen, let's just click on it. This is basically our sign up screen, which is so simple and so easy. First we display the sign up screen header, and then of course we display the sign up screen sign up form, which is basically this form alongside with this text button. If I show you, then you can see it here, okay. We have a box decoration in the background, which is this one, and then one by one, first we have our form, which is email, password, name, email, password, login. Let me just write here. First we have name, email, password, text form field alongside with the sign up button, as you can see here. So this is our form, and then in a perpendicular direction we have this row, which is basically this text button, this text, and this text button already have an account text and login here text button, which you can see here. And since you know that we have our login screen, so when the user click here on this login here button, what we will do, we will send the user to the login screen. So we can say get.to login screen. So this is all about our sign up screen. Let's just install the app on our phone and let's just do the testing. So this is our login screen. If the user click here on sign up here, then it sends us to the sign up screen, which you can see here. And then if a user click here, that is already have an account. If the user has already an account, so of course the user will go navigate back to the login screen. So the user will click here and we are on the login screen. If the user do not have an account, so the user will register first, the user will click here, that is sign up here, and it sends us to the sign up screen. So that is really cool and really nice. Hello guys, so in this video we are going to download and install the XAMP server. So just go to google.com and simply search for XAMP server. Now what is XAMP server? You can see that here, okay? XAMP is a completely free, easy to install Apache distribution containing we will use for the backend PHP. You already know that. So what we are going to do in this video is basically we are going to install the XAMP server in our computer. So for that purpose you will see this first link, which is apachefriends.org, and you will see this download. Just click on it, or you can come to this page directly by simply typing this URL and press enter. So it will redirect you to this page. Now here you can see XAMP for Windows, XAMP for Linux, XAMP for OS X, that is if you are using a MacBook. Okay, so you can download it from here. If you are using Linux, then you can download it from here. If you are using Windows system operating system, then you can download it from here. So this first one, which is download 64-bit, just click on it, this download button, and it start downloading, which you can see here. So it is now downloading. Let's wait for it. So it has been downloaded successfully. Now let's go to the downloads folder. You will get this file, which you can see here inside the downloads folder. Double click on it in order to install it. Click OK and then click next. Click next. Click next. Click next. Next. And now click next, and XAMP is now installing in our computer. So XAMP has been installed successfully in our computer. If you see this, then uncheck this and click finish. Now how we will know that it is successfully installed? Well, so for that purpose, first of all, go to this PC. Okay, inside this PC just go to the C drive, and inside the C drive you will see this XAMP folder, which simply means that XAMP server has been installed successfully in our computer. Now the next thing is in the search box you can simply search for XAMP, and you will see this XAMP control panel, XAMP, or you can simply search for XAMP control panel. Okay, just like this. So you will see this one, XAMP control panel app. Just open up, and yeah, it simply means that it has been installed successfully in our computer. Now let's start the Apache, and also let's start the MySQL. Now open up your browser, your favorite browser, and then you have to simply write here localhost/php myadmin, localhost/php myadmin. And when you get this UI, which is php myadmin, then it simply means that you have successfully installed the XAMP server in your computer. Okay, when the Apache and MySQL is running, then it simply means that our server is running. If you stop it, okay, if you stop it, then it simply means that you will no longer be able to access the localhost PHP myadmin. Okay, as you can see here, okay, this site cannot be reached. So you will no longer be able to use the localhost PHP myadmin. Now let's start it again. Okay, and now you can see when we reload, it is accessible now. Now you will be thinking, what is PHP myadmin? Basically here we create our database, and then inside the database we create our table, which basically to which we store the user records or any data. However, to communicate with the database, basically we create the backend files, backend.php code files, and that files basically is inside the XAMP htdocs folder. Inside the htdocs folder we create our API file, or you can say our PHP project files. Okay, for example, let's say I have clothes app, so I will simply write here clothes app just for the testing purposes. Let's say this is the project name. Okay, so inside this XAMP, inside the htdocs, and then inside our folder, okay, that is every project has their own name. Let's say our project name is clothes app. So inside the clothes app testing, I will create my .php files. Let's say first of all I will have, let's say for example, login.php. Okay, so inside this .php files I will write my code in PHP backend language. So this is just to tell you guys, okay, otherwise it depends on your choice, that is which project you are developing. You can create a folder by your project name here, and then inside that folder you can write your .php, you can create .php code files where you will write the code, or you can see you will done the programming, let's say for the login, for the sign up, for the e-commerce app, for the chat applications, and so on. So basically inside the htdocs folder we create, or you can say save our project folder, and inside our project folder we write the code files, that is .php files. Let me tell you again, okay, inside the XAMP, and inside the XAMP we have htdocs. Inside the htdocs we create our project files. So this is all about how we can download and install XAMP server in our computer. So we have successfully downloaded and installed the XAMP server in our computer. Hello guys, welcome back. So now in this video we are going to create a database for our Flutter clothes app. So for that purpose, open up your favorite browser and simply go to the localhost PHP myadmin, localhost/PHP myadmin. Now you can see it says this site cannot be reached. So it simply means that we have to open up the XAMP server first of all and start the Apache and MySQL. Okay, when you start this, then simply refresh this page, okay, and you will see this. So it will redirect you to PHP myadmin dashboard, which you can see this. So now here you will see this databases. Okay, just click on this databases, and let's create our database that is for our project, which is clothes app. So let's give it the same name, that is clothes_app. Okay, that is the database for our clothes app. So once you write the database name here, okay, then simply click on create. Remember, do not give extra space. Okay, instead of space you can use underscore. So clothes_app is our database name, or if you want you can write here that is clothes_app_db or something. Okay, it is totally up to you, whatever name you want to give to your database. I will give to it a simple and basic name, which is clothes_app. Once you write here your database name, I will suggest to go with the same name. Otherwise later, I mean, maybe you will get confused. I will use this name and you will have different name, so maybe you will get confused. That's why I am suggesting to go with the same name, which is clothes_app for our database. So once you write the name here, then simply click on this create button. So our database has been created, which you can see here, clothes_app. make sure to click on the database name, which is XAMP, okay, and you will see this. Now for now we will basically create the first table, which will be by the name users, and in the users table we will save all the user records, okay, who will sign up for the first time. Okay, let's say John is the user, Peter is the user, Ali is the user, and Ruby is the user, so on. Okay, there can be millions of users, so all these records we will save inside our users table. This is just for now. As you know, we are developing this app step by step. Later on, of course, in this course, we will create many other tables. For example, for saving all the admins records, we will create admin table. And then for saving all the orders records, we will create a table by the name orders. And for example, when the admin start uploading new items, then all the items records, that is clothes items, all items records we will save to another new table, which will be by the name, let's say, items table, clothes items table, and so on. Okay, this is just to tell you guys that what we will do. So anyways, for now, as you know, now we need a table in order to implement the sign up and sign in feature, that is to authenticate the users. So in here, in the table name, I will write here users underscore table. So users table is our first table. Okay, do not give any extra space. Instead of space, you can use this underscore. Okay, so this is our users underscore table, users table. And then comes the number of columns. So the number of columns for our first table will be 4. Now what are these columns? Let's first create it, and then I will explain to you guys. So click on, make sure that you write here 4. Okay, we need 4 columns in our users table. So let's click on create. So now you will see this, that is 4 columns. Okay, 1 2 3 4. Now the first column will be for the ID of, that is, whenever a new user register for the first time, then automatically a unique ID will be assigned to that user. So let's say we can give to this name as user underscore ID. This is our first column. Now the type for this will be integer, and as I told you, whenever the new user register for the first time, then automatically a new, you can say, a unique ID will be assigned to each and every user. For example, John will have their own user ID, and Peter will have their own user ID, Ruby will have their own user ID. Each and every user will have their own unique ID by which we can recognize each and every user. Okay, so in front of this user ID column, you will see this AI, which simply means auto increment. Okay, so check this. So it will perform this feature, that is, whenever a new user is created, it will automatically assign to it a unique ID. Okay, so make sure to check this primary. Okay, and then the next column is the name, or you can simply say user name, user underscore name. Then comes the user email, so we will say user email, which is the third column, and then the fourth column will be user underscore password. Now the username type will be varchar, various characters, and the length for this will be 100, and the user email, it will also be varchar, and the length of this will be 100, and for the user password the type will be text. Varchar means that is, it can have various characters, like for example email has dot, underscore, @ and so on. Okay, user, for example, let's say peter.55@yahoo.com, or you can say @gmail.com, so on. Okay, various character. So make sure to follow the exact same steps. So we have our 4 columns, which you can see here. The first column is user underscore ID, the type for which is integer, and it is auto increment primary. Okay, which simply means that whenever a new user register or sign up for the first time, then a unique user ID will be assigned to that user. To each and every user, a unique ID will be assigned. Okay, using their ID, user ID, we can recognize each and every user, since every user will have their own ID. The second column is username, type is varchar, length for which is 100. The third column is user email, varchar 100, and user password text, which is our fourth column. So we have this fourth column. Now let's just click on save in order to create over this table, or you can say save over this table, which is created successfully, or you can say saved successfully to our database, which is ClothSAP. So inside the ClothSAP database, we have our first user table. Okay, if you click here users table, then you can see that. If you click here structure, then you will see the structure of it. These are the columns, these are the types of these columns. Now you already, I hope now you understand this, that is when we take input on the sign up page, so we will have three inputs, that is the username, the name of the user, email of the user, and password of the user, and we will save that to this table, which is users table, whenever the user click on the sign up button. So alongside with this three information, a unique ID will be assigned to that user who is going to register for the first time. So this is how we create a table inside our database in the MySQL, or you can say that inside the SQL database. Hello guys, welcome back. So now in this video we are going to basically create a API folder, or you can say the API directory, where we will create .php files. As you know, PHP is a backend language. Now we will understand this process through a diagram. Okay, so you will get the complete idea. First of all, I'm going to create a API folder, okay, where basically we will implement our API service. So go to the C drive where we have our XAMP, okay, where we have our XAMP. Now inside the XAMP we have htdocs. Inside the htdocs we will create a folder, new folder, and this will be our API folder. Basically inside this folder we are going to implement our API, or you can say the API service. So we can say API underscore, or you can say the REST API. Okay, so we will give it name as API underscore clothes underscore store, online store, or so on. Okay, but I will suggest to go with the same name. Later maybe you will get confused, that is you will have a different name, I will have a different name, so maybe you will get confused. That's why I suggest to go with the same name. So this is our API underscore clothes underscore store. This is our folder basically where we will implement our API service. Remember that. So you can say that this is our API. Now let's understand this, the whole process which we will implement and how our app will basically work. This is really important for this project. So the Flutter application, phone simply means that in our this phone, it can be iPhone or it can be Android smartphone. Okay, so in our this phone, basically we have installed our app, our Flutter app. Okay, so this is our client, that is our Flutter application is inside this phone, which we will implement and test using this phone. Let me tell you one more time. We are developing the Flutter application, okay, and that application we test using this smartphone, this mobile phone. Okay, this is our client side, you can say. So this is the API service which we will implement, and this is our server. Server simply means our MySQL database. Okay, as you know, XAMP is our server. Okay, XAMP is our service. With it comes with a MySQL database, and you know that Flutter application which you are developing, it is basically using the Dart programming language, which provide us the front end, while the back end, or you can say the data, that is the language which communicate with the server, is the PHP language. Okay, PHP is a server side language. So in simple words, now if I tell you, let's take an example of the sign up page. Okay, in the Flutter application on our smartphone, when the user sign up, that is the user fill up the sign up form providing their name, password, and email, and click on the sign up button. So after clicking on the sign up button, a request will be sent using our API service. okay, using our API service, which we will implement, okay, step by step from this video onward. So after clicking on the sign up button inside the Flutter application, when the user click on the sign up button, a request will be sent using API, and that request will be go to the server, or you can say to the MySQL database. That is, as you know, I am explaining it for the sign up exam, sign up, okay, user sign up. Let's say the user was John, so John name, John email, and John password. After clicking on sign up button, this data is gone using the API service which we will implement, okay. It will go using the API and it will be sent to the server, so it will be saved inside the MySQL database. Once it is saved inside the MySQL database, then the response will come from go from the server, or you can say from the MySQL database. Once the user information is saved successfully in the database, in the MySQL database, then a response will be generated. That is, that response will go using the API service which we implemented, okay. That response will go and it will tell to the user that is your account has been created successfully, okay. That is, on the phone it will show toast or pop-up, that is your account has been successfully created. So I hope till now you have got the exact idea. Now, as I told you, for the front end, that is the Flutter application. Flutter is basically front end, okay. So the dot programming language. The mobile application which we will develop for the smartphone, it will be using Flutter, that is dot programming language, okay, which is a front end language, okay. So using dot programming language, we will develop our Flutter application for the mobile phone. So that thing we will do using dot programming language, that is the developing the mobile application, or you can say the front end we will develop using the Flutter dot programming language. However, now the API service, or you can say the backend, that is which will be responsible for sending data, okay, and then sending a response, that is sending the response from the server to the mobile phone and show it the response to the user as a return. All these things, that is the API service, okay. This thing will be performed using our API service. Now the API service, which is basically, you can say the server side language, or you can say the backend language, that is basically PHP. That thing we will, our API service, or you can say the backend, we will implement using PHP programming language. And remember, PHP is backend language, or you can say the server side language. So basically the sending of data, receiving of data, all these things basically we will implement, that is the backend operation we will implement using PHP, okay. For the communication, or you can say this API service, let me tell you in simple words now. This API service we will develop using PHP. PHP is a backend language, or you can say a server side language. So these requests which will be sent and then received, that is post and get, which is basically performed using HTTP, okay, that is post and get, and so on. So I hope you have get the idea now how this whole project we will develop and how everything will be working. This is really important information, okay. As a developer, you must have this important concepts, especially for this project, for example, where we have our own server, XAMP server, okay, our own MySQL database, okay. So especially for a project like this which we are developing in this course, this information is really important. So please again watch this video from the start in order to understand it completely. So before we proceed, let me just show it to you one by one. Our phone, which I simply means the Flutter application, okay, which we are developing using dot programming language, Flutter dot programming language. It is basically our this thing, that is our Flutter cloth app project, which we are developing and which we are testing on our mobile phone. So basically this is our client application, and then our API, Then come the API. Okay, this API which we will implement, which is inside the XAMP folder htdocs, this one API. Okay, API close store, this is our API. So this is our API which we will implement. Then comes the server, or you can say MySQL database. It is basically our this one, XAMP server MySQL database, and currently our database name is clothesab database, okay, in which we have our first table, users table. So this is our MySQL database. So I hope now you understand it further in details what are the meaning of these three things. Now we will go step by step. So first of all, in this video what we will do, we will establish a connection between our Flutter application with the API. Okay, that is, we will make a connection between our Flutter application and our API service. So for that purpose we have to go to our Flutter application. So this is our clothesab Flutter application. In here what we need to do is, for the connection, right click on lib, new, and let's create a new folder or new directory, and let's give this folder name as API underscore connection, API connection, just like this, API connection. So this is our API connection folder. Now inside the API connection folder, that is, right click on API connection folder, new dot file, and let's give it name as API underscore connection and press enter. So inside the API connection we have our dot file, which is API underscore connection dot file. Now inside this dot file we will make a connection to our API, that is the connection between our Flutter application and our API service. So for that purpose let's create a class. Let's give it name as API, and we have to initialize the host, and let's give it name as host connect, or you can say host connection. So inside this double quote we have to specify the URL, or you can say the host connection, the link to our API. So for that purpose, first of all you have to type here http, just like this, colon slash double slash, http colon double slash, and then after the slash we have to provide our API IP address, IPv4 address. Now how we can get that IPv4 address? For that purpose you have to open up in your computer the command prompt. Okay, so in the command prompt you have to just type ipconfig, ipconfig, just type this and press enter, and it will show you this IPv4 address. So in front of it, this is the address. So just select this address. Okay, select this address and press Ctrl C in order to copy it, and then come back here, and after this double slash you can simply paste that. Okay, make sure to confirm it. Okay, IPv4 address, in my case it is this address, so I just copy and paste that here. Now after that put slash, just like this, and then here we have to provide our API folder name where we have our API. So you know that it is inside the XAMP htdocs, and our API folder name is this one. Basically in this folder we will implement our API service. I have told you this also in the previous videos. So let's just copy our API folder name, which is this name, and then after the slash we can simply paste that, just like this. So this is our host connection. Okay, or you can simply say that connection to our API service, which we can access using this host connect. Hello guys, welcome back. So in the previous video we have basically understand the client server, Flutter, and XAMPP server architecture. That is how our Flutter application will communicate with the XAMPP server, that is with our MySQL database. And we have created our API directory, which is basically our API close store. So now in this video, what we will be doing is basically inside our directory, which is API close store, we are going to implement the connection. That is, we are going to establish a connection with the server using PHP backend language. So for that purpose, I'm going to open up the Visual Studio Code. And now in our Visual Studio Code, first I will simply go back this one, okay, API close store. Just drag and drop this folder, which is API close store, in here in the Visual Studio Code here, okay. Drag and drop that here, just like this. So basically it will automatically make a reference to our this folder. Now what we need to do is, that is inside our this folder, which is API close store, that is this folder, okay. It is now opened in our Visual Studio Code. Now if you hover your mouse here on this name, then you will see these following icons. As you can see here, this icon is for creating a new file. So click on this icon and let's create our first .php file, where basically we will write a code for a connection with the MySQL database, or you can say with our server. So let's give it name as connection.php and press enter. So our connection.php file is created after pressing enter, okay. This is our first .php file. Now I have already told you that is this PHP language, okay, or using which we will implement our API service. This PHP is basically a server-side language, or you can say a backend language. So whatever file, whatever .php files we implement inside the API close store, that will be responsible for communicating with the XAMPP server, that is with our MySQL database. So for writing the PHP code, first we have to write the PHP starting tag, and for that purpose you have to write this angle sign, question mark, and simply write PHP. This is the starting tag, which represents that whatever now we write after this tag, it will be in PHP language. So first of all, what we need to do is, first we will initialize here some parameters. For example, the server which we will access, it is the XAMPP server, so it is using localhost we are accessing, so we can say localhost, okay. Our server is localhost, local server, XAMPP local server. So let's assign this to a variable. And in PHP language, when you define or initialize a variable, then before variable you have to write this $sign, okay. This dollar basically represent variable name. That is, for example, you first write this $sign and then you write here some variable name, let's say A. So A is now a variable to which we assign this localhost. Let's give this variable a proper name, which is basically server. So to the server host variable we assign this localhost. Then after it, let's initialize another variable, and it will be user. And to user variable we will assign the user, which is basically root. Then password of our server, or you can say our SQL database. So we will first initialize a variable which will be by the name password, and to this password variable we will assign the password. Since we have no password for using the XAMPP server, or you can say the MySQL database, so that's why we just give it an empty string like this. Then here we have to specify our database, that is our database name. So let's initialize a variable by the name database name inside this double quotes. So you already know that our database name is clothes_app. This is our database name, clothes_app. So let's just write that here, clothes underscore app. Then after it we have to basically, you can say, write a code which will basically check, that is, if the connection is established. Okay, so for that purpose we write new mysqli, and inside the mysqli parenthesis, first we have to pass the server, which is localhost, so which is inside the variable server host. So let's just pass the first one, which is server host, and then comes the user is our root user, so user comma, then comes the password, which is inside the password variable, and then comes the database name, which is inside the database variable, just like this. Okay, and let's assign the response to a variable which will be connect now. So we assign this to our connect now variable, and make sure to save this by simply clicking here on this save all. Okay, file and save all. So this is how we establish a connection with our XAMP server MySQL, or you can say with our MySQL database using the localhost server, which is the XAMP server. Hello guys, welcome back. So now in this video we are going to implement the backend for sign up, that is to allow a user to register. So for that purpose, in our API close store, which is our API directory, first we will create a new folder. So this icon which you can see, okay, folder and this plus, okay, this is a icon for creating a new folder, or you can say a new directory. So just click here on this icon and let's create a new folder by the name user. Press enter. So our new folder users has been created. For example, if I show you, then you will see that is in our XAMP h2 docs inside the API close store. Here you can see the user folder has been created successfully. Then inside this user, okay, inside this user, make sure that you click on it, okay, just like this. Now inside this user folder we are going to create a new .php file where we will implement the backend for sign up user. So select this, that is click on this user, okay, just like this, and then click this icon button, okay, which is for creating a new file. So it will create a new file inside the user folder, and the file name will be signup.php, just like this, and press enter. So now inside the user folder we have signup.php, as you can see here, okay. Inside the user folder we have our signup.php file. Let me show it to you also in the API close store folder, okay. You can see the user folder, and inside the user folder we have our signup.php file. So anyways, in here let's implement the PHP backend for sign up user. So first of all, here we will make sure that a connection is established with the MySQL server. So we have to basically access our this connection.php file here. We have to include that here. First it will check that the connection is established successfully. So inside the single quotes you can simply write here // connection.php. It already show you this suggestion, connection.php, if you are using the Visual Studio Code. Now this // simply means that in our API close store folder, okay, that is currently, you know that we are on the signup.php file, and this signup.php file is inside the folder user. So it simply means that back, okay, that is outside the user folder we have a file connection.php. So I hope you understand this, okay. This // simply means backward, that is back inside the API close store, that is outside the user folder, okay. We are on the signup.php file, so we first say that outside the folder user we have a file by the name connection.php. So we include that connection. You already know that this is a connection, okay, which will check that it is connected to the MySQL server, or you can say to the MySQL database. So anyways, now here we have to first check, that is, whenever a new user register for the first time, then all new user records and information, or you can say the new user's data, we will save to our users table. If I show you the structure of it, then it has basically 3 columns to which we will save. For example, the first column is the user name, the second one is user email, and the third one is the user password. And of course we have this fourth column, which is user ID, but it will auto increment, okay. That is a unique ID will be assigned to each and every user, which will be non-repeatable, that is, which will not duplicate with other user IDs, okay. Each and every user will have their own unique ID. So anyways, this same information, okay, to the name, email, and password, that is when the user in the Flutter application, the user fill up the sign up form, the user provide the username, email, and password, and then click on the sign up button. Then we will tag that name, email, and password, and we will save it to our users table, okay. So that backend we are implementing here on our signup.php file. So for that purpose, first of all, remember, let me write here a comment, that is when we want to send some data to the MySQL database, okay, or you can say to the MySQL server, send, or you can say save some data, then that is called post. And when we want to receive something from the MySQL database, or you can say MySQL server, when we want to get or retrieve something from the database, then for that purpose we, so let me write here, post is basically when we send, or you can say that is save data, send or save data to MySQL database. And get is when we want to retrieve, or you can say read data from MySQL DB database. So in the current scenario, as you know, we are sending data, that is, we are saving data to the MySQL database, that is the new user record, the new user information we are saying to the MySQL database inside the table, which is user table. So we will use post. So now we can simply say $_post, and inside the single quotes we can say user_name. Now this username we will receive from the Flutter application, okay, which the user will fill in the text field of username, okay. The user will write username, let's say John. So that John we are getting from there, okay, and we will assign it to a variable, let's say give it name as username. So we assign that username which is coming from the Flutter application, okay, from the text field of username, which we will pass, of course, okay. First we are implementing the backend, and then in the next video we will, from the Flutter application, we will access our this signup.php file, and that is after clicking on the sign up button in the Flutter application. When the user click on the sign up button, then the name will get that name will come from there, okay, and once it's come, we assign it to our username variable. Similarly for the other one, which is basically the user email, we can say user email, and then we have the password, so we can say user_password, user password. So that username we assign to this username PHP variable, and that user email, which is coming from the Flutter text field, we assign that user email to this user email, and this user password we assign to our user password PHP variable. Now once we have the username, user email, and user password, which the user write in the Flutter application sign up page, okay, in the, for example, the username text field, okay, whatever, let's say John. So let's say here is now John email is, let's say, john@gmail.com, and then let's say John password is abc123456 anything, okay. So that password is now inside this user password variable. Then One more thing is, if you want to make the password secure, that is, let's say convert it to binary, or to make it secure. So for that purpose, we can, in PHP language, we have a default function, you can say, which is basically MD5, which will convert the password to binary. That is, it will make the password secure so that no one can steal your account. Okay, it will be saved in the database in binary format, that is non-readable. Okay, so basically this will convert your password to binary, that is to secure form. Let's say, for example, if your password is abc1234556. okay, so this is your original password. Okay, and this MD5 built-in PHP function, it will convert your password to binary, like for example, let's say something like this. Okay, so that no one can steal your account. And then on the login page, let's say when we implement the login, we will convert back this from the binary to your original password during login. Okay, just to make it secure. So I hope you understand this. This is just to let you know that MD5 will convert your password to binary in order to make it secure. So anyways, now we have to write our query. We can initialize here a variable which will be SQL query, and to this variable in here, that is, we will implement our query. So now we are going to save this information, as I told you, to our table, users table. So we can say that insert, use the same keywords. Okay, this is the SQL query exert keywords. When you want to save something to the SQL database, you use insert into, and our table name is users underscore table. So we can say users underscore table. Okay, exact same keyword you have to type. Okay, so it is users underscore table. This is our table name. So we want to save, that is, inside our users table, insert the information, and we will set, that is, our column. Okay, our first column is for the name. Okay, so first column name is user underscore name. So we can say set user underscore name, which is our column, our first column. Inside the username column, save the name, which is put single quotes. Okay, put single quotes. Inside this single quotes, we will pass our variable, which is username, this one. Okay, so inside the username column, save the username, then comma, we have another column which is for saving the user email, so user underscore email. So we can simply say that user underscore email equals to, put single quotes, just like this, and then inside the single quotes we can pass our user email variable, which contains the user email, let's say john@gmail.com, comma, then the last one is the user password column, to which we will save our password, to which we will assign our password. So we can say user underscore password and assign to it the user password, just like this. So let me explain this query to you. What we did is, basically, as you know that for maintaining the user records, we have created a users underscore table inside the SQL database. Okay, MySQL database, users underscore table, and it has some columns, for example, username, user email, user password. So we say that insert into this table, which is user underscore table, set inside the user column, user underscore name column, save the username, and inside the user email column, save the user email, and inside the user password column, save the user password. So now we will run over this query. So how we can run this query? First, we can say query, and inside this query we have to pass our this SQL query. Okay, query. As you know, we have assigned our this whole query to this variable, which is SQL query. So we say query SQL query. Now in order to run it, we will run it with the help of our connection, that is connect now. So we can say dollar connect now. Let's run this query. Okay, connect now, that is run this query, and the response of it we will assign to a variable result of query, or you can say response of query. So the response will be, let's say if it is saved successfully, then there will be some result, that is data saved successfully. And let's say if there is any error occur, then the response will be any error, you can say message. Okay, so that's why. I hope you understand this now. Now we can simply check, that is if the result, if dollar result of query, which is our variable, if result of query is true, that is if there is no error, and if the information is saved successfully, or you can say if the query is run successfully, then in that case we can echo. Echo means simply, for example, in Flutter programming language we use print. So in PHP we have echo. Echo is just like a print. Okay, that is when you print something. So we say echo JSON encode array success. Use the same keywords, please. Success, and this will be success true, just like this. If the query is run successfully, okay, query run successfully means that if the data is saved successfully to the user's table, then in that case we echo the array success true JSON encode. Else the success will be false. Success will be false. Now what this basically means here, this success basically, please use this same keyword. Okay, on the basis of this success, whose value will be either true or it will be either false. On the basis of this true false, basically in the Flutter application we will display the sign up response to the user, that is either your account is created successfully, or if there is any error occur, then we will display that message. Now you already know that this if condition, that is if result of query is true, then it means that the query runs successfully and the account is registered successfully. So on the basis of true, we will display a message that to the user, that is your account has been created successfully. Okay, so when the success has value true. Otherwise else, if the success is false, then we will display a toast message in the Flutter application to the user, that is some error occurred, you are not signed up successfully. Okay, that is something which we will implement in the next video. For now, let's just save all. Let me give you quickly an overview what we have done here. Now here, first of all, we make sure that we have include the connection. Okay, that is connection to the MySQL server or MySQL database. And remember, when we want to send or save data to MySQL database, then we use post. So the user in the Flutter application, okay, that is something which we will implement in the next video. That is when the user fill up the text field for username, user email, user password. Okay, in the Flutter application we have a text field for getting name, password and email from a user, and then the user click on the sign up button. So that username we are passing from there, okay, from the Flutter application. As I told you, that is something which we will implement in the next video. So that name comes here and we assign that to our username variable. Then the user email comes from the Flutter app and we assign it to this PHP variable, which is user email. And then user password comes, which we assign to our user password PHP variable. As we have now the username, user email and user password, which the user write on the sign up page in the text fields, okay, and then click on the sign up button, then that comes here and assigned to these variables: username PHP variable, user email PHP variable, user password PHP variable. Then, as we have the information now of the user who is going to register or sign up for the first time, the new user, so we have a table inside the MySQL database, which is this one, users table. So what we do is we insert a new record into that table. Okay, set simply means save, that is to the user name column, user underscore name column, we save the username. As you know, the username is inside this variable $username, which is PHP variable. So we assign that name. Let's say the name is John, so we assign John, that is we save John to username column, and then we assign and save the user email, let's say john@gmail.com. we save it to the user underscore email column, and then comes the user password, which is, let's say, abc123456. so that password we save to the user underscore password column inside the MySQL database table, which is users table. Okay, and these are our columns. So to each and every column we assign their required value, we save to it their required value or data, and then we run a query, and if the query runs successfully, then success will have value true. Otherwise, success, if the query do not run successfully, then success will have value false. Hello guys, welcome back. So in the previous video we have implemented the backend for sign up a user in PHP backend language. Now the next thing that we will do is basically to access our API, which is API close store. Okay, to access our API from the Flutter application in order to allow a new user to sign up. So for that purpose we will go back to our Flutter project, our Flutter application. I mean, open up the Android Studio, and then as I told you, we have to make connection to our API, which is API close store, for allowing a new user to sign up. As you know that we have till now we have implemented only the sign up backend. So for that purpose, let's just copy paste this, and we can give it name as host connect user. So what it means is that is inside our API we have a folder. Let me show it to you. Inside our API folder, which is API close store, we have a folder. Inside this API folder we have a folder by the name user, which you can see here. Okay, user. So basically that's why we give it a separate name, which is host connect user. Now in simple words, as you know that this is basically our connection to the API. Okay, and it is representing already by this host connect. So instead of writing it, we will just write here $, that is our host connect string. Okay, which represent this string basically. So we say host connect, that is inside the API close store folder we have a folder in there which is by the name user, which you can see here. And as we are implementing the registration, that is sign up a new user, so we have to also access this file, which is signup.php, which is inside the user folder. So for that purpose, let me write here a comment, that is sign up user for now only. So we can say static const, and let's give it name as sign up. And you know that this file signup.php file is inside the user folder. So for that purpose we can use this same reference, that is inside the user folder slash we have a file by the name signup.php. So simple and so easy. Okay, signup.php file, which is this one, which you can also confirm from here. Inside the user folder we have signup.php. So as now we are connected to our API for the sign up functionality, to perform the sign up functionality for a new user, that is whenever a new user want to sign up, then the sign up feature will be performed using our API. So now we have access to our backend, with the help of our API. So for example, currently in the backend we have only performed the sign up functionality. So now what we need to do is we need to simply add a click event on our sign up button. That is, we have to go to our authentication sign up screen dot file and access these, okay, in order to perform sign up a user. Okay, so sign up, and on the on tab, first of all we will check, that is, if the user must provide the email and password. That is, do not leave any text field empty. Let me just open up the font so that you can see the UI. Okay, I'm talking about the sign up page. Okay, that is, the user will provide name, email, password, and click on the sign up button. So when the user click on the sign up button, then we must validate this form. That is, if the user leaves any field empty, then we will tell we have already implemented that if any field is empty, then we will not proceed with the sign up. Okay, so let's just quickly implement that. That is to validate the form. So we can say if form key dot current state dot validate. Make sure to add a null check with the current state. So if the form key is validated, that is, if the user have to provide, that is, the user must provide the name, email, and password. So if all these things are provided by the user, then we will proceed with the registration. Now the important thing that we have to do here is basically to first validate the email. That is, either the user who is going to log in, let's say john@gmail is email address. So let's say we will check in the database first, either this email is already in use of some other user or not. That is, if this email is already in use of other person, then we will simply tell to the user that this is not, you cannot use this email. This is someone else's email already taken by someone. Okay, that email you can say. So we must perform that. That is to validate the email, the user email. Once the user email is validated, that is, it must be unique. The user email must be unique. It will not be in someone other user use. Okay, in simple words, let's say this is the email, for example. Okay, in simple words, this email must belong to only one user and not to two or more than two user. Okay, only one user can have this email. Let's say, for example, john@gmail.com. So only the user will have this email. Other user cannot log in, sign up with the same email. Okay, let's say if there is another person whose name is John, so maybe their email will be, let's say, john22@gmail.com. Okay, each and every user will have their own unique email and not duplicate emails. You know that email is basically unique for each and every user, just like a user ID. So that's why first we have to validate the email. So we will call here a function, a method which we will implement now, and that will be validate user email. Okay, and then we will implement this method now. Above here, the widget build, we can say validate user email. As you know that we are using the MySQL database using with the XAMP server, so the backend, you already know that we are implementing in PHP. So PHP is basically responsible for communication with the server, with the MySQL server, or you can say MySQL database. PHP is responsible for communicating with the MySQL server. So for that purpose, first of all, we have to implement the backend. As you know that the data which is going from here. Okay, after clicking, when the user click on the sign up button, it is going using, with the help of our API, it is saved to the MySQL database. So in the MySQL database, if we want to check and validate the email, then for that we have to first implement the backend. That is, using PHP language, we will implement the backend, which will check and validate the user email if it already exists or not. So for that purpose, in our API, what we need to do inside the user folder, okay, just click on this user folder. Let's create a new file and we will give it name as validate underscore email dot php. Press enter. So inside the user folder we have our validate underscore email dot php file, and now let's quickly implement the backend, that is for checking in the MySQL database either this email exists or not. We will include the connection first of all, connection.php, and then just like we get the email, okay, so we can get the email from our Flutter application which the user type, let's say john@gmail.com. so it will be assigned to this user email variable, and then we have to write a query and validate this email inside the MySQL database. Okay, so let's write a query, and that query will be select all star represents all, okay, in the SQL query. So what we are doing here, that is inside the users table, that is all the records. Inside all records we are checking for this specific email which the user type, which is, let's say, john@gmail.com. Either this email exists in the users table in the MySQL database or not. So we will assign this to a variable. Let's give it name as SQL query. Okay, so this query is now inside this variable. We need to run this query just like we run the query here. Okay, I'm going to copy this piece of code, okay, and I will just paste it here, SQL query. So first we check connect now query SQL query, that is we run our this query, and once this query is executed, the result will be assigned to this result of query variable. So the result of query, here we have to basically check using arrow operator, and in PHP we have a built-in method which is numRows, which will check the rows in the database. Now what it means I will explain, don't worry. If that is greater than 0, now what it means, this arrow operator numRows, if it is greater than 0. Now let me explain what it means. Remember, in the MySQL database, the record or the information for each and every user or each and every item, it is saved row wise. For example, let's say the user ID is, let's say, 01. This is the ID, okay, ID column. Then we will have the second column, let's say, where we will have the username, let's say John. I'm just showing you the example, okay, and then we will have the user email column, that is john@gmail.com. okay, so in the ID column we will have the user ID, and in the name column we will have the username, and in the email column we will have the user email, and similarly we will have the user password. Let's say it can be anything. Okay, in the password column we will have the user password. So in the MySQL database, the result basically saved row wise, just like this. Okay, so this is the user whose name is John, and this is, let's say, his record which is saved already in the database. Now let's say there is another user who is trying to sign up. Okay, let's say whose name is, let's say, John Parker. Okay, John Parker, or let's say anything. Okay, let's say whose name is John Parker, and he is trying to sign up with the already existing email. Okay, the second user whose name is John Parker, he is trying to sign up with the already existing email. Then this record is not going to saved. Okay, it will show an error, that is this email address is already in use. So the user has to basically change his email address and provide his email address properly. The user cannot copy, or you can say the user cannot use already existing email, that is an email which belongs to any other user. That is, each and every user must have their own unique email address. So what it means is, let me explain now step by step. Here, first of all, on the sign up page in the Flutter application, the user fill up the sign up form and provide the email address. We get that email address from the sign up page when the user click on the sign up button. Okay, that is from here. The user provide name, email, password, and click on sign up button. So we get that email and it comes, and we assign that to user email variable. Then we run a query, that is select all from users table, which is basically this table, users table, which will contain the data, that is all the records of all users, including their username, user email, and user password. And we are checking specifically where email, that is where, and it is by the name user underscore email. So please first of all make sure to change this. Our column name is user underscore email and not just email. Okay, so please make sure to write user underscore email, as you know this is our column name. So anyways, we are checking that where user email, if this column contains the user typed email, if this column contain the user typed email, okay, we are just getting all those rows, or you can say all those records. So we run this query, okay, and we check now. As I told you, this query will get the number of rows basically. So we run our query, and now here we are checking. Now as you know that this, as we take this example, okay, so I will explain using this example so that you can understand it more easily. So this record is already saved in the database, that is this email belongs to this user already, and this was the new user who was trying to log in with the same email, but he get error and his record do not saved in the database. So what it means, now if the number of rows is greater than 0, number of rows simply means the records which is in the database, okay, in the MySQL database the record saved row wise. So if the num rows length, if this is equals to 1, if this is equals to 1, it simply means that we have already an existing email, okay, that is the email is already in someone else's use. Otherwise, if the num rows length become equals to 0, let me write here, that is email already in someone else use, and it will basically, we will show an error, or you can say the second user whose name is, let's say, John Parker, he will no longer be allowed to log in with the same email, okay, because this is already with someone else use whose name is John, okay. So John Parker will no longer be allowed. That's why it will show an error to John Parker, that is this email is someone else use. Else, if the num rows length become equals to 0, then it simply means that email is not already in someone else use. Email is not already in someone else use. So a second user will be allowed, to sign up successfully. So let me tell you, that is, if any record exists, okay, for this same email in the database, okay, as you know, this was the record which already exists in the database, and this user whose name was John Parker, who tried to log in with the same email. So as you know, he is trying to log in with the same email. So this query executed and it brings us some result, the total number of rows basically in the result. Okay, so if, as you know, the result for that email already exists, so the number of rows is 1. Okay, that is one row already exists with the same email using which the second user is trying to sign up. So as one record is already exist for that email, that's why the length will be 1. The length will be 1, which simply means that it will execute the if condition, that is greater than 0. Greater than 0 means 1. So email already in someone else use, and we have to show an error message to the user, that is this email is already in someone else use. Otherwise, let's say the second user who is trying to log in an email, let's say john22@gmail.com. okay, so it will execute this query and it will check here, that is john22@gmail.com, as it was not exist already in the database, that is the number of rows comes, okay, the result which is coming from the MySQL database, the number of rows coming from the MySQL database will be equals to 0. That is no record found for that email john22@gmail.com. okay, so it will execute the else statement, as the number rows length become equals to 0, that is email is not already in someone else use, so a user will be allowed to sign up successfully, so his record will be saved successfully to the database. So now let's just quickly validate our email, that is host the validate email.php file in our Flutter application, just like we did for our sign up. So in here on our API connection.dot file, we will first add our file and we will assign that to this validate email. Okay, validate email, and you know that inside the user folder we have the file by the name validate_email.php file, which is basically our this validate email.php file. Okay, we implement the backend code for validating the email. The file name is validate_email.php, which is inside the user folder. You can see that. So as now we have implemented the validate email backend, so now we can simply validate email and allow the user to sign up. So inside this method, which is validate user email, we will use the try catch block, that is try, and if any error occurs, then that will be inside the catch, that is E stands for exception. So inside try, make sure to make this validate user email method asynchronous, since you know that we will wait for the response from the server. So we can say wait, and in order to communicate with the API, or you can say with our server, we need to add the dependency for HTTP. So for that purpose, go to your favorite browser and go to the pub.dev site and simply search for HTTP, and this one, which is HTTP, just click on it and click on installing and copy this dependency, which is HTTP, and come back to the project, and in here in the project where we have pubspec.yaml file, we will add this dependency below this get, just like this, and click on, if the debugging is on, okay, that is this red button, make sure to click that first, and then when you pass the HTTP, then click on pub-get button in order to install the HTTP packages in our this Flutter Cloth app project. So it has been added successfully. Now let's just go back to our sign up screen.dot file, and here we can first add import a package, which is http dot this one, okay, as http, just like this. So now we can say http, and as you know that we are sending data, so we will use the post method. which I already explained. Post is used when you want to communicate, that is when you want to send data to the server. Okay, so we will say http.post URL, and the URL is basically our connection to the API, that is API. Okay, so we can, with the help of that, we can say API, which is class API. Okay, so we can say API dot, and first we are going, as you know, we are validating the email, so we can call up our validate email, that is API dot validate email, and we have to wrap this inside URI dot parse. So we can say URI dot parse, and in here we can simply paste that API dot validate email, which simply means that API validate email, that is this link, this URL. Okay, that is we are validating the email. With the help of our API, we are calling the validate email.php backend, and you know that validate email.php is responsible for the communication with our server. That is, it will check either the email already exists in the database or not. Okay, same goes for the sign up, which we will implement now. So we just call our validate email, which is, let me tell you again, which is this URL. Okay, with the help of our API, we are communicating with validate email backend, which will validate each and every user email address whenever a new user try to sign up for the first time. And alongside with that, we have to pass the information to the validate email. So you know that validate email needs only one thing, which we have to pass is basically the user email, which the user will type in the email text field. Okay, so that email we have to send. So for that purpose, we can simply say body, and let's pass that data, which is email. So I hope now you understand it further more in details. Inside the single quotes, we can say by the same key name. Okay, as you know that we are receiving it here by this key name user underscore email. So by the same key name, we have to pass this data, that is user underscore email, just like this. And the values, that is any email which the user type here, let's say john@gmail.com, this value is saved inside our controller, which is basically the email controller dot text. In this way we can get this value from it, which is basically, let's say john@gmail.com. So this is the sending part. Okay, that is, first what we did, we with the help of our API, we call up our email backend. Okay, as you know, PHP is a backend language which is responsible for communication with the server. So with the help of our API, we communicate with the server, that is on this file, which is basically this URL. Okay, that is validate email.php. So in here it will perform these functionalities, that is, it will check either that email already exists in the database or not. Okay, if it exists, then it will execute the if statement, otherwise it will execute the else statement, and the response will come with the value success. That is, if the email exists already in the database, then success will be true, otherwise if not exists, then success will be false. So simple and so easy. And alongside with that, you know that that is how we are communicating, that is which information we are passing alongside, that is to our API, to our validate email.php file. To that we are passing user underscore email, which we receive here by the same key name. Okay, we are passing it by the name user underscore email, and with the same key name we are receiving it here, as you can see here. So I hope you understand all these things now. And now as we are passing this, okay, as we pass this information, this is just the communication. Let me tell you, this is just the communication. With the help of our API, we communicate with the validate email backend. Okay, that is communication with the server for validating email, and then we pass user email to our that validate email.php, that is which will communicate which will communicate and which is responsible for communication with the server, okay, which will check that if the email already exists or not. Okay, so this is just the sending part. Now comes the response time. That is, our API will give some response, that is either the email exists or if the email do not exist. So if it exists and if it not exist, according to that we have to display any message to the user. So after this HTTP post, which is the sending part, now comes the response. So we can, for the response, we can say if the, let's assign this to a variable and we will give it name as res. Res simply means response from the server. Okay, so the response which is coming from the server, okay, the thing which I explained in details, okay, for validating the email. So the response which will come from the server. So we will say that if response dot status code, if the response dot status code becomes equals to 200. Now you must be thinking, that is, what is this response means, okay, that is 200, what 200 means. 200 basically means that if you search on Google the HTTP 200 OK success status, response code indicate that the request has succeeded. That is, we have communicated successfully with our server with the help of our API. Okay, so when we communicate successfully to our server with the help of our API, then in that case the response code will be 200. So if the response status code is 200, it means everything goes successfully, that is no error occur. Remember, this is connection with API to server, that is we are connected successfully, everything goes successfully. Okay, it simply means that. From Flutter app, the connection with API goes successfully. Now the response which will come from the, as a result, okay, the response which will come from the server, or you can say from the MySQL database, that will be basically in JSON. So we have to decode that JSON. So we can say JSON decode response dot body. JSON decode response dot body. We get that response and we will assign this to a variable and we will give it name as response body, and we can then further check if response body, if the response body exists. Okay, if response body exists, please use the same keyword. Okay, it is according to the documentation. That is, if the response body exists, then what it means? Response body exists simply means that the if condition executed, that is number rows length is equals to 1, that is email already exists, email already in someone else use. Okay, it not means error, it simply means that email is already in someone else use. So success is true, that is this query executed successfully. That is, number of rows exist, number of row, or you can say number of that record basically exist in the database. So it will execute this if condition, that is email is already in someone else use, and you already know that what I mean when this first if condition executed. That is, the user is trying to sign up for the first time using someone else email, using already existing email, and I have explained this scenario in details in the last video. Okay, so this will execute this one. Okay, so what I mean is, if the response body exists, it simply means that what it means, it means it is true, that is success equals to true, and success equals to true simply means that number of rows, that is the length of the row is 1, that is that record already exists. So email is in someone else use, so we will display a message according to that to the user, that is, please try with another email. So for that purpose we will use toast messages. So let's just go to the browser and let's search for another dependency which is toast, which is by the name Flutter toast. This first one, which is Flutter toast. Click on it and click on installing, and just copy this dependency Flutter toast and come back here to the project, go to the pubspec.yaml file and simply paste that dependency just like this and click on pubget, and it has been added successfully. Now let's come back here to the signup screen.dart file, and now here we can say Flutter toast dot show toast, and the message will be email is already in use, someone else use, you can say someone else use. You can say try another email, try another email. Email is already in someone else use, try another email. And you know that is if the email already exists, that is if the success is true. If the success is not true, that is if the email is not in someone else use, then that thing we will implement inside the else statement, and that will be basically register, or you can say register and save new user record to database. So now let's complete our sign up, that is to register and save new user record to database. Now before we start working on that, this response body, okay, some of you may be thinking, and it is obvious that you must think about this, that is from where this exist came. Okay, response body exist, that is if this is true, then it means that email is already in someone else use, try another email, otherwise register and save new user record to database. Now from where this exist came, in the previous video I forgot to mention that, and it is important to first discuss this. So in our API, where we have our validate email.php file, where we execute over this code, okay, and if any existing email found, that is the total number of rows will be 1, okay, greater than 0 simply means 1, so it will execute this if condition. Otherwise it will if no email found, then it means the number of rows length is 0, so it will execute this code. Now here if you see, we set this key name to this key name, we set this value true, and in case if no email found in the database, that is in case when the number rows length is 0, then in that case success value is set to false. So this is basically the keyword. Okay, so here we will give it a proper name, that is, let's say email found. Please use the same keyword. Okay, F is capital. So email found, we will set the email found, this is the key name, we will set the value for this to true in case if email is already in someone else use, then email found will be true, else otherwise email found will set to false if the email is not already in someone else use. Okay, so by the same key name we have to basically, this is the response, okay, the response which is coming from there. So that response, so we will check here, that is if the response body email found, that is if it is true, you can write like this. Also you can further explore it by simply saying like this, that is if the response body email found, you know that email found will have a value true or false. So if it is true, then we will simply say that email is already in someone else use, try another email. Otherwise if the email found value is false, then we will register and save new user record to the database. So I hope now you understand the meaning of this. Okay, this is the response body, that is the email found value which is directly from here. Okay, so email found will have a value either true or it will be false. Remember, this keyword must be same. Okay, this is the key name for these two values, true false. So by this key name we are passing this. Okay, so this response we must receive here in our Flutter application by the same key name. If the spelling is different, then you will not receive any value. Okay, you will get error, your code will not execute. So that's why. Okay, for the validate email, as you know, this is the validate email part. So we receive that email found value, that is, it will be either true or false with the help of this key name email found. So I hope now you understand it more easily. So as now we have completed successfully the validating email feature, which will check either the email already exists or not. Now that part has been completed successfully. If you want, you can use proper name, for example, response body of validate email, or you can say check email. Okay, that is coming from the validate_email.php file, where we have implemented that backend for checking, that is, email found, then the value will be true. Otherwise, if email not found, then the value will be false. So now you can give proper name to it like this, response body of validate email. Okay, so that you do not get confused later. So anyways, now comes the part where we have to register and save new record, the new user record, to database. So we can call here a method which we will implement now, and that will be save user record, or you can make it further proper like register and save user record. This is the method name which we will implement now, save and register and save user record. So now let's just quickly implement this method. So above here, the widget build, we can say register and save user record, and this is our method, asynchronous. Now the important thing that we have to implement here is basically, remember, when we want to save now the user record, that is the user name, user email and user password, to the MySQL database, so that data we will send from here, from our Flutter application, to the MySQL database in the form of JSON, that is in JSON format. We will convert that to JSON format. So only in that case it will be saved to the database. It will go and save in the MySQL database. So how we can convert our user record, or you can say user data, to the JSON format? For that purpose, we will create a model class. So in here, in the users directory, right click on users directory, new directory, and let's create model folder. Okay, model directory. You can see inside the users folder we have another folder, model. Right click on model, new, and let's create a dot file, and we will give it name as user. So press enter, and now on our user.dot file we can say class user. So for the user data, or you can say for the user record, you know that we have the user ID, so we can say user underscore ID, which is of integer type. Then we have the string user underscore name. Let's just quickly copy paste this for the user underscore email and password. So you can say email, password, user underscore ID, user underscore name, user underscore email, and user underscore password. Then in the constructor of our user class, you can say this dot user ID, comma, this dot username, comma, this dot user email, comma, this dot user password, comma. Now how we will call this user model class and how it will convert our this data, user data, to the JSON format, you will know it, I mean when we implement it, okay, step by step. And in the end of this video I will tell you how it will basically convert. Basically that part we are implementing now. That is simply we can say map. This is now converting this user ID, name, email, password to JSON format. Okay, we are converting it to the JSON format. So we can say map string dynamic. Now string simply represents the key name and dynamic is basically the value name. And we say to JSON. That is, we want our data, we want it to convert this to the JSON format. So simple and so easy. So I hope now you understand. So this is our key name, and in front of that we will write the value of it. Now the key name we have to write here inside this single quotes or inside the double quotes. Okay, so first of all we have our user underscore ID key. We want to send the data by the same key name user underscore ID, because in the database we have the column by the same name, user underscore ID, user underscore name, user underscore email, user underscore password. So we want to use the same key name by which we have our column, as we are saving the data into those columns. So user underscore ID is the key name, okay, using which we are sending the user ID value, and the value of this user ID is saved inside our variable which is user ID. So we can simply write here user ID dot to string. Similarly we have other one. For example, the username we will send by the key name user underscore name, and the value of this, and this is the string type, okay, which I told you this is string type, and this is dynamic. That is, the value will be dynamic. It can be integer, it can be double, it can be any data type. So this is string and the value of it can be dynamic. Dynamic simply means that it can be integer type, it can be double data type, it can be string data type, and so on. Okay, so this is the string dynamic combination. That is, the key name is in string format always, and the value of it can be in any format. So key name, username, and the value of it is saved inside the variable name which is user name. Okay, and so on for the other ones. Let's just quickly add that here. Okay, user email, the value of which is saved inside this variable. Then we have user password, so the key name will be user password, the value of which is saved inside the user password variable. So basically it will convert the data to the JSON format. Now how? Let me just implement that in front of you. So now we will basically call our model class user in here. Okay, class user, model class user, and let's give it name as user model user class. So to our this user class, as you know, it needs to receive these four things. That is the user ID, username, user email, user password. We have to pass to our this user model class four things. The first one is the user ID, so we can say 1, comma. The second one is basically the name which we have to pass. So the name is, you know, that it is inside our controller, name controller dot text dot trim. Okay, so the name value is inside the, I mean using this controller, that value we are passing to this username. Then the third one is the user email, so the email value is inside the email controller, so we can say dot text dot trim. So we pass the email value to the user email variable. Okay, and then come the user password, so the user password value is inside the password controller dot trim. So we pass the password value to the user underscore password variable. So one by one we pass the ID, user ID, the name, email, and password to their required variables, to their required variables or attributes. Okay, when variables are used inside a class, then they are called attributes. So one by one we assign the values of each and every attribute. Okay, for example, ID goes to ID, then name goes to the name username attribute, then email goes to the user email attribute, and then password value go to the user password attribute. So as these have the values now, okay, using this constructor basically we pass that. Okay, so as it has received these values, okay, as it has received these values, so we want to convert this to JSON. So using this to JSON, we basically convert the values to JSON format. That is, the user record is converted successfully to the JSON format. So we have to call this to JSON in order to convert it to JSON. Now how we can convert it to JSON, I have told you. First of all, we will write here try, that is, we have to communicate with the signup PHP backend. That is, using our API we have to communicate with the MySQL server. So try, and then we have catch. So inside the try, first we can say wait HTTP post, and we have to basically provide here the link to our API and the API for user sign up. So we can say API class. Okay, API dot, and it is our API dot sign up. Okay, API dot sign up. If I show you, then this is our API. Okay, with the help of API we want to perform the sign up functionality, that is, communicate with the MySQL server and execute this signup.php code, which is for saving the user record to the database. You already know this thing. Okay, we have I have explained this in the previous video in details. So we call up our sign up with the help of our API, that is, we communicate with the SQL server for the sign up, that is, to register and save new user record to the MySQL database. So the next thing is basically we have to pass the data, that is, the user record in JSON format. So you know that we pass the user model contains now the information of the user who is going to register. Okay, that is their ID, name, email, password. We pass this data to our user model class, which is receiving here. Okay, which receive here. So the next step is to convert it to the JSON format. So we will simply call up our this to JSON. So how we can do that? We can simply say that user model convert user model, that is the user record, convert that user record, as you know it is representing by this user model name. So we want to convert that user record or user data to the JSON format. So we will call up our to JSON, that is this one, to JSON. So it will convert this data to JSON format. So as we have the data in JSON format, it will be now we can communicate easily. As you know, MySQL database will accept the data for storing, okay, for saving in MySQL database. It accept only the JSON format. That's why we convert this to the JSON format. So the response will come from the server, and that response we will assign to this variable. Let's give it name as response equals to this. Okay, just like this. Now this HTTP post you already know that about. Okay, that is, this response is basically we have to check either we are connected successfully with the API, that is, with the help of our API, either our Flutter application is connected successfully to the server or not. That is, either we are accessing the signup.php code successfully or not with the help of our API. So that response will come using inside this variable res. So we have to check either our API is working fine or not. Just like as I told you, we have done this in the validating email. When we were validating the email, the same thing we have done here. Okay, that is, we will check, that is, either the API is connected successfully or not, either the response is going and receiving from the server or not. Okay, so in simple words, I have already written this comment that is from Flutter app, the connection with API to service. If it is successful, then it will bring us back the 200 response code, status code. Okay, so you already know that. So now we can simply say here that is if response dot status code, if this is 200, it means the connection is successful, API is working successfully, and then the result will come, which we can decode, JSON decode response dot body. And we will assign that to response body, and this time this is of response body of sign up, that is sign up.php file. Okay, that's why I'm using the proper name. So if that response body of sign up, if that contains the key name, let me show to you, that is our sign up.php. If that contains the key name success, that is if the sign up is executed successfully and the user record is saved successfully. So you know that in case of that is if the query is executed successfully, that is if the record is saved successfully to the database, then to the key name success we assign the value true. Otherwise, if any error occur, that is the user record is not saved successfully, then in that case to the key value to the key success we assign the value false. Okay, so success key will have two values, it will be either true or it will be false. So success, okay, the same key name, we can say if the response body, that is this response. Okay, so if it is true, if it is equals to true, then I have already told you guys earlier, that is you can also further explain it like this. Okay, it means the same, that is if the response body success, if the success key value is equals to true, then we will display a message to the user, that is flutter toast.showToast. We will say that sign up successfully or registered successfully, sign up successfully, or you can write like congratulations, sign up, you are sign up successfully, just like this. Otherwise else, that is if any error occur, then in that case we will say error occurred, error occurred, try again, just like this. And in case if any exception occur, then we have to basically display the exception message, that is the error message. So we can say e dot to string, and if you want you can display this also in a toast message, flutter toast dot show toast e dot to string. This e will basically show us the error message if any error occur, that is what error is going on. Okay, similarly in case of validating email we have also a catch, so if any error occur we want to display that, just like this. So what we have done now, let me just explain this code again. First of all, as I told you at the start of the video, that is when we want to save any record to the MySQL database, then we must convert our user data or any data to the JSON format. So in order to convert our data to the JSON format, for that purpose we create our user model class. Okay, and we just implement this code here. Now how it is working, that is first of all to our user model class we pass the values to the required attributes here, which is receiving inside here. Okay, so then we communicate with the server with the help of our API for the purpose of registration. Okay, that is signup.php. So with the help of our API, we communicate with the server. That is, we want to execute our signup.php backend code. That is, we want to save the new user record to the MySQL database. So we communicate with the server and we pass the data to our signup.php. That is this one, okay, signup.php, which is basically the backend code for saving the new user record to the database, to the table users underscore table. Okay, so this code basically to that we communicate. That is that code we want to execute. With the help of our API, we communicate with the server for the sign up, and alongside with that we pass the data. And as you know, in order to pass the data, we must pass that data in JSON format. Only then we will be allowed to save it in the MySQL database. So we pass our user model. First we convert it to JSON. Okay, we convert our user model. That is, we convert that data in this format. That is, it will have a key name, and in front of that key name it will have the value. Then user key name is username, okay, and the value is inside the username variable, which you know we receive one by one to each and every attribute. So basically JSON, this is the JSON format, that is key value format, key value format, key value format, key value format. So we convert that to JSON format, okay, and we pass it in the body, okay, to the sign up. So when we pass it, we receive it here, that is name, email, password, and we save it to the database. We insert it to the database, and then we ignore the user ID because our users table has a auto increment feature for user ID. That is, ID will be generated automatically, auto increment, okay, a unique ID for each and every user will be created. So the data which we are passing, okay, that is the user model, the user data which we are passing in JSON format, we receive that here. For example, we get the name from it, the user email from it, and the user password from it, and we assign it to these variables, PHP variables, and then we insert this data to the database inside the table user table. So if this is executed, that is, if the server is active, okay, that is, if the API is working successfully, and if this is executed successfully, okay, if the query runs successfully. First of all, let me show it to you, okay. First we check, that is, if our, let me write this, okay, that is from the Flutter app, the connection with API to server, if it goes successfully, then which simply means that if the response come, that is, if the query executed successfully, that is, if the data is saved successfully to the database inside the users table in the MySQL database, then the result of query will basically bring us some response. That is, it will be either true or false. So if it is true, then we will assign it to the key success. If it is false, then we assign the false value to the key success. That is, sign up is executed, that is, new record is saved successfully to the database. Otherwise, if any error occur, then user record is not saved successfully to the database. So with the help of this success, we basically get the response, okay. We get the response, that is, success will be either true or it will be either false. So if the success key value is true, then congratulations, you are signed up successfully. Otherwise, error occur, try again. So simple and so easy. So now we are ready to test the application. First of all, make sure that you have saved the API and every code, okay, by clicking the save all. Make sure to click save all, and then now let's just come back and open up the phone. And let's click on this play button in order to install the app on our phone. Now also you have to make sure that open up the XAMP control panel. I mean, we have to open up the server, okay, that is the XAMP server, and start the Apache and MySQL just like this, and then go to your favorite browser and simply go to localhost PHP myadmin, okay, as you can see here. Also, one more thing which we have to make sure is basically open up the command prompt, and in the command prompt we have to write ipconfig, okay, ipconfig. We have to make sure that our IPv4 address do not change, okay. If it is changed, then we must update our this IPv4 address in our API, that is in the API connection. As you can see, it has been changed. So let's just copy this new one, IPv4 address, just copy this and then come back here and simply paste that here, okay, just like this with the new one, okay, just like this. And as we have done these changes, so we will simply close the debugging, okay, and install the app again, so that it also get these changes and install the app from scratch on our phone. So these are the changes which you have to make sure that you first did that, and then click on the play button, install the app on your phone for testing. So the app is running now, and now let's just go to the sign up page, and I'm going to register as a user whose name is, let's say, John, and then email john@gmail.com, then password. So now let's just click on the sign up button, and it shows error occurred, try again. It simply means that on the sign up screen.dart file, our method, which is register and save user record, here is this else statement, and it is executing this piece of message, okay, this piece of code, this message, error occurred, try again. So the reason for that is after when we using API, when we execute the sign up backend code, so we get the response from the server, which simply means that in the response body, success key has a value false. That's why it execute this else statement. Success is false, that's why it execute this piece of code, that is this else statement. So we have to go to our signup.php file, and here on our signup.php file we have to check what mistake we have done. So if we check here, everything is, this piece of code is correct. We have to check our query step by step. We have to check, okay, insert into users table, the table name is users table, it is correct, and these are our column name. Let's first verify, okay, verify this, user underscore name, user underscore email, user underscore password, and we say set to the username column, save the username inside single quotes, and to the user email column set the user email value, that is john@gmail.com, okay, and then to the user password save the user password, okay. So if you see here, we have missed here the single quotes. So first of all, cut this user password, cut this and first write single quotes just like this, and inside this single quotes we have to write our $user password, okay. So this was our small mistake which we have commit. However, the rest of the code is correct, okay. Earlier when we tested the result of query, this else statement executed, that is, it do not save the user record to the database, so success was false. So now make sure to save all, okay, just like this, and then come back to the Android Studio and let's install the app by clicking on this play button. So the app is running now, and now let's just go to the sign up page, and now let's try to sign up. So now if we click on the sign up button, congratulations, you are signed up successfully, which simply means that our sign up backend code, that is our query, is now correct. It is executed successfully, and when it is executed successfully, then it means that result of query is true, that is, it will execute this first if statement, okay, where the success value will be true. So as the success value is true, So the response from the API for the sign up, it will come, that is the key success will have a value equals to true. So it shows us, congratulations, you are signed up successfully. Now we have to go to the MySQL database and click on the users underscore table. And here we go. Here is our first user record. The user ID, a unique user ID. Each and every user will have their own unique ID, okay? Now we will also create register new users further, so you will see it. The username, you can see the user email and the user password. User ID has the user ID column has the user ID, username column has the username, user email column has the user email, and user password column has the user password, which is in binary, or you can say in secure form basically. As you know that when we save the password in the database, we write here MD5, so it will make it secure. Like as I told you earlier, I hope you remember that when we were implementing the sign up, that this MD5 will basically convert our password to hash, or you can say make it secure, that is converted to binary strings basically. So you can see that, okay, it is secure. Now let's try and sign up using other user. Now let's also test the feature, that is, you know that John is now already registered, the John person, using this email. So also let's try to check up our validate email feature. Either if another user try to sign up with the same email, so will he be allowed or not? So also let me show to you guys the code step by step, okay, so that you can understand the meaning of it as well further in details. Now you know that this is our sign up button, okay, and when you know that there is a user who is already using this email whose name is John. Let's say there is another user whose name is John Parker, okay, and he has this password 1234567 let's say, okay, and he is trying to log in with already existing email. So after clicking on sign up button, you know that it called this method which is validate user email. So now let's just click on sign up, and it says email is already in someone else's use, try with another email. That is, it execute this if condition. That is the response from our validate email.php file. That is the email found is, that is if condition executed, okay. The number of rows returned from the server is, you already know, 1, okay, 1 row already exists with that email. So it executed this if condition, that is number of rows, or you can say number of length is 1. So it execute the if condition, that is email found is set to true, okay. To email found key we assign true value. So this time it execute this one because this email already exists in the database, okay. So that's why it shows to this John Parker user try with another email, okay, because this email is already in someone else's use. So that's why it execute this piece of code, that is email found set to true. So according to that, the response coming from the API, from the server, email found key value is true, so it execute this piece of code. So the user has to now change his email address. So let's say john22@gmail.com, and now if the user click on sign up button, congratulations, you are signed up successfully. That is, now in the second scenario, the response coming from the API, from the server, email found is now false because this was not already exist. John22 email @gmail.com not exist already in the database. So which means that else statement execute, that is the num rows coming from the database, that is for john22@gmail.com, okay, @gmail.com. In this case, the num rows length is 0, that is email is not already in someone else's use. So it set the key email found value to false, which simply means that it execute the else statement, that is register and save the user record to database. So this code I already explained. It execute the if condition, that is congratulations, you are signed up successfully. Now if we go to the database and we refresh this by clicking on this browse button, then you see that new user has been registered, and this new user has their own unique ID, user ID, which is true. and username John Parker, user email john22@gmail.com, and this is the secure password in binary for this user whose name is John Parker. Now after successful sign up, you may want to clear the sign up form, okay, that is clear this form. So you can also do that by simply coming here to the sign up screen, and when everything goes successfully, that is congratulations, you are signed up successfully, then in here you can simply write here set stat, and inside the set stat our controller, for example we have 3 controllers, name controller dot text, and you can set this to empty string like this, okay. Also we have another technique which will do the same thing, which is the built-in function in dot programming language, which is dot clear, okay. So it will basically clear the name text field. Similarly for the other 2 text field controller, that is name, and then we have email controller, and then we have password controller, okay, just like this. So now click on this debugging button, okay, just close this, and now let's install the app from the start. So the app is running now. Let's go to the sign up, and I'm going to write here the username, let's say Muhammad Ali, and then the password is, let's say, ali@gmail.com. The email is ali@gmail.com, and password will be, let's say, 123456, and let's click on sign up. So after successful sign up, you see the text field cleared, okay, using this piece of code. So it is cleared now. And now if we check the database, then here you can see we have a 3rd user, Muhammad Ali. This is the email, and this is the secure password, and this user has their own unique user ID. Hello guys, welcome back. So now let's start working on implementing the login user feature. So first of all, we will implement the backend for a login user, just like we implemented for the sign up user. So for that purpose, inside our user folder, we are going to create a new PHP file. So just select this user just like this, and then click on this icon button, new file. And you can also create a new file inside the user folder when you right click on this user folder, and you will see this option, new file, okay. So you can also create it from here as well. So you can simply give it name as login.php, okay. Inside the user folder you can see our login.php file is created successfully. So now, just for the time saving, I'm going to the sign up backend code, and I will simply copy this whole piece of code from here, okay. Copy this from here, and let's close this, and on the login.php I will simply paste that code in here. Of course, now we will change it according to the login user implementation. So first of all, we have to include the connection, then we have to remove this username, because in the Flutter application, on the sign in page, on the login page, we take 2 inputs from the user. One is the user email, the other one is the user password. So when the user click on the login button, we pass from the app the user email and user password to our this login.php backend. That is, we communicate with the help of our this API closed store. With the help of this API, we our Flutter application communicate with the server, MySQL server, which I have explained many times. So I hope now you have the idea about this. So the email comes here, okay, and we assign it to this PHP user email variable. Then the password come here, and we assign it to this user password PHP variable. And as you know that at the time when we were saving password to the database, okay, then we convert it to hash, that is to secure form, or you can say to binary form. So that's why now when we want to log in, so we will first convert the user password to hash, okay. That is, in the database it is saved in hash form, and it is not saved as it is. That's why we write MD5 with it, okay. That is, calculate the MD5 hash of a string. So then we have to write our query. So we are going to select this time from the users table, okay, the record that is the email which will match with the user email and the password which will match with the user password in the database. Okay, in the database in the users table. So we say select all, star represents all, select all from, please use the same keyword. Okay, so select all from users table where you do not need the username. You know that we have email and password. So we say that select all from users table in the database where the email column contain this user email which the user type in the text field in Flutter application, and another condition will be and. Okay, that is and user password is equals to the user password which the user type in the text field in the Flutter application on the login page. So it is so simple and so easy. That is, first of all, from the users table, okay, select all from users table. That is, within the all records in the users table, we want that specific record where the user column contain the email which the user type in the login page in Flutter application in the text field of email. Okay, so where the user email column in the database, the user email column contain that specific email which the user type in the email text field in the Flutter application in the login page. Okay, so the user email column must contain that email. Okay, if it contains that specific email and that is alongside with this, that is user email column contain that specific user email which the user typed in the text field, and alongside with that we also want that user password must contain the user password which the user typed. That is, if the email and if the password is correct, if the email and if the password is correct, that is, if it is found in the MySQL database in the users table, then simply run this query, okay, and assign the response of it to this result of query variable. So if the record found, that is, when any record is found, okay, so it means that we will have one row, that is one record, just like we did in the validate email.php. That is, if any record found, for what purpose? That is, where the user email contain the user email and user password contain the correct user password. So if any record found after executing this query, then it simply means that it will bring us num rows. That is, the length will be 1. That is one record found, let's say. Okay, so we can here use the PHP built-in function which is num rows, just like we use in the validate email.php, that is num rows. So if any record found, which simply means that if the email and password is correct, then the num rows will be 1. So here we will write a condition, that is, it must be greater than 0. So when the num rows is greater than 0, it simply means that 1. Okay, so that we can simply write here, that is, allow login user, allow user to login, you can say allow user to login. Otherwise, if the email and password is not correct, then the result from the database will come, that is, num rows length will be 0, no row found for the email and password. Okay, so the num rows length will be 0. So when it is 0, it simply means that do not allow user to login. Now in case of successful login, we also want to get that specific user record, whole record. As you know, in the MySQL database, I have told you in the previous videos, that is, the record is saved in rows. Each record for each user, the record is saved in rows. Okay, so now one by one, that is, let's say if John is trying to log in, john@gmail.com, and this is the password. So if the email and password is correct, then we have to retrieve the John record, that is the user ID of John, username of John, user email of John, and user password of John. One by one we have to get that. So for that purpose we can say that let's initialize a variable and we will give it name as user record equals to array. And then as we will fetch one by one, that is the user ID, username, user email, and user password of John. So for that purpose we will use a loop, and we will use the while loop. So we can say while row, let's give it name as row found, the row found in the database, and we will get from the result of query. So result of query fetch assoc, this one, fetch underscore assoc, and the row which is found we will assign that record, that row found record, to our variable which is user record. So what we have done here, well, you know that when the numerous length is greater than 0, so it simply means that we allow the user to log in, that is the record found, okay? And it is in the case when the user email and the user password which is provided by the user in the text field, if they are correct. So if they are correct and if it is found in the database, then you know that now we have the record which we can fetch using our result of query. So what we do here, as you know, one by one we will get, for example, let's say John login successfully. So one by one, that is we have to get the user ID of John which is 1, username of John, that is John, and user email which is john@gmail.com, and then the user password of John which is in hash form, okay, you can see here. So one by one we have to fetch each and every information for John. So that's why we have to run a for loop, and we run this for loop on our result of query. Fetch assoc simply means that it is the built-in function in PHP language, okay, and it basically fetches a result row as an associative array, that is it will fetch this row as an associative array, okay, so that it will you can say bring or fetch or read that specific record. Let's say in case if John is trying to log in, okay, so it will fetch this specific row, it will fetch. So that we assign to our row found, that is this row which has been fetched, we assign it to our row found. And the while loop run, that is, this is basically the condition for while loop. So when it stands true, only then the while condition will run, that is we fetch that associative array, that is that specific user record, and in the condition, as you know, it is assigned to the row found. So the while loop run, and that row found we assign to our this user record, which is also of array type, you can say, okay, which is array. So you can say that that row found associative array we assign, that is that record found, that row found, or you can say that row found which is basically an associative array, that is which contains the user found information, the user who logged in successfully, that user that specific user record is inside this row found. So that record we assign to our user record array. So as now we have inside this user record, we have the user information. So then outside the while loop, first also we have to pass now some information to the Flutter application as a response. For example, the success key, we will assign the value true. So on the basis of this, we will tell to the user, that is you are login successfully, and we will send the user from the login page to the main application, that is to the home screen, which we will implement. And alongside with that, we will also pass the user information which we fetch, which is inside the user record array. So for that purpose, the second parameter alongside with the success, okay, let me just break this in pieces so that we can see it easily, just like this. So we can say comma, and the next thing that we want to pass is basically the user record, that is the user data. So you can we have to write for it a key name and assign the value the data. So I will give it name as the key name, okay, user data, just like this, and the values which are saved, which is saved inside the user record. So we can say $user record, okay. In the user record array, we have the complete user data which has been fetched successfully from the database. And the, as you know, it is in raw format. It will be in raw format. As you know, we have fetched it as associative array, okay, and then we assign that to our user record, so it will also be in you can say in a raw format, okay, that is inside the array. We want it from the 0th index, okay, that complete data we want to get. So that complete row which contains the user ID, username, user email, user password, okay, we assign, that is we pass this user record, complete record, with the key name user data, just like we pass success. In the same way, we write here the key name user data, and we pass with this key name we pass the whole user record, which we will receive in the Flutter application by the same key name user data. So I hope now you understand this whole piece of code, which is so simple and so easy. While in case of that is, if the email is incorrect, or let's say if the password is incorrect, or let's say email and password both are incorrect, then in that case the num_rows length will be 0. So the else statement will execute, that is it will not allow the user to log in. So in that case, to the success key we will assign the value false. That is, on the basis of it we will display a message in the Flutter application to the user, that is, you are not allowed to log in because your password or email is incorrect, or you can say this record do not find in the database. So this is all about our backend of login.php. Make sure to click file and save all, okay, save all this code. So let me just give you a short review what we have done in this video. So when we communicate from the Flutter application to the server with the help of our API close store, then basically from the Flutter application we will pass two things, the user email and the user password from the text field, and we assign it to their required variables, user email PHP variable and user password PHP variable. On these two things we run our SQL query, that is in the MySQL database. In the users table we check if we found any record, any row which contain the correct user email and the correct user password. So if any row found, it means the length will be 1. So the num_rows length will be 1. So if it is greater than 0, which simply means greater than 0 means 1. So it means the record found and the user is allowed to log in. And otherwise, if the user password email is incorrect, then the num_rows, that is the response coming from the MySQL server, or you can say MySQL database, the num_rows length in that case will be 0. That is no row found. No row found simply means no record found. So the num_rows length will be equals to 0 in that case, and in that case else statement will execute, okay, that is do not allow the user to log in. So when the user is allowed to log in that case you already know that this piece of code is just for the login, okay. Now we also want, in case when the login is successful, in that case we also want to fetch that specific user record. Let's say John logins successfully, so we also want to fetch the user ID, username, user email, user password of that specific user. So for that purpose, First we initialize user record array, and then we run a while loop, and in PHP we have a fetch associative built-in function, basically which fetch or which read that specific row on which the query is executed successfully. Okay, so from the result of query, which is the query which executed successfully, so from this result of query we fetch that specific record with the help of it, or you can say from that we fetch that specific row, okay, that specific row we fetch, that specific record or that specific row we fetch, and we assign it to row found, and it is also the condition in the while loop. So the while loop will run and it will assign the whole row information, the whole record information. It will assign, or you can say it will save it to the user record array, and then we have to pass it. As you know, we will pass back the response to our Flutter application. So to the Flutter application, the response we pass is basically the success key has a value true, that is, we will, on the basis of it, we will tell to the user you are logged in successfully, and we will send the user from the login page to the home screen. And then also we pass the user data, the complete user data, the complete user record which found. We pass that information with the key name user data to the Flutter application. So by the same key names we have to receive this information in the Flutter application. So now let's just quickly include our this login.php backend file in our API connection from the Flutter application. So for that purpose, let's just go back to our Flutter application. In here we have API connection.dart file, and just like we include here the sign up and validate email, in the same way we can include our login.php. So we can give it name as login, and inside the user folder we have our login.php. Host connect, you already know, is basically our API close store, which is basically our API close store. Okay, or if I show you in the Visual Studio Code, then basically this is our API close store, which is basically our API which is responsible for communication with the MySQL server, or you can say with the MySQL database. So anyways, now we have included that. The next thing is we will go back to the authentication where we have login screen.dart file, and when the user click on the login button, then in that case we will call up here a method login user now. We call this method here, which we will implement now, login user now. So copy this name and come here above the widget build. We can say login user now. It will be a synchronous method, and then make sure to import here the http.dart as http. In the same way, just like on our sign up screen.dart file, what we will do first, we will communicate with the server. That is, we will pass the body, that is the user email password in case of login, and with the help of our api.login.php file we will communicate with the server. So for the time saving, I will just copy this code from here on our login screen.dart file. We can simply paste that. So now you know that we are communicating with the server for the purpose of login. Okay, so api.login, you know that api.login is basically our login.php backend code, which is basically responsible for communication with the server for the purpose of login, that is to allow the user to log in successfully or not. If the email password is correct, then the user will be allowed to sign in successfully. Otherwise, the user will not be allowed to sign in if the email or password is incorrect. Now the next thing comes the body, that is which information we are passing. So you know that we are passing the user email and user password, okay, which will be received here on our login.php file. So for that purpose we will use the same key name by which it is receiving here. Okay, so we are receiving it here by the key name user_email. So let's pass it. it is user underscore email key name. So by this key name we have to assign the value to it. So it is email, the value of it is saved inside the email controller dot text. Okay, just like this. So we pass the user email from here. Next comes the password, which we receive here by the key name user underscore password. So we can say that user underscore password, just like this. So password controller dot text. Now after when this code is executed, you know that we have to check if it is executed successfully or not, which is basically the from Flutter app, the connection with API to server, if that is success or not. Okay, so let's just copy this if condition, and then after the variable response, that is after this, we can simply paste that code here. So this is when the status code is 200, it means success. So then we get the response from the server, that is it will be either the if condition, that is either the user is allowed to log in or the user is not allowed to log in, that is the if else condition. So that response we assign to our, as you know, we are on the login screen now, so let's give it name as response body of login, response body of login. Let's remove this. So we say that is if the response body of login, okay, success, which simply means that the success will have either the value true or it will have either the value false. So success key, if that is true, it means congratulations, you are you are logged in successfully, or you can say you are logged in just, okay, you are logged in successfully. In case if the success key value is false, that is when this else statement executes, so in that case you already know that it simply means that the user email or password is incorrect. So we will say please write correct password or email. Okay, try again. Or you can say incorrect email and password, try again. So it is totally up to you. Okay, or you can also write a long message like this, incorrect credentials, which means either password or email is incorrect. Okay, so we say please write correct password or email and try again, just like this. If you want to move this to the next line in the toast message, then you can use this /n. So anyways, this is in case when the success key has a value false, that is user email or password is incorrect. In case when the user email password is correct, that is when success is true, the user is allowed to log in. So alongside with the success key value, we are also passing something, which is response body of login, which we can receive. If I show you, basically we are passing the user data. So we have to receive this user data, which contains the user record values. Okay, the user record values simply means that the user ID, user name, user email, user password, which will be in JSON format. So that JSON data, or you can say user record, which is in JSON format, that we have to receive by the user data key. So let's just do that. We can simply say user data, just like this. And as I told you, this will be in JSON format, so we have to convert it from the JSON format to the normal format, you can say. So for that purpose, what we need to do is we need to basically go back to our model user.dot file. Okay, and in here we can say factory user dot from JSON. map string dynamic. As you know, the key name is always in string and the value of it is in dynamic format. That is, it can be either string or int or double data type, whatever it is. Okay, and let's give it the name JSON. User. So first of all, we have the ID, which is basically the user ID, and you know that it is the integer data type, so that's why we have to parse. So we can say int dot parse, and then the data which is coming is user underscore ID from the user ID column. Then we have the user underscore name, and then email and password. So user email, user password. So now from our login screen, we have to pass this JSON data to our user dot from JSON, just like this. Okay, so this JSON data we pass to from JSON. In simple words, from JSON will help us getting the user ID from this JSON format. That is the user ID, user name, user email, and user password it will get from it. Okay, and this is the user ID, name, email, and password of the user who logged in successfully. Okay, that specific user data. Now we have to assign this specific user data for later usage in the app. For example, this user will add item to the cart, and we have to also implement the feature that if the user is already logged in, then we have to remember that specific user credential, that is this user is already logged in. Okay, so whenever he closed the app, and then let's say after 2 days if he open up the app again, then he will be directly sent to the main screen because that user is already logged in. Okay, so we have to remember the credential, that is this user is already logged in. So that information basically we have to saved to the local storage with the help of shared preferences, and that is something which we will do in the next video. For now, this information, which is basically in order to remember the user, that is user ID, user name, user email, user password, we have to assign this to user info. Okay, so this user info now contain this information: ID, name, email, and password. So now as we have the user, that specific user complete information, that specific user who logged in successfully. So as I told you, using this information we have to save using the shared preferences to the local storage. Okay, in order to remember this user. So that is something which we will do in the next video. Let me write here a comment, that is save user info to local storage using shared preferences. So now let's just create a new class. So I'm going to create a new folder, and that folder I will create inside the users. Okay, so right click on users, new directory, and let's give it name as user preferences. User preferences. Okay, and press enter. So this is our user preferences folder, which is created inside the users folder. Okay, as you can see here. Now right click on user preferences folder, new .file, and let's create user underscore preferences dot file is created inside the user preferences folder. So we can create a class remember user preferences, or you can say remember the user. So first of all, the first thing that we will implement here is the method which will be for save user info. Save, or you can say remember locally, okay, using the shared preferences I'm talking about. So anyways, let's just quickly implement static future. This method will return nothing, so we can say void, and let's give this method name as user info. It will be asynchronous. So let's first initialize the shared preferences. For that we have to also add the dependency, okay. So go to the pubspec.yml file, also open up your favorite browser, go to the pub.dev site and simply search for shared underscore preferences, which is this one, shared underscore preferences with null safety. Click on installing, and let's quickly copy the dependency and come back here to the project and simply paste that dependency in here below the Flutter toast shared preferences, okay. Click on pub-get in order to install shared preferences package in our ClothSAP project. So it has been added successfully, installed successfully. Now come back to the user preferences.dot file, and we can write here shared preferences, which is this one, preferences equals to wet shared preferences dot get instance. So we create an instance of the shared preferences, okay. We initialize an instance of the shared preferences. Now with the help of this instance preferences, we can set the data, that is save, or you can say remember user data. So first of all, we can say JSON encode, and to this we will pass the user info dot to JSON. So we encode the user information to the JSON format, okay. When we save data locally with the help of shared preferences, then we save it in JSON format, okay. Specifically in this case, in this project, we will be doing like this, okay. So now we will assign this to a variable. Let's give it name as user JSON data, and then we will set this data locally with the help of shared preferences, with the help of our this instance preferences. So for that purpose, we can say wait preferences instance dot set string, and the key name will be current user. We have to use specific keywords. For example, current user I write because it is the online user, okay, the user who is already logged in, okay. So please go with the same key names, okay. Otherwise, if you use different keywords, then later on maybe you will get confused, because I will have different keywords and you will have different keywords. So current user and the value of which is inside the user JSON data. So in this way we save the user data, the user who logged in successfully. That user data we saved locally with the help of shared preferences, okay. We save it to the local storage, to the phone storage, with the help of shared preferences. Now we save it because we have to remember that user, okay, because that information we will use in the app. That is the online user information we will use in the app. For example, when the user add item to the cart, when the user place order. So in that case we will need, for example, the user ID, that is which user is going to add this order, or which user is trying to add items to their cart, okay. So that's why we save the online, or you can say the current user information, that is the user who is already logged in, who logged in successfully basically. So that user record we saved to the phone local storage with the help of shared preferences. And that is why we give this method this unique name, which is basically save user, or you can say save remember user. Okay, because we have to remember when we save the user information to the phone local storage with the help of shared preferences, then it basically means that we remember that user. So this is our first method, okay, for our remember user preferences class. So now we have to call this method here, okay, and here we can just say wait, and the method which is remember user prefs, remember user preferences, and the method which is save remember user, save or remember user, okay, which is the method name. And to this we have to pass the information, that is the user who is logged in successfully, or you can say this online user information we have to pass to it. Okay, so let me tell you, we pass that user who logged in successfully, okay, or you can say this online user information who logged in successfully, he is online now, okay, he or she is online now. So that information we pass to our this method save remember user. So this is receiving here, okay, this user information is receiving here. Now this information we want to save to the phone local storage. So that's why with the help of shared preferences, okay, so first we create the shared preferences instance, and then we convert that data to the JSON format, because when we saved information to the phone local storage, we save it in JSON format. So first we convert that online user information to JSON format, and we assign it to this user JSON data string variable, and then with the help of shared preferences instance we save that data to the phone local storage. This is so simple and so easy. So once it is saved successfully, we will send the user, that is after executing this code successfully, we want to send the user to the app main screen, and which will be basically our dashboard home screen. So for that purpose, inside the users folder, okay, right click on users folder, new, and let's create a new folder, and we will give it name as fragments, okay, fragments. So inside the users folder we have a subfolder created which is by the name fragments. Now right click on fragments, new dot file, and let's create dashboard of our fragments. Fragments are basically, it will be our screen. For example, home fragment screen, order fragment screen, favorites or wish list fragment screen, and profile fragment screen. Okay, so this will be, you can say this dashboard will be our default screen for all, or you can say dashboard of fragments. Dashboard of fragments, it will be the file name. Okay, dashboard of fragments dot file. Let's import the material dot and let's create stateless widget. We will give it name as dashboard of fragments, and for now we will do nothing but just we will display a message. Okay, so we can say return, let's just return scaffold widget, and let's display an app bar, and it will be app bar, and in the app bar we can display just a title using the text widget, that is, this is dashboard, just like this. So now in here on our login screen dot file, we can simply send the user after successful login to the screen which is dashboard. Okay, dashboard of fragments. So we can say get dot to dashboard of fragments. Okay, dashboard of fragments, just like this. If you want to add some delay, let's say of 2 or 3 seconds, then you can also do that. For example, we will say future dot delayed duration milliseconds 2000, which means 2 seconds, comma, and we can say get.to dashboard of fragments. That is when this code is executed successfully. So after this, after 2 seconds, just send the user to the dashboard of fragments, where we will see an app bar, and on the app bar we will see this dashboard message title. Okay, so now I'm going to test the app. So let's just click on this play button in order to install the app on our phone. So let's just log in, then password, and let's click on login button. So we do not get any response. The reason is because here inside the login user now method we have to put this code in a try catch block. Now what I mean is, cut this whole piece of code, okay, what that is inside the login user now method, okay, cut this whole code inside it, and then first of all you have to write here try, you have to use the try catch method, and then after try we have catch, that is in case if any error occur, the exception message we have to print. So inside the try we have to paste our code back, which is this code, okay, which we write in this video. Here it is, okay, and then if any error occur, then we will print the exception message. So we can say error, and using the concatenation sign plus we can say e, which is the exception dot to string, that error message basically, or you can write here error, okay, error msg, error message, and we can say error message dot to string. So that's it. Also when we call our this method, okay, when the user click on the login button, we have to validate the form before calling. So before calling this method we have to write here if form key dot current state dot validate. We have to validate our form, our login form. So if it is validated, then in that case we are going to call up our method, which is login user now. Before testing the application, make sure to close the debugging, and we have to go back to our API connection. We have to check our IP address. Open up the command prompt and just write here ipconfig. So IP before address, okay, this one, IP before address. So as you can see, it has been changed, IP before address. So we have to just copy this, okay, just copy this and then paste that here. Now once you do these changes, now let's just test the app. So the app is running now, and now let's just quickly test the app for the login. So now if I click on login, then it shows this error break, which means we have some error, and that error is the exception. Okay, error message, format exception, unexpected character at character 1. So let's fix this error. Now remember, some of the two other students, they have commented that they also get an error like this in the sign up. So remember, whenever you get an error like this, it simply means that you have wrote something wrong in the backend code, and the backend code I simply means the .php code. So for example, in the current scenario, we get this error for the login. So we have to check our login.php backend code. So it means that there must be some error in my login.php backend code. So I have to check each and every line of code with great focus and care. So for example, my error is in here, I forgot to write here this, okay, these brackets, because when the row is found, it will be saved to our user record. Okay, so make sure to add these brackets with it. So this was my error in the backend. That's why I got this error, okay, which says format exception, unexpected character at character 1. Okay, so please make sure to write this, and once you do this, first we will save this backend code, okay, by clicking file, save all, and then we will go back to our Flutter application, and you can either hot restart, okay, and now if I come here and now if I click on the login button, then you are logged in successfully, and here we go. Congratulations, we are logged in successfully. And as you know that, let me give you a small overview of the code. As you know that when we logged in successfully, then we save, or you can say remember the user. That is the information which is coming from the MySQL database as a response for that specific user. Let's say that user is, in our case, when I log in here, it was john@gmail.com. So John ID, John name, John email, and John password, that will be assigned to this user info. Now this user info we pass to our save remember user method on our remember user preferences. Okay, and basically that information which we pass from here, okay, we receive that information here as a parameter. So we encode, or you can say that user information we convert to JSON format. Okay, we encode that, and then we save it to the phone local storage using the shared preferences with the key name current user. So you can say that in the local storage of the phone, now we have the information of this current user who logged in successfully, which is John. Okay, so John ID, John name, John email, and John password. Hello guys, welcome back. So in the previous video we have completed the login feature, and you already know that after the successful login we also save the user data. We save the user data to the local storage using the shared preferences with the key name current user. So the key name current user contains the user information, for example the user ID, username, user password, and user email. Now the reason we have stored this data after successful login is because we have to remember that user. For example, now in this video the first feature that we will implement related to that is when the user logins successfully. So when the user close the app and open up the app again, then that user, if the user is already logged in, then the user will be automatically sent to the dashboard screen, to the main screen, and not to the login screen again, unless the user click on the logout button from the main screen, from the dashboard screen. Only then the user will be logged out from the app. So I hope you get the idea. Now let's just quickly implement that. So first of all, right click on user preferences, new dot file, and we will create a file by the name current underscore user, current user. So current user dot file is created inside the user preferences, and now in here we need to create a class, and we will give it name as current user, which will extends the, as you know, we are using getx state management, so we will use the getx controller. Rx user model class underscore current user equals to user 0, comma, single quotes, comma, single quotes, comma, single quotes, dot obs user get user, and get user from current user dot value. You will create a method by the name get user info, asynchronous method, and we can say user get user info from local storage, okay, which we have saved with the key name current user. So how we can get, as you know, we have saved it with the help of shared preferences instance, okay, by the key name current user. So I mean, we can easily get it by simply saying here that is remember user prefs, just like we have saved it, okay, save remember user. In the same way we can get that by the key name current user, okay, that whole information which we saved. So for that purpose, let's create quickly a new method here inside the remember user prefs class, and we can give it name as get, or you can say read user info now. So in this method we have saved the user info to the phone local storage with the help of shared preferences by the key name current user. And in this method, which we are going to implement now, in this method we will now retrieve, or you can say get or read, that user info. Static future void, we can say read user. Let's create an instance of the user model class, which will be by the name current user, or you can say current user info. And just like we create an instance here while we were saving the user information, in the same way we can do that here. We create an instance of the shared preferences. Now here we have set the string, while here we will get that string. So we can say preferences dot get string, and the key name, by which key name we have saved. You already know that we have saved the information to the key name current user. So we can get from the same key name that information which is saved in JSON data format, okay, user JSON data format. You know that, I hope you remember that. I have explained this in detail in the previous video. So we get that current user details by the key name current user, and of course we will assign this to a variable user info. So now user info basically contain the information. Make sure to write here this question mark, okay. So we will check that if the user info which we get from the phone local storage by the key name current user, we will check if that is not equals to null, that is, it must contain the user current information. So we will check if this is not equals to null. Then you remember that while we were saving it, we encode that, okay? We convert, or you can say encode that to JSON format. So as you know, the data which we get now here from the local phone storage, it is now in JSON format, okay? It is now in JSON format. We have to convert it to the normal format, that is from JSON. So for that purpose, we can simply say JSON decode. You can say that in simple words. Here we encode the data, here now we will decode the data to normal format. While here we encode it to the JSON format, here we will decode it to the normal format. So anyways, let's just quickly do that. We can say user info, we decode that data, and we will assign this to map format, map string dynamic. Now string dynamic, string represents the key name, while dynamic represents the value. Value can be of any data type, that is double, int, integer, and so on. And let's give it name as user data map. So that decoded data we assign to the user data map. Now as you know, we have to convert it to from JSON. We have to get that data basically to the normal format. We have to convert. So for that purpose, we can simply say user dot from JSON. Okay, we have to get it from JSON as it is in the JSON format. So we will pass our user data map to it, just like this, and then we will assign this data to our this current user info. Current user info. So now current user info contain the user information. That user information which we saved to the local phone storage in the previous video. Okay, we get that from the local phone storage, we decode that data, and from JSON we get that data and we assign it to our current user info. So in simple words, the remember part you can say we implement in this method. Okay, let's give it proper names. Instead of calling it save remember user, let's give it the proper method name, which will be only save user, or you can say store user. Store user data, or store user info, you can say store user info. Okay, this is the proper name for this method, while this will be read user info. And as you know that this method we have called from our login screen, which is this one. So we can simply call up here save dot the method name which we change store user info. Okay, so we can now say here on the login screen, that is store user info, just like this. Okay, just do this change. So using proper and appropriate names are good practice, okay, for development. So that's why I change the method names in front of you. So please change this to proper names. So this will be store user info, this one is read user info. So now as you know that our current user info contain the online user information, so now we have to return that. Okay, so the return statement for this method we will change to, as you know, it will return the user info, so you can say future user. Okay, just like this. So it will now return the user information. So after the if statement we can simply say return current user info, just like this. So now let's come back to our current user dot file, and here we can say that remember user preference earned user prefs dot read user info, and then as we have to wait for the response. Okay, that is the response from this method. As you know, it is future method. So as you know that when we call this method here, which is read user info, okay, this method. So you know that this method will return us the current user information which we get from the phone local storage, okay, which we convert to the normal format, and that data we return it from here. So as it is returning from here, then when we call up this method, then it will assign that current user information to this, okay, get user info from local storage. So this variable of type user model class, this now contain this information, current user info, okay, current user information is assigned to this variable. So then this information, which is get user info from local storage, we will assign this to our underscore current user dot value, just like this. Add a null check here. So now, as you know, on the dashboard screen we have to basically call over this current user. So let's go back to our dashboard of fragments.dot file, and here above the widget build, what we can do is we can create an instance of our current user, and we will give this instance name as remember current user. As you know, it will perform this feature, okay, that is remember the user information. So you can say get dot put current user, and then in here let's remove this first, and we can say get builder, as we are using getx stat management, okay. So you can say get builder init the current user, then init stat, let's give it name as current state, that is either the user is already logged in or not. And let's make this current user instance private by simply writing here this underscore, okay, underscore. So underscore remember current user. So we can say underscore remember current user dot get user info, just like this. And then after the init stat we have builder controller return scaffold widget. Now in the next video we will implement the bottom navigation bar with multiple buttons alongside with the logout button, and that buttons will be assigned to our fragment screens which we will create in the upcoming videos. So yeah, see you guys in the next video. Bye for now. Hello guys, welcome back. So now let's create the fragment screens. For example, the home screen, the order screen, profile screen, wish list, or you can say favorite screen. So for that purpose, in the fragments folder, okay, right click on fragments, new dot file, and let's give it name as home underscore fragment, home fragment underscore screen, home fragment screen, and then press enter, just like this, okay. So home fragment screen dot file has been created. Now import the material dot, and let's create the stateless widget, and we will give it name as home fragment screen, home fragment screen. Now for now we will just display at the center of the screen, we will display the screen name, okay. So for that purpose I can simply say scaffold, and then in the body of the screen at the center, okay, center, we will display a text using the text widget, and that will be the screen name. Let's say home fragment screen. Okay, just like this. Now let's create another fragments. Right click on fragments, new dot file, and this is the order fragment underscore screen, order fragment screen. Let's copy this code from the home fragment screen and copy paste that here in the order fragment screen. Okay, select this home fragment screen here, right click on it, refactor, rename. As you know, this is our order now, order fragment screen, and we can say order fragment screen, just like this. Now right click on fragments, new dot file, and now we can create profile underscore fragment underscore screen, profile fragment screen. Let's copy paste that here and select this class name, right click on it, refactor, rename, and this is now profile fragment screen. So we can say profile fragment screen, and then we will have another last fragment which will be the wish list, or you can say the favorite list screen, where basically we will display all the items which the user add to his or her favorite list, or you can say to his or her wish list, favorite or wish list. Okay, so let's give it name as favorites fragment screen. Let's rename this quickly. So this is our favorites fragment screen. So these are our 4 fragment screen. Now we will add these fragments on our dashboard. That's why we give this file the proper name, which is dashboard of fragments, because we will access these 4 fragment screens here. Now we will basically, in the next video, we will implement a bottom navigation where we will have 4 buttons for accessing the screen. For example, the favorite, home, order, profile fragment screen. Okay, we will have 4 buttons for accessing these fragment screens. That's why we give this file the proper name, which is dashboard of fragments. That is, this is the dashboard for these 4 fragments. So anyways, this was just to let you know. Now on our dashboard of fragments, we will create a list where we will add these 4 fragment screen. So for that purpose, below the current user, we can simply say list widget. As you know, it is widget, basically these fragments, stat list widget screens. Okay, and we can give it name as fragment screens. So at the first index, we will keep the home fragment screen. At the second index, we will keep the favorite fragment screen, and at the third index, let's keep the order fragment screen, and then at the 4th index we will have the last one, which is profile fragment screen. Okay, so now our this underscore fragment screens contain all these fragment screen which we just created. Okay, now as I told you, in the next video we will create buttons for these 4 fragments in order to access this. That is, when the user tap on the home button, we will display the home fragment screen. When the user tap on the favorite button, then we will display this favorite fragment screen, and so on for the other 2. Also, for these buttons which we will implement in the next video in the bottom navigation, we need some label, some title, and some icons. Okay, so for that purpose, and basically we will create animated bottom navigation bar. So for that purpose, let's create a list where we will specify the icon and label for our those buttons, okay, according to these index numbers. Okay, please use the same index number, okay, so that you do not get confused. So let's give it name as navigation bar, or navigation button, you can say navigation buttons properties. So first of all, as you know, we have the home fragment screen, so let's specify it for the home. First we will add these curly braces, and inside this we have to specify the icon and label for the first fragment screen inside this first curly brace. So first we will have the active icon colon, please use the same keyword, okay, and then the icon for the active icon for this first fragment home will be icons.home, which is basically this one, okay, this filled home icon. This will be for active, and then we will create another one which will be non-active icon. That is when the button is not clicked, non_active_icon. And for this, for the non-active, we will have the icon home_outline, this one, okay, this non-fill icon, home outline. And the label for this will be home. So this is the properties for the first fragment screen, which is home fragment screen. In the same way we can specify now for the second fragment. So let me just copy paste this. Now the second one is for favorite, so we can say use the icon which is favorite, this one, favorite, okay, filled hard button, and the non-active will be favorite border, this one, this non-fill. And the title, as you know, this is favorite fragment screen, so the title, or you can say the label for this will be favorites, just like this. So this is for the second fragment. Now for the third, which is order, the third fragment is order, so let's write here orders. And the icon for this, we have no icon related to orders in the default Flutter icons, okay. So for that purpose we will use a dependency. Go to the pub.dev site, okay, open up your browser, go to the pub.dev site and search for font_awesome_flutter, font awesome flutter, this one with null safety, okay. Click on installing, and let's copy the latest new dependency. Come back here and let's paste that here and click on pub-get in order to install this dependency in our project. So our dependency has been installed successfully. Now let's just come back here, and here we can use now the font awesome icons, because here we have this beautiful icons, extra icons basically you can say, which is, we have many options here. I mean box open icon, and then for the non-active icon we will have the icon which is box. So these are the properties for the third fragment screen, which is ordered fragment screen. Now for the last one, which is profile, let's just copy paste this, and this one is for profile. And for the profile we can use icon.person, Okay, for the active icon, and for the non-active we have an icon person outline, this one. So yeah, this is the properties for our fragment screens, which we can access by this name. So let's just quickly add a bottom navigation bar to our this dashboard, from where we can access our these 4 fragment screens. So we can say body bottom navigation bar. As you know, we are using the getx stat management. So first we can write opx, and now we can say bottom navigation bar current index, and the current index will be, let's initialize here, rx int, an integer type index number. And let's initialize this with 0.obs. So now we can say index number dot value, and on the on tab this index number will be changed. Now what I mean, I will explain in details, don't worry about this please. So whatever the new index is, new index value is, we will assign that new index value to the index number dot value. Make sure to put a semicolon here. And then the next property for the bottom navigation bar is to set the properties. For example, we want to show the selected labels, so yes. Also we want to show the unselected labels, yes. The selected item color. Now these selected labels or selected item color, these are the buttons, okay. These buttons, basically the navigation button, for which we have specified these properties, okay. So these are the bottom navigation bar button properties which we are setting here. For example, the selected labels of these button, that is the button names, and the color for that, okay, all these things. So the selected item color, that is the active color. So the active color for each button is, we have 4 buttons, for example. So if I click on the home button, then home button will be highlighted. So what will be that highlighted color? That will be colors dot white. And the unselected item color, that is the non-active buttons. That is, if I click on home, button will be highlighted, while the other 3 will be unhighlighted, okay. Unselected item color. So for that we will set, or you can say the non-active buttons. So colors dot white 24. Then can set the items. So we can say list dot generate length. We have 4 buttons, you already know that. We have 4 buttons, 1 2 3 4, okay. We have 4 buttons, that because we have 4 screens, that's why we have 4 buttons, okay. So we have 4 buttons, or you can say we have 4 fragment screens, that's why we have to specify that length here. So 4 comma index. Now underscore navigation button properties, pass the index to it, and let's assign this to a variable, and let's give it name as nav btn property, nav button property. Return bottom navigation bar item. The background color for this bottom navigation bar item will be black. Okay, colors dot black, and the icon for this will be nav button property, and it is basically the non-active icon for each navigation button. Okay, we are specifying this is basically the usable code. I will explain this now. Comma, then comes the active icon. So for the active icon, we have the active icon key, using which we can access the buttons active icons. And then comes the last one, which is label. So label is nav button property, and it is by the key name label. And the background color of our dashboard screen will be black. And as I told you many times that this is basically a dashboard of our these 4 fragment screen. So in the body of dashboard of fragment screen, this will be the navigation, okay, the bottom navigation. So please, instead of body, you can write here, by mistake I just write here body. This is body navigation bar. Okay, so at the bottom of this dashboard of fragment screen we will display bottom navigation bar. However, in the body of this dashboard of fragment screen we will display our 4 fragments according to the buttons on which the user will tap. Okay, now how? Let me just write here, I will show it to you, and then I will also explain the code further to you guys. Okay, underscore fragment screens, that is our 4. You know that fragment screens is basically, these are our 4 fragments which we can access with the help of fragment screens, underscore fragment screens. And you know that each and every fragment will have their own index number, so you can say index number dot value. So now let's just test the app on our phone, and then we can also review and explain. I will review and explain this code which we have write in this video till now. So the app is running now, and now let's just quickly log in. First of all, make sure that your XAMP server is running. Okay, so I will start Apache MySQL, and now let's just quickly log in. This is my password. Let's click on login button. You are logged in successfully, and here we go. We are on the dashboard of fragments. Now let me just explain to you the code. First let me show to you guys these 4 navigation buttons. You can see when we are home, it is home fragment screen. When we are favorites, then when we click on favorites button, then we are on the favorites fragment screen, and when we click on the orders, then we are on the order fragment screen, and when we click on the profile button, then we are on the profile fragment screen. So now what we have did, as you know, I have told you many times, this is our dashboard of fragment screen, okay, which is basically you can say a common screen for our these 4 fragment screens which you already see here, okay. For that, for accessing these 4 fragments, we have created these 4 buttons for which we have specified these properties, okay. The active and non-active icon, you can see when home is active it is like this filled icon, and when it is not non-active then it becomes this empty type, okay. It is not filled icon. Same goes for the favorites, you can see, and same for box open and box close, you can see, and then for the profile. So we have these for accessing these 4 fragments. For accessing these 4 fragments, we created these 4 buttons, okay, so that when the user click on any button, then it will navigate to that fragment screen. For example, if I click on the first icon, then at the first index we have our first home fragment screen, which you can see here. If I click on the second button, then on the second index we have our favorites fragment screen, which you can see here. And then at the third button, if the user click, then we go to the third index, and on the third index we have order fragment screen. And when the user click on the profile, which is the 4th button, then it goes to the 4th index number, okay. So that's why here we have just specify, okay, that is first what we did. We write here bottom navigation bar, that is these button which you see here, okay. This bottom navigation bar which you see, we get that with the help of this Flutter property which is bottom navigation bar, okay. As we are using the getx stat management, so we use obx, okay. Then we implement our bottom navigation bar, which you can see here. Now inside this bottom navigation bar we specify the current index, which I explain, that is first index, second index, third index, and fourth index. On the first index we have home fragment screen, while at the fourth index we have profile fragment screen, at the second index we have favorite fragment screen, and at the third index we have order fragment screen. So each and every fragment screen, they have their own index number. So that's why we have a property for the bottom navigation bar, that is the current index, that is which button is currently clicked. For example, currently the 4th button is clicked, which is profile, so it get the index number value, that is 4, okay. And according to that, as it get the 4, okay, the 4 value is clicked. For example, if I click the third one, which is order, then it get the 3, okay, 3 value, that is on the on tab index value change to, that is it get 3, and 3 is assigned to the index number dot value, okay. So the current index become 3. I hope you get that. Let me tell you. First, this on tab, okay. If I tap on this one, so though this is the second button, okay, so it means second index number, or you can say second value. So the value has 2, and 2 is assigned to the index number dot value. So now 2 is assigned, so the current index is now second, which means that according to the second index number, now it will show us the second screen, whatever the second screen index number is, okay. That is the at the second index number, whatever the fragment screen is. So at the second index number we have a fragment screen which is favorite fragment screen. If I show you, then it is basically favorites fragment screen, which you see here, okay. This screen is at the second index number. If I click on the first index, then on the on tab it will have the value will have 1, and that 1 will be assigned to the index number dot value. So now the index number dot value, that is the current index, is 1. So at the first index, whatever the fragment screen is, it will just display us. So at the first index number, the fragment screen is home fragment screen. So if I show you, you can see home fragment screen, you see that screen here. So simple and so easy. Then comes the properties. For example, the show selected labels, which we want to show, that is home, okay. We want to display that, and the unselected labels, we are using just one label, which is home, Okay, in the properties we have specified as for the active and non-active, for both we have same label. Okay, because it is according to our need. We do not need any unselected label. For example, just like we use icon. Okay, you see for the active it is this icon, for the non-active it becomes this empty, and we have specified this here. Okay, which you can see here, for example, favorite border. Okay, so the label is the same. That's why we want the label, we want to display the item labels, selected labels, and the unselected labels, that is home. When home is active, home is showing. Okay, and when home is not active, then home is also showing with that. Okay, I hope you understand this now. Let me tell you, show selected labels. For example, I select the home button, I click on it, so it is showing me this label of home. And show unselected labels. For example, if I navigate to the second button, then still it is showing the home label with the non-active buttons, which you see here. We set that to true. Then the item color is white, which you see here, that is the active icon color is active color for the button is white, and the non-active color is this gray type. You can say white 24. Okay, you can see here the color also white 24. And then item list dot generate, which simply means that we have 4 screens, so we specify that 4 screen, that is we have 4 fragment screen. Okay, 4 fragment screen. And if we write other than this number, for example 5 or 6, then we will get error because we have 4 screen and we want to navigate between these 4 buttons. Let's say if you have another screen you want to add, then you have to add that fragment screen here. Okay, and you have to specify the properties for it after here. Okay, and then you will have to change the index number to 5, for example for the 5th button in the bottom navigation bar. So according to the current situation, we have 4 buttons, that is 4 indexes. Okay, so one by one, that is, as you know, these are our properties which we specify here. Okay, these property for these buttons, navigation button, one by one we specify. Okay, so one by one we want to display these properties, that is the background color for the bottom navigation bar item. Okay, you can see it is black, the color. Okay, and then the non-active icon, that is when the icon is non-active, for that we have to display the non-active icons for each and every button, for each and every button from the properties which we specify here at the top, for each and every button. Okay, for example for the home, these are the properties, for the favorite, these are the properties, for the orders, these are the properties, and for the profile, these are the properties. So for each and every button, that is currently according to the current situation we have 4 buttons. So for these 4 buttons we want to display their non-active icon, their active icon, and their label one by one. Okay, for these 4 navigation buttons we display their non-active icon, the active icon, and their label. So simple and so easy. So this is all about our bottom navigation bar. That is how we can implement and add it to our app using the getx stat management. You can see it is working fine, and it is animated, since you can see here. Okay, that is when we tap on any navigation button, then you can see it is changing, which means it is animated. Hello guys, welcome back. So now the next thing that we will do in this video is basically to check, that is, if the user is already logged in, then in that case we will send the user from the login screen directly here to the main app, or in simple words, to the dashboard or fragment screen. However, if the user is not already logged in, then the user will be navigate to the login screen automatically. Now for that purpose, you already know that we have implemented the user preferences dot file, where we have, after successful login, we save the user information to the local storage using the shared preferences, and also we get, or you can say read, the user information from the local storage using the shared preferences. So as we have store and retrieve the user info from the shared preferences. I mean, we have implemented these things already, so it is now simple. All we need is we need to simply go back to our main.dot, and in here what we need to do is we can simply say home future builder. In here we can specify the future, which is basically the user preferences. So we can say user remember user prefs. Okay, I mean this one. Okay, this class remember user prefs. So we can say you remember user preferences dot, and we will simply call the method which is read user info. That is read, or you can say get the user information from the phone local storage using the shared preferences. Okay, so that current user information we have to get from the phone local storage using the shared preferences. I mean, we have already get that. Okay, we have implemented that already inside this method. So now we have to call this method which will return the current user info. So we have to just call that method here. So simple and so easy, because we have already implemented that. Okay, so it will basically return us the current user information which it gets from the phone local storage using the shared preferences. So now here we will check, that is if data snapshot dot data. So if data become equals to null, then in that case we will simply return the login screen, else return the dashboard of fragments. So now let's just test the application, and I will explain the code again. Okay, you remember that I was logged in, okay, when I closed the app. Now let me install the app again on the phone. And you will see that I am already logged in, because previously I was logged into the app successfully. I hope you remember that in the previous video when we were testing the app, and also at the start of this video I show you this. You already see this phone that I was logged in and I was here on the dashboard. So even if I close the app and I open up the app again, then I will be at the dashboard screen. That is, I will be already logged into the app. Unless I logged out from the app, I sign out from the app, only then it will send me to the login screen. And then when I close the app and I start the app again after clicking the sign out button, okay, I will be redirected. I mean, the app will redirect me to the login screen. And then when I close the app and open up the app again, then I will be redirected to the login screen, because I have already logged out from the app by clicking the logout button, or you can say the sign out button. So I hope now you understand this. So let me tell you now. If you remember, we have already implemented the user preferences, and I have told you guys that is we name this specific name we give to this class, which is remember user preferences. That is the user information. First, what we did, that is at the time of login we have implemented this method, that is we store or save the user information to the phone local storage using the shared preferences by the key name current user. Then after it we also implemented this other method, which in this method what we have implemented, you already know that we get that information which we save to the phone local storage using shared preferences with the key name current user. In this method we get that information, we retrieve, or you can say we read that information from the phone local storage using the shared preferences with the key name current user. With the key name current user we have saved, and then with the key name current user we retrieve, that is we get that information. So as you know that this method will return this current user information, that is the user who already logged in. Okay, that information it is returning from here. So what we did in this video is basically we specify here future, that is we call up our that method read user information. That is we need to check either the user already logged in or not. For example, in the current scenario, the user was already logged in, so the information is stored to the phone local storage. Okay, so it will return the user information. For example, in my case, it was John information, John ID, John email, John password. Okay, all the John information. So this current user info will return that. So that's why, as it contains the information, so this data snapshot basically represents that John information. Okay, data snapshot represent that data which is returning from here. Okay, it can be John, it can be any user information. So that information is represented by this data snapshot. So we check, that is, if that data snapshot contains data. For example, in the current scenario, it contains the data, that is John is already logged in, so this data snapshot contains the John information. So it is not equals to null. That's why it will execute the else statement. That is, data snapshot has data, it is not equals to null. Null simply means that when the user is already not logged in. So this current user info, which will be returned from this method after calling it from here, it will, if the user is not logged in, okay, so it will return null in that case. When it returns null, then in that case null, it will be equals to null, so in that case it will redirect the user to the login screen. But in the current scenario, the user was already logged in, so it do not return us the null. Instead, it returns us the John user information. So in that case, it will execute the else statement, as data snapshot is equals to the John complete information. So it is not equals to null, so it will execute the else statement, and that's why it shows this dashboard of fragments, where we have basically these 4 buttons from where we can access our 4 fragment screens. So if you want to test and check the if condition, that is when the user is not already logged in, then in that case, let me just close the app. What I'm going to do is I will go to the details of this app, okay, to the app information, and from here you can simply go to the storage and simply clear the storage, that is delete the information which this app stores. Okay, and now as it's cleared the information, that is it delete the local storage information of this app from this phone which the user is using. Okay, so if I open up the app, then it will redirect me to the login screen. Okay, because we clear the local storage information for this clothes app from this phone. Okay, so you see that now in that case this if condition executed, because now when it call up this method, then the current user info returns from here null. As there is no information, so it will return us null, and when null is returned, then it will check as the snapshot.data, as it becomes equals to null, that's why it returns us to the login screen. However, as I told you, if the user log in successfully, we will also implement the logout button again in the next video, and then you will see that I'm logged in successfully. So if I close the app, okay, the user is already logged in now. You see that. Now if I open up the app again, then it will redirect me to the dashboard screen. Hello guys, welcome back. So now in this section we will implement the profile screen of the user, that is the user who is logged in. We will display that user information here on this profile fragment screen. So for that purpose we have to go to profile fragment screen. Okay, profile fragment screen, and now in here let's remove this profile fragment screen, I mean this center widget. We do not need this. Also we do not need this scaffold, and now we can simply say return list view, since we will display a profile icon and then the user information in perpendicular direction. So for that purpose we will use a list view vertically. Children widget and first of all at the center we will display that image icon, or you can say that image, which will represent just that this is the profile screen of the user, and the width for this image will be 240. I will provide these two images. One is by the name woman and another one is by the name man. Okay, just download these two images and then copy it and come back here to your project, and in here we have images folder. Right click on images folder, click paste and click OK. So now inside the images folder we have man and woman.png files, which you can see here. Okay, so whatever image you like, you can add that as an icon in here. Okay, now how we can do that? Inside the images folder we can say images folder, inside that slash means inside the images folder. Okay, inside this folder slash means that. So inside that we have an image by the name man.png. For example, if I want to display the man.png image, which is this one, if you want you can display this one, okay, which is by the name woman.png. so it is totally up to you, whatever icon you want to display. Let's test the app on the phone so that we can see the UI changes at runtime, the result at runtime. Let's navigate to the profile, and here we go. Here you can see this image icon, which is woman.png. Let's check the other one. So whatever image icon you like, you can simply add that here, as you can see here. And of course, in the same way you can add your own images if you want. Okay, if you do not want to use these my icons, then you can add your own, I mean the images. Okay, we are using this image as an icon, so you can, if you do not need these images, then of course you can add your own custom images. Okay, whatever you like, it is totally up to you. So anyways, after this we want to add our, let's add some space first. Size box of height 20, and you can see this gray line. Okay, as this is constant size box of height 20, so we have to add const modifier with it. Now here we need to add a reusable widget. To implement a reusable widget on which we can display the user profile name and the email. So for that purpose, above the widget build, let's implement that reusable widget. That is, we will write the code only one time for that widget and we can call it as many times as we want. Okay, professional way of developing the applications. So I will give it name as user info item, user info item profile. So we will pass two things to it, which is the icon data. Okay, icon data, comma, the next thing is the data, that is the, for example, the username, the user email, which information we want to pass. So that, let's give it name as user data, or return container, as the return type for this method is widget. Let's apply some decoration on it. Box decoration, border radius dot circular 12, and color for this will be colors dot gray. Then after the box decoration, let's apply some padding, and padding will be edge insets dot symmetric, and horizontally it will be 16 and vertically it will be 8. Then after it, as it is constant, we'll use horizontal 16, vertical 8, so add a const modifier with it. After padding, let's add the row widget. So horizontally, or you can say row wise, first we will display the icon, which is icon data, and size for this will be 30, and the color for this will be colors dot black. Then after the icon we will add some space horizontally, so we can say width, as we are inside the row widget, width 16. And then using the text widget we will display the user data. Let's apply some style on it, text style, and the text style we will just display add the font size, and the font size that we will use is 15. So basically this is our reusable widget. Okay, this is our reusable widget method, you can say, to which we will pass only the icon and the title we want to display on our this design which we just implemented. Okay, so this is the reusable code. For example, now we do not need to write this code twice or thrice. I mean, all we need, let's say if we need this widget 4 times, so we will just call it by their name and we will pass these two things to it. Okay, so this is the professional way of developing applications. For example, now first we want, let's say we want to display the username, so for that purpose we will call our this user info item profile reusable method, or you can say widget. Okay, so the icon which we need to display with the username is icons dot person, and the user data, that is we want to display the username. So let's just give it this name. Let's say the username is username. Okay, so we just call that reusable widget and we pass the icon and the username to it. Okay, that is the user data. We do not need to basically write this long piece of code again and again. For example, now for the second time we need to display the user email, so we will just call that user info item profile icons dot email, and then the user email we want to send as a data. Let's say it is user email @gmail.com. So you see, that is, we just call that reusable widget. Okay, there is no need to write this code twice. Okay, to write it twice, we just call that in single line of code. Okay, and then again we need the same widget, so that's why we call it. Okay, and we just pass our required information. For the first time we need it for the username, and for the second time we need it for the email, for displaying the email. So this is how you write reusable code, or you can say make reusable widgets in Flutter, which is basically the professional way of developing applications. Let me just hot restart and let's go to the profile so that you can see the result. You see username, user email. Now we need to basically add some space between these two widgets, just like this, and you can see that. And then after this, finally we need to add a button here. We need to basically implement the logout feature, so for that purpose we have to add a button, logout button. So using center widget, child material widget, color for this button will be colors dot redescent, and the border radius dot circular at child inkwell widget. And on the on tab, that is when the user click on this button, what we want to do, we will of course implement the sign out feature. Okay, for now we will just leave it empty. Then border radius dot circular 32, child padding edge insets dot symmetric. Horizontally it will be 30 and vertically it will be 12. The button padding, okay, for the logout button padding basically. And then after it, let's add the title to this button. So for that purpose, after the padding we can say child text, and it will be sign out, or you can say log out. Let's apply some style on it. The color will be white color, colors dot white, and font size will be 16. You can see that. Okay, this is our button. As padding will have constant values, so add const modifier with it. This text will also remain constant, so const. As this whole padding will have constant values, for example padding will be constant and this text will be constant, so add const modifier here, okay, with the parent, and remove it from this padding, okay, that is edge insert dot symmetric, and also remove it from here because we have already added that with the parent padding. That is inside this parent padding we have edge insert dot symmetric as a child for the child text widget. I mean, okay, we have a child text which is sign out, and on this text widget this padding is applied, edge insert dot symmetric, which is horizontally 30 and vertically 12. Okay, so that's why with padding we add const modifier. So this is all about our profile UI. Now we have to of course apply some padding on it to make the design more beautiful. For example, with the parent, the overall parent widget, in which we have this whole design which is basically list view. On this list view let's apply some padding, and it will be from all sides. We want to add, let's say 32. If I come here, then here you can see it's look more beautiful now. Now the next thing is basically to display the original username, that is the name of the user and the email of the user who is logged in. And you already know that which information we get from the local phone storage, and you already know this also, that is that information which we get from the phone local storage, we assign that to our current user instance. That is, with the help of this we remember the already logged in user. So that user information we can now access with the help of this current user instance, which belongs to the current user class. So for that purpose, what we need to do is, here we can say current user. Let's create an instance of the current user underscore current user equals to get dot put, and we want to get the current user information, so we can say current user So with the help of this instance we can access the information of the already logged in user. So for that purpose, come here, and now we can pass the original name of already logged in user. So we can say current user dot user dot username underscore current user, that is with the help of this instance. We say current user dot user. Now what is this dot user? This is basically this user, okay, to which we assign, you can say, our current user information, and that current user information we get from the phone local storage, which you can see here. First we get the information from the phone local storage, it is assigned to this, and then we assign this get user info from local storage, which contain the user information. We assign this to the current user value. Okay, that is, it is assigned to this. So that information basically it is assigned, or you can say we can access it with the help of this user. Okay, we can access that current user values, or you can say current user information, with the help of this user. So what we did here is basically we create an instance of our current user. In order to access the implementation of the current user class, we create an instance of that class here. So we say here that is underscore current user instance dot user. You know that, which contain the user already logged in user information. So we say underscore current user instance dot user dot, and we access the username from it. That is, we get the username from it. Similarly, in the same way here, we will get the user email. So we can say current user dot user email. So simple and so easy. So now let's just restart the app, and now let's just close the app from here first, okay, by clicking on this debugging, and let's click on the play button to install the app completely on our phone. So the app is running now, and if we go to the profile, then here you can see John is the online user, okay, who already logged in. So that's why we see the John username and the John email, okay, username and user email. Hello guys, welcome back. So now let's just quickly implement the sign out feature. That is, when the user tap on it, so we will sign out the user, which simply means that first we will clear the phone cache, or in simple words you can say we will delete the user information which is saved to the phone local storage using the shared references. So that information we will delete from the phone local storage, and then we will send the user to the login screen. So in this way, user will no longer be remembered, which simply means that is the user is signed out successfully, okay, just like this. So for that purpose, let's quickly implement here a method, and I will give it name as sign out user. It will be asynchronous, and we will display a dialog box. So you can say wet get dot dialog. It will be an alert dialog. The background color for this dialog will be gray, and we can set the title for this dialog box. So as you know, we are treating this as we will have a dialog box with the button basically. So in the title of this dialog box, we will display that logout. Okay, this will be the title, logout, or you can say logout user. The text style font size will be 18, and the font weight as this title, so let's make this bold, font weight dot bold. And then next thing is, after the title we have the content for this dialog box. So after title we have content. We can say, are you sure you want to sign out, or you can say log out from app. And if you want, you can move this to the next line by simply writing here /n, just like this. Okay, so in the first line it will be are you sure, and then in the next line it will be you want to log out from app. So this is the content, and after the content we want to add buttons. So actions, and we will have two buttons. We will use text button. We will have two buttons. Okay, first one will be yes, which is the confirmation, the other will be no. So when the user tap on it, we can say get dot back. First let me write here the button title using the text widget so that you can understand it why we write this. This will be no button. Okay, and the color for the no button will be colors dot black. So when the user tap on the no button, then get dot back, which simply means that close the dialog box. In simple words, okay, it will close the dialog box. Then after it we will have another text button which will be for the yes button. Okay, confirmation for logout. So the second button we have is yes, and when the user tap on it, then we will say get dot back, and with this get dot back we will basically close the dialog box, but we want to send a response, and that response will be, you can say, result. Okay, that response will be yes, or if you want to give it a proper name, which is the professional way, basically this get dot back here, it will close the dialog box, which I already told you. In case of no, okay, if the user click on the no button, it simply means get dot back simply means close the dialog box and do nothing. While in case of yes button, if the user click on it, it will get dot back will close the dialog box, but alongside with that we want to send a response, and which we will assign to the result. Okay, and a specific key we will pass, that is logged out. Okay, using this keyword, this will be the response. Now this response, which is logged out, how we will get and how we will know. After the get dot dialog, okay, after the get dot dialog, which ends here, we can say that if, and let's assign our this get dot dialog to a variable, and let's give it name as result response, which simply means that the response from the yes button clicking. Okay, when the yes button is clicked, this will be sent as a response. So that response will be assigned to this result response variable. Now here we can say that if result response, if that become equals to that specific keyword or that specific result which we send as a response, if this become equals to logged out, it simply means that the yes button is clicked, and when the yes button is clicked, we have to log out the user from the app successfully and send the user to the login page. So for that purpose, what we need to do, first we will go to the, let me write here a comment. What we will do is basically delete, or you can say remove the user data from phone local storage. Okay, that is, the user is going to logged out from the app. So for that purpose, we will simply go to our user preferences.dart file, and here we will create another method, and that method will be static future void, and let's give this method name as remove user data, and you know that, or you can say remove user info. Okay, remove user info from the phone local storage. That thing we will implement inside this method. This method will be asynchronous, and now here you will create an instance of the shared preferences. Okay, and using the preferences instance, what we will do is we will say wait, and using the preferences instance we will remove. And we will remove what? We will remove the current user information which is saved to the phone local storage by the key current user. Okay, I hope you remember that. So we will remove that current user complete information from the phone local storage. This is how we can remove from the phone local storage using the shared preferences. Okay, so that user information will be removed, or you can say delete successfully from the phone local storage, which simply means that user information is removed from the app, or you can say from the app, from the phone cache for that specific app, which is basically our clothes app. So the current user information is removed. So as the information is removed, it simply means that user is no longer remembered, so the user will be logged out from the app. So we can simply call that method here. We can simply say remember user prefs, which is that class, remember user prefs dot remove user info. That's it. So simple and so easy. And when it is removed successfully, that is when this is executed successfully, then we want to do something. Dot then when this code is executed successfully, which simply means that when this is remove user info, sorry, okay, make sure to call remove user info method. So when the user information is removed successfully from the phone local storage, then simply send the user back to the login screen. So we can say get dot off login screen. Okay, it is login screen. So this is our sign out feature, and how we have implemented this using the shared preferences by removing the user current information from the phone local storage for that specific app, which is basically our clothes app. So now we have to simply call this method, which is sign out user. So when the user tap on the sign out button on the profile page, which is this one, okay, sign out, so we can say sign out user, just call that method in here. So now let's just close this, click on this red button, okay, to close the debugging and install the app completely on our phone. So the app is running now, and now let's just go to the profile page, and now if I click on the sign out button, logout is the title. Okay, logout is the title which you see here, logout, and then it is are you sure? In the next line it says you want to log out from app. So if you click on no, then it simply means that it will close the dialog box, and if you click on the yes button, then it will log you out from the app. That is get.back. First is close the dialog box, and then it send the response logged out, which is assigned to this result response variable. So when the result response variable is equals to that specific keyword, it simply means that the user press the yes button. That is, the user want to sign out from the app. So what we did inside this method is we simply call over this method, that is, we simply remove the user information which was previously saved after the successful login, which was saved to the local phone storage. So that information we remove from the phone local storage. So it simply means it do not remember the user anymore, okay, as that user information we remove from the phone local storage. So it simply means that that user is logged out from the app. So that's why we send the user to the login screen. So now even if we close the app, okay, and now if we open up the app again, then the user will be on the login screen because the user clicked on the sign out button. That's why, okay, and the user information is removed from the phone local storage, which simply means the user is signed out or logged out from the app successfully. That's why the user will be redirected to the login screen whenever the user open up the app. So now the user has to basically if the same user or any other new user wants to log in, so the user has to provide their required information. For example, now let's just log in as another user. Okay, now if I click on login, you are logged in successfully. If we go to the profile, then here you can see Muhammad Ali is the new user who just logged in. Now if I close the app and open up the app again, then the user is logged in already. Okay, the user did not click on the sign out button. Okay, so that's why the user is logged in. Okay, if I close the app and open up the app again, then the user will be logged in. Okay, unless the user click on the sign out button, only then the user will be sign out from the app. Okay, and he will no longer be allowed in the main app unless the user log in back to the app by providing their correct email and password. Hello guys, welcome back. So now in this section we will implement the login feature for the admin. So for that purpose, what we need to do is right click on admin, new dot file, and let's give it name as login, and this is basically our admin underscore login dot file. Now for the time saving, we will go to the user's authentication login screen and we will copy all this code from here. Just select all and copy it and come back here to the admin login dot file and simply paste that code here, just like this, as you can see. Now select this login screen, okay, just like this, right click on it, then refactor and then rename. As this is our admin login, so we will write with it that is admin login screen and click on refactor. So this is our admin login screen. Now we will of course do the changes for the admin. So first of all, let's start from the design widget build. Okay, from widget build, first of all let's change the image for the admin page. So I will provide this image which is by the name admin. Just download this image, and after you download, copy it and come back to the project, right click on images and click paste and click OK. So the admin.jpg image is added to our images folder. So now we can simply access that here, that is inside the images folder we have our image by the name admin.jpg. Then comes the admin sign in form. So we will have email text form field, then we will have the password text form field, and then we will have a button which is login button, and then after the login button, okay, where we don't have an account, since you know this is the admin login screen, so here we will add another button which will be I am not an admin. So we can say that I am not an admin. So we will say click here. So if the user, let's say, go to the admin page, so user is not an admin, so the user will see this I am not an admin, click here. So when the user click on it, then we will send the user to the user login screen, because this is for the admins, this login form. So yeah, that's it. Now comes the when you see this gray line with the size box, it simply means that this has constant value 16. So height for height, okay? So that's why we have to add const modifier with it, and it will remove the gray line. Otherwise, this is not error, okay? This is just Flutter show us a suggestion to add the keyword const modifier with the constant widgets. So anyways, now comes the click event, that is when the admin click on the login button. So in that case, we will call a method. Let's give it name as login admin now. Okay, login admin now. Copy this name and our method which we implemented here, which is this one. Okay, make sure to change that name here also. Okay, login admin now. If I show you, then login admin now. So we are, when the admin click on this login button, we call this method, which is login admin now. And here we do not need this user info. Also, we do not need this shared preferences for saving data to the local storage. And yeah, and when the admin is logged in successfully, then we will send the admin to the page which we will create now. Right click on admin, new .file, and that will be our admin home page. Basically, our home page will be the upload screen, okay, where the admin will add new items, upload new items to the app so that the user can purchase. So we can give it them as admin underscore upload underscore items. Okay, admin upload items. Admin upload items dot file is created successfully. Let's quickly import the material dot stateful widget, and we will give it name as admin upload items screen. And just for now, we will use a scaffold widget, and then at the body, at the center, for now we will just display a message using the text widget, that is welcome admin. Okay, so now we can simply say here get.to admin upload item screen. Now we will change this backend. Okay, as you know, this backend belongs to the user. Okay, so in the next video we will implement the backend for admin login. For now, we just want to check the UI, okay, how it looks, and also to add the navigation from the user login screen. Okay, come here to the login screen dot file of the user. Okay, and here where we have the don't have an account, and then we have another one which is are you an admin, click here. Okay, so on the on pressed you can say get.to, and the page name is admin login screen. That's it. So now we are ready to test the application. So let's just click on the play button. So this is the user login screen, which is login screen dot file, and this is our button, are you an admin, click here. Okay, so now when the user click on it, the user will be redirected to the admin login screen, which is basically our this admin login dot file. Okay, so if the user, or let's say if the person is the admin, So this will be the admin form for that admin in order to log in and use the admin features, which we will implement in the upcoming videos. Also, one more thing is we just need this one, okay, not the this one, okay, which is or are you an admin. So on the admin login.dot file where we have the design, okay, this design, which is or, remove this or, also this row widget, we do not need that, which is basically or are you an admin, click here, okay. So if I hot restart, you will see, okay, I am not an admin, click here. So if we click here, then it will redirect the person to the login screen of user, okay. So yeah, now as I told you, in the next video we will implement the backend for our admin login feature. Hello guys, welcome back. So now in this video we will implement the backend for our admin login feature. But before doing that, we have to create a new table where we can add, where we can save the admin records in the MySQL database. So first of all, let's open up the XAMP server, XAMP control panel. Start the Apache and MySQL, and now open up your browser and let's go to PHP MyAdmin, to our project, which is ClothSAP. Okay, ClothSAP, where we have already created a user table just like this. Okay, in the users table, you know that we save the all user records. Similarly, we can create a new table where we will save all admin records. So this is our ClothSAP. Okay, so you can create the new table by simply clicking on this new button, or you can also create, if you click on the database name, which is ClothSAP, here in the structure you will see this create new table. So here you can also, from here you can also create. So I will give it name as admins underscore table, admins underscore table. And for this table, how much column we need? So we will have an admin ID column, admin email column, admin password column, and admin name column. So for that purpose, 4 columns we need. So we will make sure that here you write 4, okay, and then click on create button. Then the first column name, which is admin underscore ID, the second column, which is admin underscore name, and then the third column, which is admin underscore email, and then admin underscore password. So the admin ID, it will be of type integer. Let's specify the length for it. And then the admin name will be varchar, various characters, variable, various character, or the length for this will be 50. Then admin email varchar 50. Password will be of type text. So please write the column name, the same name please use, because later you will get confused. If you have different column name and I have different column name, then maybe you will get confused. That's why I always suggest to go with the same names. So anyways, specify the types and provide lengths, and now click save. So our admins table has been created successfully. If you click on structure, then you will see admin ID, admin name, admin email, and admin password. Now we have to add the admin manually to our admin table, okay, for the security purposes, because if we implement the sign up for the admin, then in that case any user will be able to sign up and use our admin panel. So we do not want that. Admin is strictly, you can say admin will have strict rules. That is, the admin portion is managed by the company who basically to whom this app belongs. So basically the company provides email and password to any new admin when they recruit them, for example. Otherwise, if you want, then of course you can also implement the sign up for admin, okay, which is just like the user sign up. But I will strongly suggest that for the admin, always we just implement only the login form. Okay, as you know, this whole PHP MyAdmin and all this database, to this only the company has the access. Okay, so only the company will sign, that is manually the company will add new admins to their database. So that's why. Okay, so simple and so easy. So anyways, now let's just quickly add admin data to our this admin table. So click on this SQL. Okay, make sure to first click on admin table and then click on SQL. Remove this query from here. Okay, and we are going to insert into admins table. Okay, so we can say, now this is not the single quotes. Okay, this is the button on your keyboard, this button. Okay, you can see that above this tab button, above the tab button, or you can say on the left side of one button on your keyboard, this button. When you press this button, then you will get this, that is this. Okay, let me show it to you on the keyboard, this sign. Okay, this button, you have to press this button above the tab button. When you press this, then you will get this. So you can simply press that button and write the table name, and our table name is admins table. Okay, and then again you can simply press that button. So inside these, okay, you can write the table name and then write parenthesis, and inside this parenthesis we have to specify our column name, which you can see here as a suggestion. For example, the first column name is admin_id. So above the tab button, press that button. Okay, and our column name is admin id. Okay, and then end that like this, and then comma the second column name. So above the tab button, press that button, and our second column is admin_name. Okay, then end it, put that ending you can say quote also by pressing the button above the tab button. Let me show it to you, this button. Okay, this button. So anyways, now let's just quickly complete this. Then the third one we have is the admin email, comma, then the admin password, admin password. Okay, so what we want is that inside our admins table we have these columns, and to these columns we want to save some values, or you can say we want to set some values. So we can simply say here that is values, and now inside the parentheses we have to set the values for this column. So first we have admin id, so now you can put single quotes. Okay, for the values, when we want to put values, then we put the single we add here the single quotes. Okay, now there is a difference. Okay, single quotes are basically, this is the single quote button, which is this one. Okay, which is perpendicular, which is in perpendicular direction. Okay, which is in perpendicular direction. If you see here, okay, I'm talking about this single quote. Okay, or you can simply say, you can also use the double quote. Let me just make it more simple, use the double quotes. Okay, this one is basically the tilde button, or you can say this button basically. Okay, when you press this button, then you will put this. Okay, you can see this quote type, which is at 270 direction. You can see that. Okay, so this is something which we use for our table name and the column name, while the values we put inside the double quotes, or you can say inside the single quotes. Okay, so inside the double quotes, now you can write the value for admin id, which is our first admin. So for the first admin, as you know, it is of integer type, so we will give it a unique id, let's say. Okay, id of 10 values, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, or you can make it 11. Okay, just like this, and then put comma, then the next value we have to set is basically for the admin name. So let's say the first admin name is let's say admin Ronaldo, comma, then the third one is email, so we can say admin_, or you can say admin Ronaldo @gmail.com. So this is the value for admin email, and then the password will be, put a comma, and inside the double quotes we can write the password. So let's say the password is 123456. So this is our query, how we can insert data into the table, more specifically for the to the admin table. Okay, just copy this whole query. First let's execute it by simply clicking on this go button. So one row inserted. If we click on the browse button, then you will see that we have our first admin. The ID is this, admin name is admin Ronaldo, admin email is this, and admin password is this. So this is our first admin. Okay, you can see the first admin record. Now let's say if you want to delete any record from the admins table, then you can do so from the SQL. Okay, for example, we want to remove this one, which is admin Ronaldo. So you will simply click on SQL, and here we will say that delete from our admins table we want to delete. So we say delete from admins table, where now we have to specify here that exact record which we want to delete, where admin name, if it contain this name, which is, let's say, admin Ronaldo. Okay, where admin name is equals to admin Ronaldo, simply delete that record. So if we click on go and click OK, then one row affected, that is query executed successfully and the record is deleted. You can see we have no record related to Cristiano Ronaldo, since we have only one record. So anyways, now let's just quickly add records, but before doing that, go to the structure and we have to make our admin ID unique, or you can say the primary key, so that the admin ID do not duplicate with the other admins. Okay, so for that purpose, in front of this admin ID you can see this change. Just click on it, and what we need to do is, you can see this. Okay, just check this AI, which simply means auto increment. So this is auto increment, and then click on this save button. So if you come here to the structure of the admin table, then you will see that admin ID, this is now primary key, and with auto increment, that is, it will automatically assign a unique ID to every new admin record. And also, if you see here, that is, in case of our users table, you know that our user ID unique key, that is, each and every admin has unique key. For example, John has 1, John Parker has 2, and Muhammad Ali user has 3. So you know that it starts from 1. If you want to start your IDs from different keyword, let's say from 999, or let's say from 299, you want 299 to be the first key which will be assigned to the first admin. So for that purpose, for our admins table, okay, let's say, I'm telling you this some of you may want to start your table from different unique ID number and not from 1, let's say. So in case of admins table, let's just perform this operation. Okay, this is our admins table. You see that there is no record yet. Okay, we have not yet added, we delete the record from it. So this is our admins table. Make sure to click on it, and then you have to, when you click on admins table, click here on operations, and now inside the operations you will see this table options, and under this table option you will see this auto increment. Now you can set the starting, or you can say initial value for the auto increment. For example, let's say from where you want to start your IDs for the admin. Let's say for the first admin, second admin, third admin. So let's say if the first admin has, let's say this will be our starting value, that is the ID for admins. So let's say if the first admin has 999, then the second admin record will have 1000, and so on. it will just go like this. Let me just show it to you. First, make sure to write here 999 in front of auto increment under the table option, and then click on go button. So it has been executed successfully. Now let's just add a new record. So go to the SQL, and I'm going to write here insert into admin's table. Since you know admin ID is now auto increment, that is, it will add automatically the admin ID. So make sure to remove this. So now we can add values to our admin name, admin email, and admin password columns, not to the admin ID. Admin ID is primary and it will be auto incremented starting from 999, which we set. Okay, so insert into table, admin's table. These are the columns and these are the values for it. For example, admin Ronaldo, admin name, and admin email is this, and admin password is 123456. You can see that. So now let's just click on go. So our one row is inserted, that is the record added successfully. You can see automatically a unique ID is assigned to admin Ronaldo record, which you can see here. Now let's add another record. Go to the SQL. Okay, let me just copy this new query. So the second admin name will be, let's say, Messi, admin Messi, and the email will be, let's say, adminmessi@gmail.com, and let's say this is the password. Okay, so name admin Messi, email this, and password 123456. Let me just copy it, and now let's just execute this query by pressing the go button. So if we come here, you can see that after 999, automatically it's assigned a unique ID to the second admin. Okay, to the second admin, which is 1000, admin Messi, and you can see the record. Now for example, if you want to add further admin, let me just write here, let's say the next admin is admin Zidane, admin Zidane or Zidane. Okay, admin Zidane, and this is the password. So let's just execute this. So row executed successfully. If you go to the browse, then here you can see a unique ID is assigned to the new admin, which is admin Zidane or Zidane, admin Zidane@gmail.com 123456. So it is assigning unique IDs automatically to every new admin record whenever the new admin record is added to the database. So in this way, we can recognize each and every admin using their unique IDs. Hello guys, welcome back. So now let's just quickly implement the backend of our admin login. So open up your API Cloud Store, and in here in our API Cloud Store, we are going to create a new folder in the API Cloud Store. Make sure to click on this API Cloud Store just like this. Okay, and now as you know, this one is selected, which is API Cloud Store, which is our main folder for API implementation. Okay, just like this. And now click on this folder icon in order to create a new folder inside API Cloud Store. So we can give it name as admin, just like this. As you can see, it is inside the main API Cloud Store folder. Okay, admin. Now inside the admin, make sure to click on it, select admin, and then click this file icon in order to create the file, which will be login.php. Okay, so it is inside the admin folder. So this is our admin login.php file. Now for the time saving, we will go to the user login.php file, and we will copy this whole code from here. Okay, and come back here to the admin login.php file, and we will paste that in here. Of course, now we will modify it according to the admin feature, admin login feature. So the email which we will pass from the Flutter application will be by the key name admin email, and the password will be admin password. Okay, admin email and admin password we will pass using these key names, and we will assign it to their required variable, which will be admin email and admin password. okay, just like this. So we will run a query that is select all from our table name. You know that it is admins table. Make sure to confirm that. Okay, admins underscore table, admins underscore table, where the column admin email, if the admin email, if this become equals to admin email, that is this one, okay, which is coming from the Flutter application, and if the admin password becomes equals to admin password, just like this. Let's confirm this, where admin underscore email, where admin underscore email becomes equals to admin email and admin password, admin underscore password, admin underscore password, and when this become equals to admin password, then we run this query and the rest of the code will be the same, just like we did for the user. If you want, you can just change these variable name to, for example, this is now admin record, okay. So yeah, that's it, admin record. That is, in case of successful login, we get that specific admin record, okay, and we assign it to our admin record, and then we pass it as a response to the Flutter application. That is, we can access the data, that is the admin record, by the key name admin in the Flutter application. And same, the success stat, the success you can say stat we can access with the key name success, okay. If the success is true, it means it goes successfully, that is the admin is allowed to log in successfully. Otherwise, if success is false, it means do not allow admin to log in. So this is all about our backend. Now make sure to click file and save all, and now come back here to the Flutter application, and in here where we have our API setup, API connection, go to the API connection dot file, and in here we have to access it with our host connect API, okay. That is our API, that is we have to provide the path to that backend. So let's write here a comment, which is, this one was login sign up login user, sign up login user, and this is now login admin, okay. So now we can simply say, first let's connect host connect admin, that is host connect admin, just like this, okay. And as you know that host connect simply means that our API, which is API close store, now inside the API close store we have a folder by the name admin. So we can say inside the API close store we have a folder by the name admin, which we can access with the help of this host connect admin. So we can say here, that is directly we can just say host connect admin, that is host connect admin, that is inside the admin folder we have, inside the admin folder we have a file by the name login.php. You know that host connect admin represents host connect / admin, and host connect is basically our API close store. That is, inside the API close store we have a folder by the name admin, okay, and inside that folder we have a file by the name login.php, which if I show you, then you can see API close store, inside that we have admin folder, and then inside the admin folder we have login.php. Similarly, let's give it name as admin login, just like this. Similarly, when we implement the sign up login user. So here we have also specified the host connect user, which simply means that the same thing, that is API clause store, and inside the API clause store we have a folder by the name user, which you already know. Inside the API clause store we have a folder by the name user. So instead of just typing it host connect, okay, and typing it manually, as you know, that is this host connect user means the same, that is inside the API clause store we have a folder by the name user, which you can see here. Okay, so we can access that using host connect user. So here we can say, instead of host connect, we can say host connect user and remove this user from it. Okay, let me write here and I will show it to you. Host connect user, host connect user. Okay, as you know, it is for the user, so we have already specified that. That is, first let me tell you, host connect simply means our API. Okay, our API implementation, which is inside API clause store folder. So it is represented by host connect. So you can see that is inside the API clause store folder we have a folder by the name user. Inside the API clause store we have a folder by the name user. So now this is represented by host connect user. Okay, host connect user. So we say host connect user, and now which simply means that inside the API clause store and then inside the user folder, that is inside the user folder we have a file by the name validated email.php. Inside the user API clause store we have a user folder, and inside the user folder we have validated email.php. Similarly, for the other one, that is inside the user folder we have another file by the name signup.php, and similarly for this one, that is inside the user folder we have a file by the name login.php, which is the host. Okay, that is login.php, signup.php, validated email.php, which is inside the user folder. So in this way, that is, we have specified the host connect user, and now for example here we have specified the host connect admin, that is inside the admin folder we have a file by the name login.php. So let's just complete the admin login feature. So now we will go back to our admin login.dart file, and in here login admin now. So as you know that we have our API dot admin login. Okay, API dot admin login, and the values which we will pass to our admin login.php backend, you know that it is by the name admin underscore email. So make sure to use the same key names here. Okay, for the password we have admin underscore password, just like this. And then if everything goes successful, then we get a response that is success. If the success value is true, which is the response from the API, okay, if success is true, it simply means that the admin is logged in successfully. And you can write here, that is, dear admin, you are logged in successfully. And we will send the admin to the admin upload item screen. And yeah, that's it. Let's just test the application. The app is running now. Are you an admin? Yes, click here. So now let's just log in as an admin. So we have 3 admins currently. Let's log in using admin Ronaldo. So I will write here admin Ronaldo @gmail.com and then password. And now let's just click on login. Incorrect credential, please write correct password and email. That says that my password is incorrect. Let me just check quickly the code. If I show you the database, then here you can see the admin password for each admin is saved in normal format. Go to the API close store, and here where we have our admin login.php, we do not need to write here MD5. Okay, we just need to pass the normal password without converting it to hash form, or you can say to binary form. Okay, we just need the password as it is, which the admin type in the Flutter application here. Okay, we do not need to convert it to hash because in the database it is in normal format, so that's why. So make sure to remove that MD5 and write the password like this. Let's save all and then come back here, and now if we hot restart, and now let's come here, and now if I click the login button, dear admin, you are logged in successfully. Welcome admin. Hello guys, welcome back. So now let's just start working on our admin upload item screen. So inside the admin we have admin upload items dot file. So we can say return scaffold, and in the body we have to basically change the color of the body to, we will use the linear gradient using the box decoration, a combination of two color. So for that purpose, first we have to say container. Let me just install the app on the phone so that we can see the UI changes at runtime. It will also helps in learning the UI, that is, we will implement the UI here in the code and you will see the response, or you can say the result of it at runtime. That is how it looks. So the app is running now, and let's go to the admin ronaldo@gmail.com, and then the password, and then let's click login. Dear admin, you are logged in successfully. So this is our admin upload item screen. Now let's just start building the UI. So first we will add the decoration, that is box decoration, and in here we can use gradient, linear gradient. The colors that we will use for it will be colors dot black 54, and make sure to put these bracket first, and in here we have to specify two colors, colors dot black 54, and the other one will be colors dot deep purple. As you can see the results, this is the black 54, this is deep purple. As this box decoration will be constant with the constant linear gradient to colors, so that's why we have to add const modifier with it. After the decoration, let's start adding the widgets, and we will have a button which will say add new item, or you can say upload new item, on which the admin will click. So we can simply say child column widget. Column is a multi-children widget because alongside with the button, first we will also add an icon. Now let me just add here const icon, icons dot add underscore photo alternate. The color for this will be colors dot white 54, and you can see this icon here. Okay, now we need this at the center of the screen, so we have to wrap our this column widget, okay, in a center widget. So just click here before this column C, just like this, and you will see this yellow bulb. Click on this yellow bulb and simply click here on wrap with center, just like this. Okay, and now you can see this is the icon which you can see here. Okay, so it makes the design okay, that is good. Now next thing is we need, as I told you, this center widget basically move the widgets which we will add inside this column widget. For example, for now we have this icon, so it will move, it basically move that icon to the center of the screen, that is here. Okay, column wise, column wise, or you can say it is now at the center, but we want this here. Now how we can move it here? For that we have to apply some properties on our column. Since you know that this column is the part of the center widget, so basically it moves this column widget. When I say column widget, then it simply means whatever is inside this column widget. Okay, so basically this column widget, when we wrap this with center widget, so it basically move, or you can say it move our this column widget here. Okay, first it was here. If I show you, I mean it was here. Okay, but now after wrapping it with center, it will move our that column widget, or in simple words you can say that icon, to the center. Now we want this icon here. You can say perpendicular. It was horizontal wise at the center. We want it also at perpendicular wise at the center. So for that purpose, column has their own properties. For example, we have man-axis alignment dot center, and it will do that for us. Okay, that is, it will move it perpendicularly, that is in perpendicular direction. It is at the center now after writing this. While this center widget, it basically moves the widgets or things horizontal wise to the center. You see that, okay, that center widget move horizontal wise to the center. As you know, column is a multi-children widget, and by column you already know that column is basically a vertical. Whatever we add inside the column widget, it will be in perpendicular direction. For example, now we add icon. For example, if we add another icon, then it will add perpendicular wise. You can see it is in perpendicular direction. So when we apply this property on our column widget, which is man-axis alignment dot center, so it basically move each and every widget which is inside the column. That is, for example, currently we have these two, each and every widget, I mean these two, for example, currently we have according to the current scenario. So it moves these two widgets at the center, that is in perpendicular direction. Okay, perpendicularly at the center. So I hope you understand this. This was just to let you know about the difference. Anyways, now the size for our this icon will be 200, and then after the icon widget we want to add basically a button. And just for the time saving, what we will do is we will go back to the admin login.dart file, and from here we will copy the button code, which is basically, scroll here where we have this one. Okay, material button. So let's just copy this button code, this whole button code, and come back here and simply paste that code here. So this is our material button. Now of course, for now we will remove this if condition from it, from the on tab, and the button name is add new item. If you hard restart, then you will see that button, material button. And now if you want, you can change the background color of this button. For example, I want to change this to deep purple, so you see it will be like this. So it is totally up to you, whatever you like, which color you like. Let's go with black 54, so it looks good. Or even you can make it more transparent by simply going with the black 38 or black 26. You can see just like this. Let's also quickly add the app bar to our this screen. So for that purpose, as you know, this was the body, now comes the app bar. Now for the app bar, we will also use the decoration. In simple words, what we need to do is, you can see this decoration box decoration, just copy this piece of code. Okay, and then here we can say flexible space container, and let's add that decoration in here. You can see the result. Now for the app bar, we do not need that back button which it gives us by default. So for that purpose we have a property which is by the name automatically imply leading. We will set this to false, so it will remove that default icon. However, for now we will just add a title. Later on, of course, we will add two buttons to the app bar, but for now let's just add a title using the text widget to our app bar, and that will be, let's say, welcome admin, just like this. And we will move this title to the center, so we can say center title true, just like this. Okay, and make sure to add constant modifier with text widget. Now this whole design which we implement, okay, along inside the scaffold parent widget, cut this, okay, and we will make a method from it, because in the next video we will implement another design which we will display when the admin click on this add new item button. We will display a dialog box where the user will select image from the phone gallery, or the admin can capture with phone camera. So after selecting the image we will have a different screen. So in order to add a to write professional reusable code, we have to make method from our this design code which we implemented in this video. So let's just cut this from here, Control X, or if you are using Mac then Command X, which I simply mean is that this cut, okay. And then above the widget build, as you know, the return type for this method will be widget, and we can give it name as default screen, just like this. And then we can say return and then paste that code here, return scaffold, and at the end we can put a semicolon, just like this. Okay, so just we move that scaffold widget from the widget build, we cut that from here and we move it here inside the default screen method. So simple and so easy. If I show you, you can see here this is our app bar, and then this is our body, which you can see here. Okay, so simple and so easy. So now here we can simply call up our this default screen. So we can say default screen, and now if I run the app in front of you, let's start the app from the initial page, okay, so that we can test if it is working or not. Admin Ronaldo at gmail.com, and then password, and then let's click login. So dear admin, you are logged in successfully, and here we go. Here is the design. Okay, so simple and so easy. So now let's just quickly implement the dialog box, that is when the admin click on this add new item button. So we will display a dialog box. So let's give that method name as show dialog box for image picking and capturing. Now let's just implement this method quickly. Above the default screen, we can say show dialog box for image picking and capturing, which is our method, and return the show dialog context will be context comma builder context, return simple dialog, the title for this will be item image, font weight will be font weight dot bold. Then after the title, the simple dialog is a multi-children widget. Okay, so we will have three options basically: capture with camera, select image from gallery, and the cancel button. So for that purpose, we can first add our simple dialog option. Text widget, we can say capture with camera, phone camera. And let's change the color of this. The color will be colors dot gray. Then each simple dialog option has a click event which is by the name on pressed. So you can say on pressed, that is when the admin click on it, what we want to do. So this is our first simple dialog option. Now the next one will be, and let's copy paste it 2 times. Okay, the second option will be select image, or you can say pick image from phone gallery. Okay, so this is our second option. Then comes the third one, which will be cancel. And for the cancel, when the admin click on cancel button, we will close the dialog box, which, as you know, we are using getx stat management, so we can simply say get dot back. That's it. And the color for this cancel button, let's change this to red color. Hot restart, and now if I click on the add new item, then here we go. This is our dialog box. Now if you want to change the background color of your dialog box, then you can also do that. For example, here in the simple dialog, you can write here the property which is background color, and you can specify here that is colors dot, let's say black, or you can go with black 87, which is not much transparent. So now if I click here, then here you can see this is the dialog box. If you want to make it transparent, for example, you can go with black 54. Okay, so you can see that, but transparent do not looks good, so we will go with black, or you can simply go with black 87. So yeah, now let's just click here and let's click on cancel, and here you can see it closed the dialog box. You can see that even if you click outside the dialog box, for example here, then it will also close the dialog box, and if you click on the cancel button, then it will also perform the same operation, that is cancel, or you can say close the dialog box. So let's just quickly implement the two functions, which is the first one for capturing image with phone camera, and the other one is pick image from phone gallery. So for that purpose, here above the show dialog for image picking and capturing, above this method, let's implement another method. We will give it name as capture image with phone camera. It will be a synchronous method. Now for image capturing or image picking, we need a package which is called image picker. So go to the site pub.dev and simply search for image underscore picker. This one, okay, image picker with null safety. Click on installing, and let's quickly add the image picker dependency in the pubspec YAML in here, and click on pub-get. So the dependency has been added successfully. Now let's just come back here to our admin upload item dot file. If you see this as suggestion, click on ignore. We already add that dependency. So now in here, let's create an instance of the image picker image picker. Let's give it name as underscore picker equals to image picker, and make this final. Then we will create an instance of the X file, and let's give it name as image picked image file, image X file. Then we can write the code for opening up the phone camera when the user click on this button from the dialog box, capture with phone camera. So for that purpose we can say picker dot pick image, and the source will be image source dot camera, and we will assign this piece of code will basically open up the phone camera, and the user will capture the image, and after capturing the file will be, it will get the image file, the capture image file, and we will assign that capture image file to our picked image X file. Okay, the image which user capture with phone camera, that image we assign to this variable picked image file. Then after this we simply want to close the dialog box, so we will simply say get dot back. This is all about our capturing image with phone camera. So just like we capture image with phone camera, which is so simple and so easy, in the same way we can do for, just copy paste this method down here. In the same way we can just get image, or you can say pick image from phone gallery, pick image from gallery, phone gallery you can say. So all we need is we need to just change the source here to gallery. That is, when the user pick the image file from the phone gallery, then that image file will be assigned to this pick image X file, and then it will close this dialog box. So let's just call these methods from our dialog box, which is show dialog box for image picking and capturing. That is, when the admin click on this first button, which is capture with phone camera, as you can see here, we will call our method which is capture image with phone camera. And then when the admin click on the second option, which is pick image from phone gallery, then we will call our method which is pick image from phone gallery. That's it. So now let's just hot restart, and now let's just test the app. Click on add new item. Let's capture with phone camera. So it's open up the phone camera, allow the permission, and here we go. Here you can see this is the phone camera. So you can capture the image, and for now, as you know that we are not just displaying the image, we are just capturing the image with phone camera, and that captured image is basically assigned to this picked image X file. Similarly, when we pick the image from phone gallery, pick image from phone gallery, then it send you to the phone gallery, as you can see. Okay, and from the phone gallery you can choose any image. So that chosen image is basically assigned, there's chosen image, or you can say that picked image from the phone gallery is assigned to this picked image X file. Now how we will know that either the admin captured the image successfully or not, or how the admin will even know? Now the next thing is we have to display the picked image which user either pick from the gallery, or the user has captured it with the phone camera. So we have to display that image, which is basically picked image X file. Okay, inside this we have that file, so we have to display it. So just like we have implemented this default screen with these following features. Okay, capture image with phone camera, pick image from gallery, and show dialog. Okay, this was our whole default screen, you know that. So just like this, now we are going to display another screen which will be by the name, let me first write here, these are our default screen methods. Okay, it starts from here and ends here. This is just to keep the code clean, okay, and just to remember to which screen this method belongs. Okay, so similarly, now here we are going to create, basically implement another screen within this same file, just like we create default screen, and that will be basically our upload items form screen, upload item form screen. And we can say a return scaffold widget. The background color of this upload item form screen will be black, so we can say colors dot black. And for now we will just display that picked image inside the body. So using the list view widget, since we will also implement some text form fields, that's why we are using a multi-children widget, which is list view according to the current scenario. So let's just display that image. So we can say container decoration, box decoration, image decoration image, image file image, and then we can say file, remember this one, okay, which is .io, not the .html. If by mistake you import here .html, then make sure to remove that. Instead of that, it is use .:io. Okay, so anyways, file, and here we have to provide our picked imagex file .path. Make sure to add a null check here. Then also let's apply the property on our this image. So after this file image, we have the property for this image, which is fit box fit dot cover. So we have basically two screens in our admin upload item. The first one is the default screen, okay, which you are already seeing. This is our default screen. This is our default screen which you are seeing here, and from our widget build we have calling just this default screen. Now how we will switch between the default screen and the upload item form screen? Well, it is simple. On the basis of this picked imagex file, that is capture image with phone camera, when the user capture image with phone camera, then you know that that image is assigned to this picked imagex file. So we can just say here that is set state picked imagex file, okay, and then in the same way, when the user, when I say user, it simply means admin, as you know that this is the admin upload items, okay. So when the admin capture image with phone camera, you know that that image is assigned to this picked imagex file. We set state for that. Then in the same way, when the admin pick image from phone gallery, then that image is assigned to this picked imagex file. So in the same way, we can say set state for the picked imagex file. So what we need to do now is that we will check if this is equals to null. Let me write here, if the picked image x file, if this become equals to null, this question mark means if. Okay, this is turn the operator. So if the picked image x file, if that become equals to null, then in that case display the default screen which you are already seeing, which simply means that equals to null simply means that the user has not yet captured image with phone camera, or the user has not yet picked any image from phone gallery. So in that case the picked image file will be equals to null, which is the current scenario you are seeing on your screen. Now when the picked image x file is not equals to null, colon, this colon mean else. Okay, these are turn the operators. This is if condition and this is else condition. So else, that is if the picked image x file is not equals to null, then in that case we will simply display our upload item form screen just like this. Let me tell you one more time. This is ternary operators, okay, these two. This is if condition and this is else, which simply means that if the picked image x file equals to null, that is when the user has not yet capture image with phone camera, or you can say if the user has not yet picked image from the phone gallery, then in that case the picked image x file will be equals to null and it will display this default screen which you already know, this screen. Okay, this screen is basically our default screen. However, if the picked image x file is not equals to null, that is else, that is when the user capture image with phone camera or pick image from phone gallery, then in that case we will display upload item form screen. For example, I am testing it in front of you. Let's pick image from gallery, choose any image, and here we go. We are on the upload item form screen, which is this one. The image is, you can see the background color is black, but the image is not displaying, so we have to fix this. And the reason for this is we have to specify the width and height for this container in which we have our picked image x file, okay, where we are displaying this image. Let me write here a comment. This is our image. And now let's specify the height for this container in which we are displaying our image. And now the moment when I give some height, let's say 240, and if you hot restart, then you will see the image. So it is working fine. So you can give 240 height, and let's also, you can specify the width. Now the best practice is, let me first complete this. The best practice is basically to set the height and width according to the screen size. Okay, and this is how we make responsive Flutter applications. Okay, so for example, for the width, this piece of code, whatever the screen width is, it will just take that screen width size. So let's say some admin will have a phone which has small screen size, and some admin will have a phone which has big screen size. So whatever the screen size is, first we take the screen width size and then we take 80% of it. That is, it will adjust the image to the 80% of the screen size width. Okay, that is 80%. So now it is a responsive width for displaying this image. Similarly, you can also do for the height. Okay, this is a good practice. Instead of specifying hard-coded values, which is not a good practice, you can specify the width size and the height size according to the user, or you can say according to the admin phone screen size. So for example, for the height, I will simply go with, let's go with 30%, or maybe 40% will be good enough, just like this, as you can see. So whatever the screen height is, no matter whatever the user screen size is, it can have, the user or the admin can have small phone, I mean a phone with small screen size, and the user can have a phone with big screen size. So our app is totally responsive. That is, whatever the screen size is for the height, it will just take the screen height, whatever it is, and it will just take in the 40% of the screen size, it will set the height. Okay, similarly for the width, it will take whatever the screen size width is, it will just take 80% of the screen width size. Okay, and it will set the width for our this image. Hello guys, welcome back. So now let's just quickly design our upload form. So for that purpose, we will go to the admin login form. Okay, admin login dot file, where we have our this login screen sign in form. This one, okay, this whole form, which you can see this piece of code. You can see that where we have basically our form, the email text form field and the password text form field. For the time saving, we will just copy alongside with the, let me show it to you so that you do not get confused. Okay, alongside with this I am not admin, click here, and so on, with the button also, login button. So let's just copy this whole login screen sign in form from here. Okay, just minimize this like this and then copy it. Let me just copy it alongside with the login screen sign in form comment. When you copy it, then come back here to the admin upload item dot file, and in here after the image we will simply paste this here. Okay, just like this, and this is our upload item form. And then first of all we have the form key, so let's initialize this here at the top. You can say variable form key to global key, form state. Then we need to basically initialize also the controllers, that is what information we want to get from the admin while uploading the items, that is the item information. So for that purpose, let's just quickly initialize here the controller, text form field controller. So for example, the first one we need is name controller, and then let's copy paste it for the other ones. Next one we have is for the rating controller, and then tax controller, price controller, item price, and the sizes, tax, price, sizes controller, and colors controller, and then finally description controller. And one more thing that we need is basically a variable which will be by the name image link. That is, when we upload our image, then we need the link of that image in order to access it and display it to the user in the user site, in the user app. So now let's just quickly add these text form fields. So first of all, this will be the first text form field will be for the name. So we can say name controller, and here we can say please write name, and this is item name. Okay, the admin will write the item name. So you can say that the hint will be item name. On simple words, you can say item name simply means the title, item title. Okay, anyways, the icon for this will be icons dot title. So this is our first text form field, the name, okay, for the item name. Then after it we will have some space, and we do not need the password text form field, so we will simply remove this password text form field. And what we need to do is we will simply, first of all, let's make this button code, okay, remove this login admin now function from here. We do not need to call anything from here for now, and the button name will be upload now, just like this. Also, we do not need this I am not an admin button, so just remove this whole alongside with the comment. So now every error is gone. You can see we have the item name text form field, and then after it we have this button which is upload now. For now we have just give it this name. Now let's hard restart, and here you can see this is our form, which you can see a text form field, item name, and a button upload now. So this was just to show the design at runtime, okay. That's why I just implement this first one now, which is item name, and now let's start adding our other text form fields. So after the item name we will have another one. First give some space, and after the space we can paste item name here, okay. And this one is for the item ratings. So let's just modify this. Ratings controller, please write item ratings, or please give item ratings a rating. Then the icon for this will be icons dot rating rate underscore review, which is this icon. So this is our item rating. Also let's change the hint to item rating. Now let's copy paste this alongside with the space, okay. Copy paste it 5 times, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And now let's change. So after the item name we have item ratings, and then after the item ratings we have item tags, and then item price, and then item sizes, and after the item sizes we have item colors, and then item description. And yeah, that's it. So now let's just change. We have item name, item rating, and after item rating, after that we have item tags. So from the tags we will modify. So let's change this to please give item tags, and then it is item tags and the controller, okay. Make sure to give it their unique controller, which is for the text controller. For the text form item tag text form field we have text controller. Similarly for the item ratings we have rating controller, okay. So make sure to give it their own tags, their own controller. For example, for the item tags we have text controller. So yeah, that's it. And the icon we have to change. So the icon for this is by the name tag. If I hot restart, then you will see the result, okay. This one, item tags. Now after the item tags we have item price. First of all, change the controller, which is price controller now, and it is please write item price, and also change this item price. The hint will be, and finally the icon, it will be icons dot price underscore change underscore outline, which is this one. Now after the item price we have item sizes. First we will change the controller, which is sizes controller, and then we can say please write item sizes. The hint, and then comes the icon. So the icon that we will use for it will be picture in picture. And by the way, this text form field will be for the item sizes, that is large, extra large, small, medium, just like this. Of course, if you want, you can add another icon according to your choice. Okay, I will go with this icon. Let me hot restart so you can see. Then after the item sizes, we have item colors. So let's just quickly write that. So write item colors, and the controller is colors controller, as the item can have multiple colors, green, black, yellow, and so on. And the icon for this will be icons.color_lens, which is basically this icon you can see. And then after the item colors, we have item description. So we can say please write item description. Important thing is to change this controller first, description controller, and then item description is the hint text and the icon. So we can say icons dot description, which is this icon. Now this was all about the user interface. So now let's just quickly add an app bar to our this upload item form screen. So for that purpose, here above the body we can say app bar. Now this app bar color is the default color. We want the linear gradient color, that is the combination of deep purple and black color. So for that purpose, just like we did in our default screen, if you remember, if I show you, then in the default screen we have this flexible space, decoration, box decoration, linear gradient color, which is the combination of these two color. So just copy this whole flexible space from here, and then in here inside this upload item form screen in the app bar we can simply paste that, and now you can see it is the color. Now next thing which we need to add here is to basically remove this button. So in order to remove this default back button, it is automatically imply leading, and we have to set this to false, and it will simply remove that default back button from the app bar. And let's give some title to this app bar. Using the text widget, we can simply say upload form, you can say, or you can say uploading new item. And let's move this title to the center by simply writing here center title and set this to true, just like this. Now we have to add an icon button here to the left side of the app bar, and also one button to the right side of the app bar. So for that we have specific properties. For example, when we want to add a button or any widget, let's say text widget, icon button, or icon button widget to the left side of the app bar, for this purpose we use the property leading. So as we will add icon button, so we can use the icon button widget to the leading. The icon for which will be icons dot clear. And as this is the icon button, so we have also a click event, that is when the admin click on it, what we want to do, which is the on pressed click event. You can see that icon. Now when the admin click on this button, it simply means that, let's say if the admin come here, okay, and fill the whole form, okay, after selecting the item image, so the admin do not want to upload, he wants to, the admin take a decision, he or she take a decision to cancel the upload. So the admin will simply click on this cancel button, okay, and it will cancel up everything. So for that purpose, here in the on pressed, we can simply say get dot. Now for the security purpose, we will send the admin to the admin login form, okay. So the admin has to log in back in order to upload things or to see the already placed new order from different users, okay. The admin has to log in and verify. So for that purpose, we can simply say get dot to, and we can send the admin to the admin login screen, just like this. And as this text widget is constant, so add const modifier with it, okay. Now before we proceed, let's check this feature, okay. So let's say the admin already selected this image, fill up the form. Now the admin decide to not upload new item, so the admin will click on this cross button. So let's click on it. As you can see, the admin is out from the app, so the admin has to basically log in again. So let me just log in again, and let's check the feature if everything is working fine or not. Admin messy. Dear admin, you are logged in successfully, and we are on the default screen. Now when I click on add new item, it will show me this select image from gallery and capture image with phone camera, this dialog box. So let's pick image from gallery. Let's use this one. So you can see that image. Here is the upload form, and let's say the admin decide to cancel and not upload, so the admin will click on this cancel button, just like this. So simple and so easy. So anyways, now let's just quickly add the button, icon button, or you can also add a text button to the right side of the app bar, okay, to the right side of the app bar. So when you want to add something to the right side of the app bar in Flutter, so for that purpose we have a property which is by the name, after deleting, which is by the name actions, okay. So whatever we add inside this actions, that will be to the right side of the app bar. So just like as I told you, you can add icon widget, you can add text widget, or you can add icon button widget, text button widget, any widget, okay, that will be appear here to the right side of the app bar. So let's just add quickly a text button this time, okay. It is totally up to you. If you want to add icon button, then of course you can proceed with the icon button. First we have the on pressed click event for any button, and as this is text button, so we have child, and we can add text, that is some title for this button. For example, we can give it name as done. You can see it's done button. Let's apply some style on it, text style, and the color for this will be colors dot, let's give it green color. You can see that done button, okay. And as this whole text widget will remain constant since it has constant values, so for that purpose we can simply say const. Now this done button, how it will work. This done button and this upload now both will have same functionality, okay. For now we will just add here, when the admin click on this button, we can simply say get dot to admin login screen. However, later we can do changes for this button functionality. So this is all about our app bar. Now the next thing that we will do is basically we will start uploading the information, that is the item information, to the database. So from the next section we will start uploading new items. and the information we will save in the database. So yeah, this is all about our upload item form screen.